Today's video is going to be of the network security and traffic analysis module that is part of the SOC level 1 pathway of TryHackMe. And the outline of today's video is going to look like this. So we have the traffic analysis essentials, then we have Snort as an introductory, then we have Snort challenge, the basics of just using Snort to go through some traffic analysis. And then we have another one that is a Snort challenge that is on live attacks, meaning you actually get attacked in a live environment and then you gotta capture the person or catch the person and catch the attacker. Then we have network miner, then Zeek, the intro to Zeek, and then we have some exercises, some practical exercises with Zeek. And then we have Brim, which actually uses the Zeek query language and a lot of the foundational principles that we learned in Zeek. And then we have the basics of Wireshark, the packet operations of Wireshark, and traffic analysis with Wireshark. This video is sponsored by SurfShark, which is an all-in-one security solution that includes an antivirus and a VPN solution that you can apply to unlimited devices and unlimited endpoints. And for just 7 cents a day, you can apply the antivirus and VPN solutions to as many devices as you want, and that ends up being $2.20 per month. So it's a great pricing rate, and you can get access to that pricing through the description link in the description below. And without further ado, let's jump into the network security and traffic analysis contents.
Right, welcome back. This is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. And we are continuing down the SOC level 1 pathway for TryHackMe. Today's room is going to be traffic analysis essentials. And this is a free room that is available on TryHackMe, which means anybody can use the VMs in this room. And feel free to go ahead and get yourself to the subscription. You can use the link in the description below to get yourself a discount on the paid subscription, and it'll give you access to a lot of the advanced rooms with more machines, so on and so forth. But if you want to just kind of follow along with these videos and just learn as you go and use your own machines to do these exercises, you are more than welcome to do so. Just make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time a video comes out in this pathway. And without further ado, we are going to go through traffic analysis and then all these other good things that are going to be available to us under network security and traffic analysis. So here we go. Let's jump into it. Introduction. Network security is a set of operations for protecting data, applications, devices, systems that are connected to the network. It is accepted as one of the significant subdomains of cybersecurity. Okay, that makes sense. It focuses on system design, operation, and management of the architecture infrastructure to provide network accessibility, integrity, continuity, and reliability. Traffic analysis, often called network traffic analysis, is a subdomain of network security, and its primary focus is investigating the network data to identify problems and anomalies. This room is going to cover the foundations of network security and traffic analysis and introduce the essential concepts of these principles to help you step into traffic packet analysis. We suggest completing network fundamentals, which I believe I have done. I have done it. Yes, excellent. And let's jump into it. Cool beans. So here we go. Network security and network data. So network security, it's an essential concern of this network security to focus on two core concepts, which is authentication and authorization. There are a variety of tools, technologies, and approaches to ensure and measure implementation of these two and go beyond to provide continuity and reliability. Network security operations contain 3 base control levels to ensure the maximum availability or maximum available security management. So network security contains 3 base control levels. You have the physical, technical, and administrative. Physical security controls prevent unauthorized physical access to networking devices, cable boards, locks, and anything that would be linked physically, right? Technical is data security controls that prevent unauthorized access to network data, like installing tunnels and implementing security layers. And then you have administrative. that provides consistency in security operations like creating policies, access levels, and authentication processes, and even employee training falls under administrative, right? Then there are the two main approaches and multiple elements under these control levels. The most common elements in network security is access control and threat control. The starting point of network security was access control. It is a set of controls to ensure authentication and authorization, and threat control is detecting and preventing anomalous, malicious activities on the network. It contains both internal, which is trusted, and external traffic data probes. So the key elements of access control are firewall protection, network access control, identity and access management. You're going to see this a lot. This is like a big thing in a lot of jobs. Load balancing, network segmentation, virtualized private networks, which is VPNs, and the zero trust model. So firewalls, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. So incoming and outgoing traffic has predetermined security rules. So it's either allow or deny, designed to block suspicious malicious traffic and application layer threats while allowing legitimate and expected traffic. So deny and deny block would be the same thing, and then allow is allow. Network access control controls the device's suitability before access to the network. It's designed to verify device specifications and conditions are compliant with the predetermined profile before connecting to the network. Very important. IAM, Identity and Access Management, controls and manages the asset identities and user access to data systems and resources over the network. Then you have load balancing, controls the resource usage to distribute based on metrics that are provided, distribute the tasks over a set of resources and improve overall data processing flow. This also helps with redundancies and if anything crashes or if anything's about to crash, if there's too much traffic coming in because of a DOS attacks, stuff like that. Network segmentation creates and controls network ranges and segments to isolate the user's access levels, group assets with common functionalities, and improve the protection of sensitive internal devices and data in a safer network. Then you have your VPN that creates and controls encrypted communication between devices, typically for secure remote access over the network, including communications over the internet. And then you have zero trust, which means configure and implement access and permissions at a minimum level, meaning basically don't trust anybody. Providing access required to fulfill the assigned role. The mindset is focused on never trust, always verify, right? So this, as the name implies, this is kind of one of those things that's pretty self-explanatory. So this was the elements of access control. Now we have the elements of threat control. So intrusion detection and prevention, so IDS and IPS. So inspect the traffic and create alerts, which is IDS, or reset the connection, which is IPS, when detecting an anomaly or threat. Data loss prevention, really big deal. Inspects the traffic, performs content inspection and contextual analysis of the data on the wire, and blocks the extraction of sensitive data. Endpoint protection, protecting all kinds of endpoints and appliances that connect to the network by using a multi-layered approach like encryption, antivirus, anti-malware, DLP, which is data loss prevention, and the IDS IPS systems. Cloud security, so cloud online-based systems protected, so protecting these things from resources, from threats and data leakage by applying suitable countermeasures like VPN and data encryption. So you shouldn't be able to access the cloud without VPN or without proper encryption. Security information and event management. This is a big one. SIM, technology that helps threat detection, compliance, security incident management through available data, which is logs and traffic statistics. So a lot of the big one is Splunk, and it combines and consolidates a bunch of different logs from a bunch of different resources, and it starts detecting threats, compliance, security incident management, all that stuff, by using event and context analysis to identify anomalies, threats, and vulnerabilities. Then you have security orchestration, automation, and response. So these two, SIM and SOAR, go hand in hand. And so this does most of the detecting, but it doesn't do any kind of automated response. SOAR does the automated response, so automation and response, right? technology that helps coordinate and automate tasks between various people, tools, and data within a single platform to identify anomalies, threats, and vulnerabilities. It also supports vulnerability management, incident response, and security operations. So, human beings sometimes miss things or they respond late to things. And the purpose of this is to detect anything that comes through here that might be shady and automatically respond to it and take care of it in case the human either missed it or is late to the response. Network traffic analysis and detection and response. Inspect network traffic or traffic capture to identify anomalies and threats. And that's basically the key elements of threat control. And then we already reviewed access control. So typical network security management operation is explained with the given table. You have deployment, configuration, management, monitoring, and maintenance. So deploy, you start it up, you set it up, configure it, modify it to what you want it to be, manage it as it happens, monitor it constantly, and maintain with upgrades and patches and stuff like that. So deployment, device and software installation, initial configuration, automation. Configuration would be feature configuration with whatever these things offer, and initial network access configuration. Management, the security policies, NAT, network address translator, VPN implementation, threat mitigation, and monitoring. So you got system monitoring, user activity monitoring, threat monitoring, log and traffic sample capturing, and you got maintenance, which is upgrades, security upgrades, rule adjustments, license management, configuration updates. Maintenance falls under updates and patching and stuff like that, right? Then you got managed security services. So not every organization has enough resources to create dedicated groups for specifically securing their domains. There are plenty of reasons for this, which could be budgets, employee skill sets, the size of the organization, and all of the bunch of different things. At this point, MSS services, managed security services, come to fulfill the required effort to ensure and enhance security needs. They are services that have been outsourced to service providers. These service providers are called managed security service providers, MSSPs. Today, most MSS are time and cost effective, can be conducted in-house or outsourced, and are easy to engage in, ease the management process. There are various elements of MSS, and most common ones are explained below. So network penetration testing, this is what we love doing. So assessing network security by simulating external, internal attacker techniques to breach the network. Then you got vulnerability assessment, which assessing the network security by discovering and analyzing vulnerabilities in the environment. Incident response, an organized approach to addressing and managing the security breach. So what do we do when shit hits the fan, basically? It contains a set of actions to identify, contain, and eliminate incidents and behavioral analysis. An organized approach to addressing the system and user behaviors, creating baseline and traffic profiles for system patterns, so on and so forth. So which security control level covers contain creating security policies? Which would be administrative. Which access control element works with data metrics to manage data flow? So access control element works with data metrics to manage data flow. So let's go up here. We're going to go to access control, and it's working with data to manage data flow. So the data flow, I believe it's load balancing, controls the resource usage, distribute the task-based resource, and improve data processing. So load balancing. And which technology helps correlate the different tool outputs and data sources? This is SIM. Really? It's not SIM? So what, SOAR? There you go. Okay. All right, so there we go. This was a pretty hefty little section right here. All right, talking about traffic analysis now. We're going to view the site, and while that loads, let's see. So traffic analysis, network analysis, it's a method of intercepting, recording, monitoring, analyzing network data and communication to detect and respond to system health issues, network anomalies, threats. This network is a rich data source, so traffic analysis is useful for security and operational matters. The operational issues cover system availability checks and measuring performance, and security issues cover anomaly and suspicious activity detection on the network. Traffic analysis is one of the essential approaches used in network security, and it has multiple disciplines that are covered here. So there's network sniffing and packet analysis, which is in Wireshark room, which we talked about. Network monitoring covered in Zeek, which is, it used to be called Bro. Intrusion detection and prevention covered in Snort. Network forensics in Network Miner, and threat hunting in Brim. And all of these things, I believe, are a part of our path here. Yeah, buddy, super excited about that. So there are two main techniques. There's flow analysis and packet analysis. Flow analysis is collecting data evidence from the network devices. This type of analysis aims to provide statistical results through the data summary without applying in-depth packet level investigation. The advantage is that it's easy to collect. The challenge is that it doesn't provide full packet details to the root cause of a case. Packet analysis, however, collects all the network data, applying in-depth packet investigation, often called deep packet inspection, and it detects and blocks anomalous traffic. So the advantage is that it's full packet details to get the root cause of a case. The challenge is it requires time and skill set to analyze, right? So kind of they're basically opposites, right? The benefits of traffic analysis is that you get full network visibility, you get comprehensive baselining for asset tracking, and detect, respond to anomalies and threats. So does traffic analysis still matter? Absolutely. I mean, I can't even imagine that the answer to this would be anything else. But the widespread usage of security tools and services and an increasing shift to cloud computing forces attackers to modify their tactics and techniques to avoid detection. Network data is pure and rich data source. Even if it is encoded and encrypted, it still provides a value by pointing to an odd, weird, or unexpected pattern in a situation. Therefore, it's still a must-have skill to do traffic analysis and to be able to detect and respond to advanced threats. I mean, come on, it's such a basic answer, I think. So now that you know what it is and how it operates, let's use the static site to answer some questions. So level 1 is simulating the identification and filtering of malicious IP addresses. What is the flag? Level 2 is simulating the identification and filtering of malicious IP and port addresses. What is the flag? Okay, so what is the hint on this one? Red dots represent malicious packets. Okay, and are there any suspicious ports? A quick search can help you if you don't recognize used ports. Any recurring numbers in ports. So we can't click on any of these things. So we're just going to start the traffic and see what that does here. We're going to get green, okay. We got some red packets that came. Oh. And record the traffic for, okay, so let's try this one more time. Give it to me one more time. So 9962 and then 9999 gave us some red packets. And now we got some data. The IDS IPS system filter table, ID and value. So this is it right here. Let's kind of come down here and see what we got. So analyze the data and enter 2 IP addresses for the firewall to filter. So I already saw it. So we got, what is it? It was 10.10.9999. So let's go down here. And well, so it actually says it right here too, right? So corporate policy violation, P2P usage, social media usage, multiple login attempts, which is 9999. And suspicious ARP behavior, which is 74. Bad traffic is 62. Protocol, other, and Metasploit traffic, which is again 9999. So that 9999 has definitely done some bad things. And 62 was doing bad traffic. I mean, I guess that kind of applies. But so 10.10.9999, that's definitely one. Add to the filter, buddy. Did you add? Where's my filter? Oh, there you go. It's up there. And then 10.10.9962, add that to the filter, and let's see how that works. We're going to restart the traffic, and now it's being filtered, and now it's being filtered, and we got some. Nice. So we actually got that. Whoops. Damn, what was my ticket? I should have copied it. I think it was called Packet Master. So THM, and then let me go to here so I could see what I'm typing. Packet Master. That should be it. Damn it. Is it packet _ master? There you go. Okay. So now we are filtering malicious IP and port addresses. So these are the traffic analyzers that we got. So this time, instead of IP addresses, select 3 destination ports to block and stop the address. So we have the ports right here. So destination ports to block. So we have 4444. That seems to be the destination port, because these are source, I'm guessing, right? Yeah, so these would be the source ports. And so these are going to be our destination ports. So I'm going to do 4444. That's going to be added. Did it add? No, it didn't add. So add to filter. And then I got, what else did I get? Oh, I see. You know what? I see. Because these are where it's coming from, and it's going here. So 199 is what we want to make sure that we analyze. And so 199, which is here, it has a variety of ports. So 2999, 7777, 445, so on and so forth. So we were told to do a search to see if you can find any, if you don't recognize the used ports. So I do recognize 445. I don't recognize 7777. Port 21 is FTP. 3689 I think is I don't know. Okay, so let's do a basic scan of common ports, right? Okay, so what I think, so this is what I'm gonna kind of guess, because these things aren't common. So there's common ports, which is, this is a common port, this is a common port, this is a common port. These things are not common ports, right? So these 3, from my opinion, so we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do that. So those are not common ports. So let's run it again and see how it works. I feel like that should be the case. So there are the malicious packets. They got, there you go. So detection master, you got it. So yeah, I mean, they didn't look like common ports, and it looks like something that somebody did to do some shady shite. And there we go. We got our flags. So pretty great when you kind of get a chance to run the network traffic. And essentially what it looks like is when you run it and then you have the traffic collected, and then from there you can restore it and run it again. And what it'll do is that the IDS and the IPS will start giving you some data to review. See, it's creating a log right here, right? So, and it creates the log for you, and then based on the log, now you have information to review. So you have the traffic analyzer that reviews it for you, and you have the IDS IPS that reviews the information for you, and it gives you the things to kind of really consider. So corporate policy violation isn't necessarily a hack. P2P usage, not necessarily a hack. Social media usage, frowned upon, but not a hack. Multiple login attempts, that means somebody's trying to brute force something. Bad traffic is very vague, but it sounds like it's not a good situation. Metasploit is a tool that is designed specifically for penetration testing and hacking. So if you see Metasploit traffic, that means that there's something wrong and you need to check it immediately. So this was the traffic analysis room. It kind of, I thought it was going to be quicker, because when I looked at this overview right here, it was like, oh, there's only 4 tasks, but this was a monster task, and it was just a lot of reading, but it was good information. And so we ended up with the conclusion here. And the idea is that we finished traffic analysis, and we covered the foundations of network security, network secure operations, network traffic analysis. And now we're ready to go into the next one. So we're going to complete this one. This is a free room, and I'm just going to share this on LinkedIn. Why the hell not? And the next room is going to be Snort, buddy. I've heard a lot of great things about Snort. I'm very excited to learn how to use it and start messing around with it. And of course, it's a pig, as the as the logo. So yeah, this was a free room. Go ahead and get yourself the subscription to TryHackMe unless you want to download Snort for the next videos, which you're more than welcome to do. The link in the description below will give you a discount if you wanted to do the TryHackMe route, and then you would get access to all their virtual machines and all the attack boxes and all that stuff as well. Otherwise, if you want to just follow along in the videos, all you got to do is subscribe and like and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that we drop something. Feel free to leave any comments or questions in the comment section below, and I will get to them as fast as I possibly can. I'm very responsive, so yeah, we'd love to hear from you. Otherwise, it's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. This was a great little introduction to traffic analysis, and I'm excited to continue and move on to the next videos. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Peace, love, and chicken grease. I will see you soon. All right, hello and welcome back to yet another video. This is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank's Hacks Hackers. Wow, that was tough to pronounce for some reason. I hope you're having a good one. I hope you've been learning a lot. Today's video is continuing from the SOC level 1, the Security Operations Center level 1 pathway, where you get trained to become a security analyst. And we're going to be talking about network security and traffic analysis. We already did the first one. So today we're going to be talking about Snort, which is a very, very important tool, and it has 3 modules attached to it. So we're going to be doing the very first one, which I believe is more of an introductory module and kind of just trying to figure out some of the basics of how Snort works, etc., etc. So this is a free room in TryHackMe, which means you can deploy virtual machines without being subscribed, which is very, very awesome. So definitely go ahead and get yourself the membership. And if you wanted to advance and go into some of the more advanced rooms, you would require a paid membership. And for that, you can use the link in the description below, and you would get a discount towards your membership. And then you can just go into a lot of the advanced rooms, use a lot of the advanced machines, so on and so forth. If you want to just do this on your own machines and just watch the videos and follow along that way, you're more than welcome to do that. And the only thing you would have to do in that regard is just like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time a video comes out, and then we'll just kind of continue along the pathway together. So that being said, without further ado, let's jump into the introduction of the room. Okay, so for the introduction, basically it's saying that you need to be familiar with Linux commands, basic Linux functionalities on the command line, like general system navigation and all that stuff. And if you don't know that, I'll try to explain as we go along, but it's pretty simple to learn, and you can find a bunch of like Linux command line worksheets that will kind of help you do all those things. And then you also need some basic network fundamentals. So you need to know what ports or the standard ports are, the protocols, and traffic data, stuff like that. So what you're going to learn to do is start working with Snort to analyze live and capture traffic. And the live part is what I'm really interested in because I think it's very important to be able to analyze live traffic and make moves accordingly. Before joining the room, you got to complete the network fundamentals module, which I have done. So if you haven't done it, I recommend you do it. And I think this is also a free room on TryHackMe. Well, they have 2 free modules, but then they have a couple of VIP modules, which basically require that you get a subscription. So if you don't, again, if you can't afford the $7, because it's $12 to start, but then if you use the link in the description, it becomes $7. So if you can't afford the $7, you're more than welcome to just go ahead and look up all these things online and kind of read through them that way. I just like using TryHackMe because they offer labs and you can try a lot of these things in a controlled environment. So no biggie in either case, and we're still going to go forward with this, and I'm going to do my very best to try to train and teach you and all that. And yeah, no judgments, no hard feelings, none of that stuff. So don't worry about it in any case. No matter what, you're going to end up getting the information. So just know that I love you and I'm here for you. So you need the network fundamentals. So if you haven't done stuff like that, you got to go and learn those things because it might be a little bit tougher to get through this room. Then if you need assistance, Linux command line, then there's the Linux fundamentals, which we've already done. And Snort is an open source rule-based network intrusion detection and prevention system. Okay, nice. So it's like all in one kind of a thing, but it's for the network specifically. And it was developed and still maintained by Martin Roche. I think that's how you pronounce that. And some open source contributors, and of course Cisco Talos. And we did a video on Cisco Talos as well on CTI. So that's really, really cool too, cyber threat intelligence. The official description is Snort is the foremost open source intrusion prevention system in the world. It uses a series of rules that help define malicious network activity and uses those rules to find packets that match against them and generate alerts for the users. So it is the foremost open source intrusion prevention system in the world. So I'm excited about this. I've never used it before, so I'm very, very excited to go through this room with you guys. So that was our little intro. Okay, so we need some interactive material and the virtual machine. So I'm going to start that virtual machine. It's going to give us a split view, so I don't think we need to actually start an attack box for this room. And so the interactive material, once we start it, it says that, you got to do the show split view. Once you've started it, everything you need is located under the task exercises folder, which is going to be on the desktop from what it looks like. And so there are two subfolders that are available. There's the configuration samples, and then there's exercise files. So sample configuration rule files, they show you what the configuration looks like. Install Snort. Snort instance doesn't use them, so feel free to practice and modify them. The original base files are located under etc Snort. And then you have the exercise files that are separate folders for each task. Each folder contains a Pcap file, which is basically a capture file, and log and rule files ready to play with. So very excited. Then we have a traffic generator. So it's offline, but there's a script, which is trafficgenerator.sh for you to generate traffic to your Snort interface. You will use the script to trigger traffic to the Snort. Once you run the script, it'll ask you to choose the exercise type and then automatically open another terminal to show you the output of the selected action. Okay, cool. Note that each traffic is designed for a specific exercise. Make sure you start the Snort instance and wait until the end of the script execution. Don't stop the traffic flood unless you choose the wrong exercise. Got it? Run the sh by executing in sudo and then /sh file. That's basically how you run any sh script, is // and then you have to be inside the directory that holds the script, right? So you could do /root/traffic if it's inside the root folder, but you're not inside the root folder. You know what I mean? So general desktop overview looks like this. The exercise file manager, obviously, this is going to be our command line, and then you have the traffic generator, selected file pattern to feed the pig. Once you choose an action, the menu disappears and opens a terminal instance to show you the output of the action. Look at that. This is the traffic being generated, a bunch of stuff, source IPs, destination IPs, a bunch of echo. It seems like it's all echo, basically. Echo, reply and request, reply and request. And yeah, that's pretty much what we got. So navigate to the attack exercises folder and run the command .easy.sh to write the output. Okay, so let's go to the show split view here, and we need to go to the task exercises folder. The machine is almost up and running, 99%, 100%. There's our machine, and we need to go to task exercises, which is right on the desktop, and we're gonna run what exactly? Oh, I think I need to be inside the terminal doing that. So from the terminal, so ls, let's kind of go in a little bit so you can see what's going on. So ls lists what is inside your current directory, and then pwd works inside what your actual, what your working directory is. So we're in the home Ubuntu directory, and the task exercises seem to be on desktop. So we're going to cd for change directory, and desktop, and then ls one more time. There's the task exercises. And if you don't want to type the whole thing out, you could just do tab. So I do task tab, it fills up the rest of the stuff. And now we're inside here. And so there it is. So it says go to the, oh, maybe I need to be in exercise files. Maybe that's what it is. Is there easy in here? There is no easy in here. So it just says task exercises, right? Navigate to the task exercises folder and run the command. Maybe if I did ls.la, is there something else? Yeah, there it is. That's what we're looking for, is easy.sh. What the hell? What happened? That was weird. Okay, whatever. So if you do ls, a lot of times it doesn't show you everything inside the folder. So when you do ls-la, it'll show you everything that's also hidden and all the other commands. So when you do these two, it goes back one directory. So it'll go from task exercises back to the desktop. So that's kind of one option that's available. So now what we want to do is we want to do ./.easy.sh. And what is the output? It says too easy. That's all we need for our first command here. So too easy. There you go. Easy does it. And all right, so that was our, what is it? Interactive material and VM task, and that's done. So moving on to the next one. Okay, so introduction to IDS IPS, just so we can kind of see what's going on. So there is IDS, which is for detection, and then IPS, which is for prevention. And just to kind of give you like a general overview of this without really going into the nitty gritty here. Intrusion detection is for monitoring and detecting possible activity or abnormal incidents, etc. And it's responsible for generating alerts for those events. So you have the network intrusion detection system, and then you have a host-based intrusion detection system, which means it's on the computer, on the machine itself. The network intrusion detection is detecting everything on the traffic, right? So monitoring everything on the network traffic from various areas. The aim is to investigate the traffic to the entire subnet, and if a signature is defined, an alert is created. This one monitors the traffic from a single endpoint, so one machine. The aim is to investigate on a particular device, and if a signature is identified, an alert is created. That's intrusion detection. Intrusion prevention does the same thing almost, but what it does is to protect the traffic from on the entire subnet. If something is identified, the connection is terminated. So it takes a remediation action, is what it's called. It actually does something other than send a notification to whoever the analyst is and say, hey, go check this out, right? Intrusion prevention actually stops things from happening. And there's other modifications and configurations that you can do that it does more than just terminate the connection, right? Which is, it's very useful. Then you have behavior-based IPS or network behavior analysis, etc. Behavior-based systems monitor the traffic from various areas of the network. The aim is to protect the traffic on the entire subnet. If a signature is identified, the connection is terminated. So similar responses at the end, but they just do different things, right? So you have the network intrusion, monitors the traffic from various areas of the network. The aim is to protect the traffic on the entire subnet. This is behavior-based. So if it's not flagged, if any specific activity isn't flagged, it'll kind of look at the behavior and be like, this kind of lines up with the series of activities that can be done to do an attack. And so if it detects that certain behavior is being done, it'll terminate the connection. So it's useful in a lot of different ways, honestly. Network behavior analysis works similar to NIPS. Difference between NIPS and behavior-based is behavior-based systems require a training period, so also known as baselining, to learn the normal traffic and then differentiate between malicious and normal traffic. This model provides more efficient results against new threats. The system is trained to know the normal to detect abnormal. The training period is crucial to avoid any false positives in case of security breach. During the training period, the results will be highly problematic. Another critical point is to ensure that the system is well trained to recognize benign activity, so it doesn't give you false positives, right? Then you have wireless intrusion prevention. Monitors traffic flow from wireless network. The aim is to protect the wireless traffic and stop possible attacks launched from there. And if something's identified, it's terminated. Then you have host-based, which is, it does a single endpoint to a single machine. It does it on a particular device, and if a signature is identified, connection is terminated. So You can kind of just tell from the title, the name of them, what they actually do. HIPS working mechanism is similar to HIDS. The difference between them is that when while HIDS creates alerts, HIPS stops by terminating the connection. You have detection and prevention techniques, right? So they're signature based. It relies on rules that identify the specific patterns of known malicious behavior. This helps detect known threats. Behavior based identifies new threats with new patterns that pass through signatures. The model compares the known and normal with unknown abnormal. This model helps detect previously unknown or new threats, also known as zero-day. And then you have policy-based, right? So that's also pretty simple to understand. Compares detected activities with system configuration and security policies. This model helps detect policy violations. So don't go to a certain website. That's a part of the policy. Somebody goes to the website. There's a notification that comes up, or it just kills the connection, right? Basic. So summary. IDS can identify threats, but requires user assistance, so the analyst has to do the work. IPS identifies and blocks the threats with less assistance at the detection time, so it's like live blocking kind of a thing. So the rest of the official description of Snort says it can be deployed inline to stop these packets as well. Snort has three primary uses: a packet sniffer like TCP dump or Wireshark, a packet logger, which is useful for network traffic debugging, or it can be used as a full-blown network intrusion prevention system. And it can be downloaded and configured for personal and business use. It's open source, rule-based network intrusion detection and prevention. It was developed and still maintained by yada yada. We talked about this already. And capabilities are plenty, right? Live traffic analysis, attack and probe detection, packet logging, protocol analysis, real-time alerting, modules and plugins, preprocessors, cross-platform support between two different major platforms. And there's three use models: Sniffer mode, packet logger, and NIDS and IPS. So we see what is happening here. So which Snort mode can help you stop the threats on a local machine? That would be host-based IPS. Then you have which Snort mode can help you detect threats on a local network? That would be network IDS. So detect is kind of the keyword here, and then this one stops the threat, so it's protecting, right? Which Snort mode which Snort can help you detect the threats on a local machine? So that would be H, so host-based IDS. And then which can help you stop threats on a local network? That would be network IPS. NIPS, like nipples. Anyway, stupid. Which Snort mode works similar to NIPS mode? Okay, so it did a basic little Google, and it says network behavior analysis system. So I'm gonna say it's either no, it's not BAS, or maybe it is BAS. We'll see. It's either BAS or network behavior analysis. Okay, there you go. Okay, got it. And according to the official description of the Snort, what kind of NIPS is it? I guess this could be an answer. So let's see. Full-blown. It's kind of a weird type of an answer, but okay, that's the answer. NBA, short for, what was it again? I totally forgot already what that stands for. Training period is also known as baselining. Baseline? Yeah, baselining. There you go. The NBA training period is also known as baselining. And let's try to find that one more time just so I can. There we go. So the network behavior analysis system, that's what it is, behavior analysis system, network behavior analysis. The training period is also known as baselining. That's what it is. Okay, good stuff. We got the answers for intrusion or introduction to IDS IPS. Now moving on to the first interaction with Snort. So let's verify that it's installed. So we're going to go to our terminal real quick. Clear, we'll clear the terminal, and you do Snort V for, I'm guessing, for version, and it'll tell you, look at this little piggy. There's a little piggy right here. That's cute as hell. So it'll tell you the version 2.9, whatever. Ours is the same, so we actually have the version. Before getting your hands dirty, we should ensure our configuration file is valid. Here, -T is used for testing the configuration, and -C is identifying the configuration file. Note that it's possible to use an additional configuration file by pointing it with C. So I guess you can do multiples. So this is in their desktop, or the basic thing right here. So I'm going to come out of where I am, and within our desktop or home folder, we're going to do sudo snort -c etc snort.conf for configuration file, and we're going to do -T for testing. I'm going to press enter, and there it goes. It runs. And now, so Snort successfully validated the configuration. It is now exiting. So it validated, it did a bunch of things, which I am not going to sit here and try to analyze all of this stuff right now. But we got a success result. I mean, look at this. There's literally almost 500 line items. So we got a successful validation on the configuration, which means that we are good to go. So once we use a configuration file, Snort got much more power. The configuration file is an all-in-one management file of the Snort rules, plugins, detection mechanisms, default actions, output settings are all identified. It is possible to have multiple configuration files for different purposes, but one can run at a time. That's kind of important to know. Note that every time you start the Snort, it will automatically show the default banner, the initial information about your setup, and you can prevent this by using the Q parameter. So -V, which is what we already did, will give us the version. You can also do --version, provides the information about the instance, -C, the configuration file, -T, self-test parameter, you can test the setup with this parameter, and -Q is for quiet mode, that prevents Snort from displaying the default banner and the initial information about the setup, which I mean is not that big of a deal because it wasn't that big of an output. But okay, so that was an easy one, I guess. So let's explore the Snort modes. So run the Snort instance and check the build number. So we're gonna do it one more time, and I'm just gonna do up to go to my last command, and one more to get my Snort version command, or I guess two more. And so there you go. So what as it says, what is the build number? The build number is 149. So that's going to be my build number. Test the current instance with yada yada yada, and check how many rules are loaded with the current build. And that was, I think, how many rules? So let's see if we can find how many rules are loaded. Okay, so we got rule port counts, and then we have the total rules right here. There we go. So 4151 rules read. And so we're going to try that 4151 as our total number. There you go. And so test the current instance with snortv2.conf and check how many rules are loaded with that build. So we have this thing one more time, and so the command that we're going to run this time is going to be, everything is the same except this part where we change it to snortv2conf. So it would be sudo, come on, sudo snort -c etc snort, and then snortv2.conf, and you're going to do T, and let's see. Okay, so we got that, and now the question is how many rules are loaded with that build. So let's check that out. It says 1. Is that right? Okay, maybe 1. Okay, so 1 it is. All right. So okay, so we got our basic answers here. So first interaction with Snort, not bad, not intimidating at all. I like it so far. All right, so moving on from this to Operation Mode 1, Sniffer Mode. So Sniffer Mode is like TCP dump, where it sniffs the activity that's currently happening and it starts ingesting all that stuff. These are the parameters. So V for verbose, display TCP IP output in the console. D for display the packet data and the payload. E to display the link layer. So all these things that we've talked about. X, and this is a capital X, displays the full packet details in hexadecimal. Oh, that's hexadecimal to me is very intimidating. Like, I have no idea what the patterns are, how to recognize anything, and just looking at hexadecimal code or hexadecimal details freaks me out. And then you have I, which is the parameter to define a specific network interface to listen, sniff. Once you have multiple interfaces, you can choose a specific interface to sniff. So let's start using each parameter. And to do this, the traffic generator script in the task exercise folder is what we're going to end up using. So start the Snort instance in verbose mode and use the interface etho, which is sudo snort vi etho. And then in case you have only one interface, Snort uses it by default. The above example demonstrates to sniff on the interface named etho, or eth0, excuse me. Once you simulate the parameter V, you will notice it automatically use that interface and prompt it. And so sudo snort v, so start it with verbose mode. Now run traffic generator and start the traffic. Once the traffic is generated, Snort will start showing the packets in verbose mode as follows. And as you can see, the given output verbosity mode provides TCP dump output information or similar. So once we interrupt the sniffing with Control-C to cancel it out, it stops and summarizes the sniffed packets. Sniffing with D, which is packet data mode, and this, I'm guessing, it reads a specific packet data. So now run the traffic generator as sudo and start the traffic. Never mind. Once the traffic is generated, Snort will start showing the packets in verbose mode as follows. So this one looks like this, and then this one looks kind of pretty similar. As you can see in the given output, packet data mode covers the verbose mode and provides more data. And DE, so Snort in dump with D and link layer header grabbing E, like that. Now run it as such and start the traffic. Once the traffic is generated, Snort will start showing packets as such, which at first glance it all looks very, very similar to me. So we'll see what that looks like later. And then you have the X command, which is packet dump mode, and start it and run the traffic. We'll start showing in, oh, okay, this definitely, because this is hexadecimal. This is, yeah. You see, this shit looks way more intimidating than this. This doesn't look that intimidating, you know? And so, okay, we got google.com here and google.com over there. Same thing with this. You see that this one doesn't show that part. Okay, fine. There you go. I guess we could see that part. V mode in verbose, that was it. And then you have the D parameter and actually starts showing some details, and then more details, and then X gives you hexadecimal. Yikes. And then, so these are the different parameters that you can do combined or separated as follows. So you could do V or VD, then you DE, and you could separate them by dashes as such. So you could probably do very similar to what Netcat does, and you just do one dash and then put all the parameters that you want. Make sure you understand and practice each parameter and discover your favorite combination. Okay, so let's run it. Let's run some of these things and see what the hell's up here. All right, the first thing that we want to do is start the instance in verbose mode and use the interface etho. In case you've only one interface, that will happen. Once you simulate the parameter V, you will notice it automatically running on such. So we're going to do sudo snort -v -i and then etho. Let's see what that does. Okay, so it's capturing, very similar to TCP dump. So it's just kind of like a live capture that comes in since we have an interface. And I'm just going to stop it because it's going to have a lot. And then now it gives us the final results of everything. So Snort exited and it captured, you know, the ether packets, IPv4, TCP packets, And what else we got? We got IP4 instances or disconnections or I don't know what that stands for. And things that were discarded, so that is probably disconnections, and then bad checksums 365, and so total of 1600 packets. And so this is basically what it looks like. It is very similar to TCP dump. It kind of just shows you the full live capture as it's happening, and as you can see, I mean, a lot of stuff was captured within the few seconds that we ran our interface detection. So this was a live detection kind of a thing that happened just based on the interface that we were on, which is ETH0. And just so you kind of understand what that means, so if we do ifconfig, it'll give us all of the interfaces that we got, right? So these are the interfaces that are available on our machine. You have ETH0, this is the IP address of it. You have ETH1, and that's the IP address. And then you have local, which is always going to be this IP address for the local machine. And so if we look at 10.10.8.2.14, it is ETH1, right? So that was the IP that was dedicated to, or ETH0, sorry, ETH0 was that's the IP that's dedicated to that actual machine, which means it's basically this Linux machine that we're on right here. That's ETH0, right? So that was the first version of the command. What happens when I do that? I don't understand why everything disappears. And I did it again. Okay, so the second version of the command is just going to be running it in verbose mode and then starting the ICMP traffic thing in a different window, in a different command line. So snort v. So we're going to start it, and it's still capturing, huh? So let me stop that real quick. I'm going to start another terminal and just kind of guide. And so this is what it said: run the traffic generator. So first start the instance in verbose, then run the traffic generator. Once the traffic is generated, Snort will start showing packets in verbosity mode as follows. All right, so first I'm going to go to desktop, and I'm going to go to task exercises, and there's the traffic generator, and so traffic generator.sh. I'm not going to press enter. First I'm just going to have that loaded. Then I'm going to go here. I'm going to start Snort in verbose. Go here, start traffic generator, and we're going to do whatever, ICMP traffic, I guess. Start that. And there was an error creating child process for this terminal. Failed to execute. No such file or directory. Okay. Is that running in the background? It feels like it should be running, right? So total of 5,000 and running in packet dump mode. Am I missing something? So start the Snort instance in verbose mode. Then run the traffic generator script as sudo and start ICMP HTTP. So I didn't run it with sudo. Maybe that's what's wrong. So if I do sudo traffic like so, then let's do this one more time. We're going to start that, go here, start that, and then ICMP, can I do multiple? Can I choose multiple? Okay, I did ICMP last time, let's do HTTP. Open this up, oh, there you go, look at that, okay. Okay, so traffic is being generated now. And so it finished generating the traffic. And this is our Snort instance. We're going to close that. 4682. And this is the traffic that's being generated. So this is the output, what's going to look like. So compared to the actual sample output that it gave us, it is true. That's exactly what it looks like. So, and that was basically sudo snort verbose. That's basically what this was. And I want to learn how to search through this. Maybe we're going to figure out how to search through this later on. Oh, search. Find. And what can I do here? What can I search for that would be useful? I don't know. I don't even know what to search for at this point to try to figure out what would be useful, but okay, we'll kind of get there when we get there. So now we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to load it up. There it goes. And then we're going to go here and we're going to load this up. And now instead of V, we're going to do D. And so sudo snort. And it's going to start running. Look at that. Data dump mode. And then now we're going to run this mofo and do HTTP traffic. Start that. There's a bunch of traffic. I kind of want to... there's all the traffic, and then the traffic died. And then we're going to stop this thing. 3386. And let's see what the traffic looks like. There you go, data dump mode. Is that what this is? This is data dump mode, right? Data dumping packet data mode. Okay, I guess. The data looks different. That's how I know that this actually worked the way that it's supposed to. And I want to get to a point where we can search for things and where we can try to find specific IP addresses or something and try to kind of just get more information that way. So that's whatever with that. And so parameter DE, which is going to be dump as well as link layer header grabbing mode. So it should be getting headers for us. So we should actually be seeing extra information. I mean, we do kind of already see something like that here already. So the header information, I guess, is this piece right here. Although that's also there. So what would I get here? No, the difference in these things is not that much to me. I don't understand exactly what the difference between these packets are right now. But okay, whatever. So let's do it again. So we're gonna go back here. We're going to load up our command for traffic generator. And we're going to go here, and my stuff disappeared again. And now we're going to do snort, or excuse me, sudo snort de. Start that. Go here, start that. HTTP, okay. There's the traffic. And let's see what happens after this thing loads. There's that. Stop this. Okay, 2725. And what do we got in this mode? The header information. It does look like there's more information actually. So I will say that. So there's this. And it looks like we have the MAC addresses maybe. And the IPv4 versus IPv4 destination. And source IPs, all of that. Okay. All right. So now hexadecimal. Okay, here we go. Hexadecimal. Full packet dump. Sudo snort x. And go back here. Load that mofo. And maybe if I press this first, and then do this. No. This, and then boom. Maybe just minimize that and see what it looks like in real time. There's that. And the traffic probably ends quickly, right? And then so we could stop. There we go. Definitely more data. I'll give you that. There's just more information per packet. And if we knew what we were supposed to be searching for, we could probably get some really good information. But so we just practiced the commands, basically. That's all we did. We just practiced the commands. And there's the snort X mode. And so let's go back to the top just to get a review of what these things are. So you have verbose, packet data, which is the payload, link layer, which is the headers, display of full packets in hexadecimal, and then this specifies which network interface you want to listen on and you want to sniff on. So that was the general approach to our first ever operation mode, Sniffer mode. And so we finished that. And so now we are going to move on to Operation 2 Packet Logger mode. So we had the Sniffer mode, And now we're going to look at packet logger mode. And so the logger mode has L for logger, probably, log and alert output directory. The default output folder is the var log snort folder. The default action is to dump as a TCP dump format in this thing. So maybe instead of showing it onto the screen, it'll actually dump it into a log file, which is way better in my opinion. And then you have KASCII, which logs it in that format. And then R, which is in reading option, so read the dumped logs in Snort. N is the number of packets that will process and read, so we can probably max out how many packets that we wanted to run. And so instead of going to thousands and thousands, we could probably say, hey, take the next 500 packets or something like that. Log file ownership. It is, before generating logs and investigating, we must remember Linux file ownership and permissions. No need to deep dive into these things. The fundamental is whoever creates a file becomes the owner of the file. So in this situation, it's us. And then if we run it as root, then we would get root permissions to our files. So when you run it as sudo, the root account will own the generated log files. Therefore, you will need root rights to investigate the log files. There are two different approaches to investigate generated log files. There's elevation of privileges, and this is privilege escalation essentially. You can elevate your privileges to examine the files. You can use the sudo command to execute your command as a super user, which is sudo read whatever or sudo open. You can also elevate session privileges with the switch to the super user account to examine the files with sudo su, so switch user. Changing the ownership of the file directory. So you can also change the ownership of the file or the folder to read it as the user sudo change ownership username, and then the file sudo change ownership username directory. The R parameter helps recursively process everything inside that directory and other directories inside that directory. So logging with L looks like this. So sudo snort dev L, there we go. And so then you start the traffic. Once the traffic is generated, Snort will start showing the packets and log them. You can configure the default output in the config file. However, you can also use the L parameter to set a target directory. Identifying the default log directory is useful for continuous monitoring, and the L parameter is much more useful for testing purposes. So the L dot, so the dot part of the command creates logs in the current directory. That's very useful. You will need to use this option to have the log for each exercise in the folder. So sudo snort dev, and what was dev again? Does it say it here? It doesn't say it here. Does it say it here? It does not say it there. So dev L and then dot, so that it's in the current directory, and it'll create it in logging mode. And then you'll look at the generated log file, which will look like that. Now the file names is going to be different, obviously, in our case. As you can see, it's a single all-in log file. It's a binary TCP dump format. This is what it looks like in the folder. And then when you log as this type of a format, and then you just do L dot, it will do the log in that format, and it'll put it inside the current folder. And then you look at the log file. So this was our first one. And then this is going to look like this in this particular situation. So I guess it's going to have a folder, or a directory, excuse me, that is dedicated to this IP, and then there's going to be one dedicated to that IP. The logs created with that parameter are entirely different. There are two folders with the IP address names. And so if we go inside this one, you can see that this is what's in here. So these are the different files that are in there, and these are all UDP traffic, ICMP echo traffic. In a nutshell, the ASI mode provides multiple lines in human readable format, so it's possible to read the logs easily by using a text editor. By contrast with AC, we'll call it that, binary format is not human readable and requires analysis using Snort or an application like TCP dump. Let's compare AC with the binary format by opening both of them in text editor. The difference between the binary log file and the AC log file is shown below. So left side is binary, right side is AC. And this I would say, is definitely more legible than this. This is just a bunch of ones and zeros, kind of. And then this is a little bit more legible. So it actually shows you the source address and the destination address and time to live and whatever might be inside the hexadecimal packets right here. So definitely better and easier to read. Reading generated logs with the parameter R, so sudo snort R, and then the log itself that you're trying to read, and it's going to read it. Note that Snort can read and handle the binary like output TCP dump and Wireshark, and however, if you create logs with the AC parameter, Snort will not read them. As you can see in the output above, Snort read and displayed the log file just like in Sniffer mode. Opening the file with TCP dump will look, this is I think easier in my opinion because it's like one line per transaction, but that's neither here nor there. Opening in Wireshark, very, very cool. I always love doing that because it has GUI and there's just way more information that you can get from each captured packet, and you can navigate the packets in more detail. The R parameter also allows users to filter the binary log files. You can filter the processed log to see specific packets with Berkeley packet filters. So sudo snort read, log name log, and then X, and then ICMP TCP, UDP in port 353, okay? The output will be the same as above, but only packets with the chosen protocol will be shown. Additionally, you can specify the number of processes with the parameter N, so the number of lines that it will bring for you, and it will process only the first 10 packets for you. These are all the resources to understand how the Berkeley packet filters work. And then now let's look at this and go to task 6 to answer the following questions. So let's see what we can do here. I'm gonna do my very best to try to make this I don't know, run smoothly, but this is my first time doing this, so we'll see what happens. So we are in task exercises. We need to go to exercise files, and in here we need to go to task 6, there we go, and in there ls needs to be lowercase. That's the log file for the traffic that was generated. So it says investigate the traffic with the default configuration file with ASSAC, whatever mode. Execute the traffic script and choose task 6. Wait until the traffic ends, then stop the Snort instance. Now analyze the traffic output summary, etc. So you should have the logs in the current directory. Navigate to folder so-and-so. What is the source port connected to port 53? Okay. So what we need to do is run the traffic generator file one more time. And I think I could just go here and double click it probably. I could just do this and double click on that. So what we're gonna do is we're going to run this in a log format so that it creates the log for us, right? That's what I was supposed to do. Sudo snort dev k ASCIIL, and then in the current directory. So that's what they want us to do, right? So go here, execute the traffic generator and choose the task 6 exercise. Wait until traffic ends, then stop the Snort instance. Now analyze the output summary and answer the question. Okay. Okay. So okay, sudo snort dev k ASCIIL, and in the current directory, and this thing is running it as a sudo command. So I think I should actually open it in a terminal, so just to make sure that we don't mess anything up really. So let's see, what was it? It's going to be cd desktop ls cd task exercises ls, and there is the traffic generator, sudo traffic generator. Okay, let's hope this works the way that it's supposed to. So press enter here, it's capturing packets, press enter here, HTTP, I think, or ICMP, whatever, there you go. It's gonna start running, and traffic is gonna go, and it's gonna go, and da 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 da, da 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 da, and there you go, and end this. So there should be a log file in here now. Oh, there you go. Holy cow, there's several. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff in here, and so we want to go to the one with 237. So CD 145, 254, 160, 237. What did I do? CD 145, 254, 160, 237. Permission denied. Sudo CD 145, 254, 160, 237. There is no sudo command. Okay, so what was I supposed to do? Change the permissions? Something like that, right? Let's go back up and look at that particular section with changing permissions. So what if I do sudo su root? Okay, now I'm root. Okay. So now maybe I can do CD 145, 254, 160, 237. Okay, cool, yay. There we go, ls. And these are the packets, right? Where is it? Is there anything in there? And what is it, what is it, what is it, what is it, what is it? So we did that. Now you should have the logs in the directory. Navigate to that. What is the source port connected to port 53? Oh, so I'm gonna say it's 3009. It's connected to 53. 3009. That is the answer. All right. Okay, so now use the log that ends in 8004. So let's go back one, ls, and it's right there. So sudo, right? Or do I even need to do that? I don't think I need to do that. So snort read snort log da 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 n and 10. So give me the first 10. And so what is the IP ID of the 10th packet? So let's go up here. Packet totals, where's the 10th packet? This is the 10th packet. So what is the IP ID here? There is the IP ID. Copy that. Paste that. That should be it. That is it. So now read this thing with Snort. What is the referrer of the 4th packet? So this is, I'm guessing packet 10, packet 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Oi, I went too fast. Okay, so commencing packet process. So this is the first one, second one, third one, and the 4th one. So what is the information? What are we doing? What is the referrer of the 4th packet? Okay, so I think I need to read this in a different format because I need to be able to find a link, like an IP address. Or maybe I just need to, so the referrer is, right? Wait, let's see what the hint says. X helps you display the full packet details. Okay, got it. So then we are going to run the command one more time and we're going to use X. Okay, I guess we can't do multiple options. I had to actually just use X. And so now I need to go to the 4th packet, which is, I mean, bro, this is a lot of packets. And this is the referrer information. I can't copy all of that, so I actually have to type that in. But it's basically the last piece of information on the packet. And so it is http://www.ethereal.com/development.thm. Oh, my bad. HTML. There you go. Development.html. Okay, so read it with Snort. What is the ACK number of the 8th packet? So this is packet number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. The ACK number is this thing. That's the acknowledgement number. Copy that. Go here. Be right. That is right. Great. So read it with Snort. What is the number of the TCP port 80 packets? So if we go all the way down, it should be at the very, very bottom, I believe. So TCP port 80, 41, right here, like so. Okay, so this was a bit of a learning curve for me, but I mean, it wasn't that bad at all. And the hardest part was learning that you can't combine the number packet. So if you want to, or the number flag or parameter, you can't combine that with X. So you can read the whole thing and do -X, but you can't do -N10. So this is the command, right? So these are the different ways that you can read this thing. And I could have even, I could do it like this. I think I should do this. Let's see if we can do that. That would be an interesting way to do this. Because I think that might be the command that we're supposed to use to try to find snort r snort.log. And then I want you to do TCP and port 80. Come on, bro. What happens here? So a total of 41. It gave me right away. Gave me the answer, and these are only the packets that are TCP and 80. So that's the good command that we're supposed to use for finding things like that. And what is the ACK number? So the ACK number of the 8th packet. Is there a specific command to get that? TCP, ICMP, and that. So I guess I could have just done, I could have ran it with sudo r snort, sudo snort r, and then the snort log, and then we're going to do n8. Let's do it like that. And it would only read 8 packets for us, and then from those 8 packets, the very last packet, which is showing up right here, it would give me the acknowledgement number easily right there. So yeah, so I could have just, instead of kind of scrolling through that list, I could have done it this way and been a little bit better at my searching and the reading of the file. So this particular one, I did exactly as they commanded, which is, use the X command to be able to read the full thing, and that's how we got the referral link. This one was the ID of the 10th packet, which is basically exactly what we ran, and we went to the 10th packet and navigate to folder, yada yada. What is the source port of the thing that connected to port 53, and we saw that already. And the rest of it was pretty good, so it's not bad. So this thing is the big thing. I would say that's another learning curve moment right there, that I learned that I can read the log and search for versions of scans or packets exactly. So instead of UDP, we did TCP and port 80, and immediately it gave me exactly 41 as my total count at the bottom right there. And so that's how we knew. But what I did in the first instance to actually get that answer was I scrolled up and I went to the portion that said TCP, and I read the line item for TCP, which is in this instance is 8, but in the previous instance it was 41. It actually showed us the 41. There you go. That's what it is. So I went over here and I scrolled up, and out of all of the packets that were available, I found the line item for TCP, and I saw that it was 41. But when you run the command searching for TCP, the total number of packets are also 41 because it only brought that number of packets. So that's actually very useful. I'm very, very glad that I kind of did that extra command at the end there just to try to figure out how to do that. And so now we know. Now we know. And this was the completion of operation mode 2, the packet logger mode. So now we're going to be moving on to operation mode 3, which is IDS IPS mode of Snort. Look at this pig right here, bro. What is that? That is a monstrosity. What the friggin' hell? What is that? That's so weird. Because these are the ears for sure. I'm guessing. What the fuck is this shit right here? Is it like its hind legs that are in the air? Or no, it's standing on its hind legs and these are the front legs? That is freaky. Okay, moving on. That's a weird ass image. So Snort and IDS IPS. Note that these modes depend on the rules and configuration. Task 10 summarizes the essential paths, files, and variables. Also, task 3 covers the configuration testing here. We need to understand the operating logic first, and then we're going to go into the rules in task 9. So these are the operating logic. So these are the parameters. -C, defining the configuration file, T for testing, N for disabling logging, D for background mode, and then A for alert modes. And then you have full fast console CMG, which is the basic header details with payload and hex and text format, and none, so disable alerting. So these are our basic IDS IPS modes. And then so let's start using each parameter and see the difference between them. Snort needs active traffic on your interface, so we need to generate traffic to see Snort in action. To do this, use the traffic generator script and then sniff the packet. Once you start running IDIPS mode, you need rules. So as we mentioned, we'll be using a predefined ICMP rule as an example. The defined rule will only generate alerts in any direction of the packet activity. So you have alert ICMP any, and that goes to any, and then the message is ICMP packet found SID 100,001 rev1. So this rule is located in the rules folder in the rules file. Remember, in this module we will focus only on the operating modes. These rules are covered in task 9 and 10, or the rules, excuse me. Snort will create an alert if the traffic flow triggers an alert. One last note: once you start running IPS IDS, the sniffing and logging mode will be semi-passive. However, you can activate the functions using the parameters discussed in the previous task. And these are all the parameters that we had in the previous task. If you don't remember the purpose of these commands, please revisit task 4. I probably will have to do that. And so running it with C and T, sudo snort C, which is the configuration file, and then T to test it. This command will check your configuration and prompt if there's any misconfiguration in your setting. You should be familiar with this in task 3. If you don't remember the output, please revisit task 4 and running it with the parameter N, which would be to disable logging by running it as such. Now run the traffic generator script as sudo and start ICMP traffic. This command will disable logging mode. The rest of the other functions will still be available if activated. The output will provide information requested with the parameter. So if you activate verbosity or full packet dump, you still will have the output, but there will be no logs in the log folder. And then running it with D to run it in background mode. Now run the script, and then once the traffic generated, Snort will start processing and accomplish in the with the additional parameters. The command line output will provide the information requested. So if you activate verbosity and all of that, you'll still have the logs in the logs folder, but there will be no output in the console. Okay. Once you start the background mode and you want to check the corresponding process, you can easily use PS command as shown, which is PS EF grep snort. So in the processes, we're going to look for snort. And this is one of those things that was covered in the Linux rooms, just so you can kind of understand what that means. If you want to stop the daemon, you can easily use kill. So kill process 9. And so it should say, I mean, that's the ID of it. Kill 928. Oh, excuse me. This is the ID. My bad. So this is the ID. So kill 2898, and it's going to stop it. And So daemon is used mainly to automate Snort. This parameter is mainly used in scripts that start the Snort in the background. It's not recommended to use this mode unless you have a working knowledge of Snort and stable configuration. Using it with the parameter A is the alert modes that we have available. And so in this section, only the console and CMG parameters provide alert information in the console. It's impossible to identify the difference between the rest of the alert modes via the terminal. Differences can be identified by looking at generated logs. At the end of this section, we will compare the full, fast, and none modes. Remember that these parameters don't provide console output, so we will continue to identify the differences through log formats. Then you have the IDS IPS with a console, which runs like so, sudo snort. This is the configuration file, a console, so that means we only want the console alert. Provides fast style alerts on the console screen. Now run the traffic generator and start ICMP HTTP. Once the traffic generator, Snort will start generating alerts according to provided rule sets defined in the config file. And so as such, and then with parameter ACMG, header details with payload and hex and text formats, same thing, run it, and the traffic generator, and you will see the outputs as such according to the configuration file. And so let's compare the console and CMG outputs before moving on to alarm types. You can see in the given outputs above that console mode provides basic header and rule information. CMG provides full packet details. So this is the CMG version, and this is kind of the first packet detail, I guess. And then this is the console version, and it doesn't provide full packet details, right? Because there is, yeah, so there's one, at least there's 1, 2, 3, whereas this one just gave us 1. It's the ICMP and then all the other full details of it, and it gives us only 1 packet, right? I believe so. I think so. This is what it looks like anyway. Okay, so, and then running it with a fast. Fast mode provides alert messages, timestamps, and source and destination IPs. Remember, there is no console output in this mode. Start the Snort instance and do it with fast mode. And now the traffic generator. And so there won't be anything. And then there's the alarm file. So there's going to be a file generated for this. And with parameter a full. Remember, there is no output in this mode. Then run it. And what is the file going to look like? Which is, it's going to look like this, the alarm file. And then a none, disabling alerting. This mode doesn't create the alert file, however, it still logs in traffics in a binary dump format. There is no console output, and you will need to do this. So I think I'm just going to create different directories for this, because I really don't want to start searching and sifting through all the output files that are going to come from these things. So using rule file without configuration file, it's possible to run only with rules and without a config file. Running the Snort in this mode will help you test the user created rules. However, this is going to provide less performance. So instead of using the config file, which we've been doing this entire time, Snort config, instead of doing that, we're going to be using the local rules file, and then it's just going to basically do the same thing. We're going to run the same commands. IPS mode and dropping packets. IPS mode activated with Q, DAC, AF packet parameters. You can also activate this by editing Snort config file. However, you don't need to edit Snort config in the scope of this room. Review the bonus task or Snort manual for further information on DAC and advanced configuration settings. Activate the data acquisition modules and use the AF packet modules to use Snort as an IPS. And so we're going to be running it against our 2 interfaces that we have. Identifying interfaces, note that Snort IPS requires at least 2 interfaces to work. Now run the traffic generator script as sudo and start ICMP. So we ran Snort with the config file, Q, capital Q, DA key, DAQ, AF packet, and then you need to give it at least 2 interfaces, and then you did a console. to put everything into the console. The alerts are going to come in the console. And packet found, priority 0, priority 0. So it just shows us the packets. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So investigate the traffic with the default configuration file. And this is what it's going to look like. Execute the traffic generator. Wait until the traffic stops. Then stop Snort instance. Now analyze the output summary and answer the questions. Okay. And so we did alert full. And then the file is going to be in the local file, or the output itself is going to be in the local file. And so I'm going to go up back to the alerts just to remind myself what full does. Where's the alerts? Where is it? Where is it? Right here. Full alert mode, providing all possible information about the alert. Okay. Alrighty then. So what are we trying to do here? We're going to run sudo snort with the config file, and we're going to do it full and execute the generator and choose task 7 exercise. So let's go back to our previous file. Task 7. And what's in here? So use this folder as a log output folder. Fair enough. So sudo snort c etc snort dot configuration file, and we're going to do a full and L in this folder. And then execute the traffic generator. Commencing packet processing, it's running, so there you go. And there is that. And so wait for it to finish. Then stop the Snort instance, which is this thing right here. And stop. Okay, we got that. And now analyze the output and answer the question. So sudo traffic generator is what we ran. What is the number of the detected HTTP GET methods? So it says it at the very top right here. So pretty easy to detect that one. GET methods are 2. So let's see. There we go. You can practice the rest of the parameters by using the traffic generator script. And that's it, huh? That's the only thing that it wanted us to answer. So I would like to actually try to run some of these things real quick. And so since we're inside the task 7, I'm just going to create my various files inside task 7. So a console is going to start, what is it? Provides fast alerts on the console screen. So this I don't want to mess with because I know it's going to, well, actually, why not? Why not? Let's just do it. Who cares? So sudo snort, let's run that one more time. Sudo snort c, or I could just do this and it'll bring that. There you go. And then we're going to do a console. And run that. And it's commencing its stuff. And we're going to run this. HTTP, run that. Traffic is going to be done in a quick second. And then we will see what the output is going to look like on our screen. Look at that. We got all the output on the screen. We're going to stop the traffic. So it's still got 2 GET methods, 2 request headers extracted, gzip files, so compressed data files, decompressed data files, and total packets processed. Let's see if we can kind of scroll up and see if we can see the results from the last one as well. These are all the details from this one. That's the actual shit. Oh my god, no. This is all the stuff that's on the screen. I'm not going to scroll through all that. Okay, so fine. That worked, and we got the exercise. We at least figured that out. This one is going to provides basic header details with payload and text format. Start the Snort instance with the following command. So in the current thing, have we created any log files yet? We do. Yeah, okay. We have log files. And is that an alert folder? It's not a directory, okay. So I guess that is use the folder as a log output folder. And we got 2 log files so far. I should have checked to see what the first one was. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a directory in here for the other one just so I can kind of see the difference between these things, because I'm not gonna remember these log files in the log folder. So I don't think I did CMG. I don't think I've done that. So I'm gonna make a directory for CMG. Damn it, I called it CMD. So I'm gonna, I think it's move CMD to CMG. And let's do ls. And so, okay, very good. We changed the name. And so we're going to go inside the CMG folder. So now that we're inside the CMG folder, there's nothing here. Excellent. So now we're going to run sudo snort c etc snort.config file, a cmg, and then l, the local folder. And then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to run the traffic generator one more time. Go here and run that. At the very least, I'm kind of getting used to the process of this, and I learned the command a little bit as well, and we are learning how to give like a dump file inside the folder that we're at and all of that stuff. So that's pretty useful. That part of it is pretty useful. So now I can go back here and I can end this. And so if I do ls, there's nothing created in here. So let me go back. ls, is there? No. Okay. So I guess this particular output that we did only puts it in the display. So it doesn't, Snort will, according to provider rule set and define, so on and so forth. So it's going to only show here. And the results, I mean, the results are the same because we're running the same output or the same traffic file. So the results are going to be the same, but these are the details. So the details of it are different. Okay, that's fair enough. That part I understand. So now what I'm going to do then, since this thing didn't have anything, the CMG folder had nothing, we're going to go back to this and we're going to ls. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move CMG to fast and rename that to fast. So now we're going to go inside the fast folder because this one doesn't output anything onto the screen from what I understand. Yeah, there's no console output in this mode. So now we're going to actually run it and do it inside our current directory. A fast and do L in this current directory. And then we're going to run it one more time and that should be fine. Excellent. And now it's running it. And now we're going to run the traffic and output. I just want to make sure that I understand which ones are going to give us an output and they're not. So there you go, that's done. And that, very good. And inside the fast folder, there should now be a log folder or a log file. Excellent. So go back and now we have a fast directory that has its own log file. And that's what it's going to look like if we check the log file. And I wonder if we just read it with like nano or something, if it'll look different, right? So if I do nano snort dot whatever, open that up, holy moly. No, this is binary. So this is the binary format of this. Oh, whoops. Cancel that out, buddy. No, I don't want to modify that. What was the read? It was sudo snort read. Got to go back and verify how to read. It was the sudo snort read. Where was it? Where is it? Read log name, etc. So I think I have to actually use snort to read it if I don't want it to look like a binary output, right? So sudo snort read snort.log, and then we're going to do it in, I guess, full hexadecimal format. So it will actually read it for us. and it won't be binary. Okay, cool. All right, fair enough. So I have my log file and it was generated, and I truly understand that since I'm running the same traffic mode with the same shell and it's the same exact traffic, that all the results are going to be different. I understand that. I'm just trying to learn how to do this in the various formats, right? So we have the fast format that we just finished, and then there's going to be the full format, which also does not have an output. So we're going to go back one directory and we're going to create a directory called full. So this is all happening. Bro, why do you do that? That's so annoying. And so right here, right, this is the command where we did the make directories is mkdir, and we ran it like that. And it's kind of, I'm gonna kind of make this a little bit wider so you could see better, because this long ass freaking directory that we're in, this whole shit right here shows up every single time. So make directory full, and now we have the full directory right there. And so we're going to go to the full directory and we're going to run sudo snort c what was the name of the etc snort config. So etc snort.conf, and it's going to be a full l in the current directory. So that should run as such, and then we're going to now run our traffic generator, and we're going to run that HTTP traffic, and this thing is going to go. And then we'll have a new log file inside our current working directory. And within that directory, I know it's the same file. I understand that it's the same file, but there it is. So sudo snort read snort.log whatever, and read it in X format to show me everything. And it's gonna run, and it has 170 outputs, so on and so forth. I feel like it actually gave me more outputs this time, didn't it? Or maybe it's because I'm reading everything. All right, I'm gonna pay attention this time around just to see if the next one is gonna give us the same number of outputs or not. And so we did the full version, and so alarm file got the full version, and if we do none, it's disabling the alerting. It doesn't create the alert file. Okay, so however, it still logs the traffic and creates a log file in a binary dump format. So it doesn't create the alert file? Oh, I see. Because if I go to the full folder, there's an actual alert file in here, right? So can Snort read this? Sudo snort read alert X. Can you read that? No, it can't read that. Can't initialize, yada yada yada. So error, fatal, quitting. So that's probably going to be inside the actual generator right here, which I'm in task 7, and I have my full alert file. And if I open the alert file, yeah, so that's what it looks like. Okay, got it. So the alert file is not a thing file. It's not a Snort readable log file. It's just it looks like a txt file really, and it kind of gives us all of the information based on what it found, so on and so forth. But it should be similar to the actual log file, I think. Don't quote me on that, because I'm still going through a learning curve myself. So there was that, and then we did console. We did oh no, we didn't do console. Did we do console? No, the last thing that we did was full, and then from that we got the next one, which is going to be none. And then from this, I'm just not going to run none. I do want to move on to this one, which is running it without the config file, which is the rules file. Okay, that's fine. I don't want to run that either. I do want to run the IPS mode. That's what I want to run. Yes. Okay, great. So I'm just going to go to the home directory. We're going to go back home, which is here, snap. Nope. So we want to go here, which is nope. Where is it? Where are we? There we go, cd ubuntu. There it is. Okay, great. And then go to desktop, and we are now here, task exercises. Here I'm going to create a directory, mkdir IPS, and that's going to be our IPS directory. Then we're going to go inside the IPS file, or IPS folder, excuse me. So just to give you an idea of what we just did, I took myself in the root directory, then I came home, which is right here. I came home, and inside that is our original Ubuntu, and then we went inside the desktop of that, which has the task exercises folder. So now we're in the basic machine directory that we're in right now, and within that we created a new directory called IPS, excuse me, and then IPS for, you know, intrusion protection. And so now we're inside the IPS directory, and so within this directory I'm going to run the snort command for IPS, and hopefully I can get some good results here. So sudo snort c etc snort snort.config file, and then q, capital Q, daq af packet I, and then ET0 is going to be the first one, ET1 is going to be the second interface, A, and I don't want it to be onto the screen, so I want it to come inside one of my log files. We're going to do full to give ourselves the full thing. So it seems to just be running. If I run this, so it's possible to run this, this one, to do this, and then modules. Okay, we did that. Do I need to run the traffic packet? Identifying yada yada yada. Now run the traffic generator. Yep, I do need to run the traffic generator. So we're gonna run the traffic generator, and we're gonna run the HTTP, run that mofo, and let's see what happens with the IPS IDS mode. I am intrigued. I am very interested. Okay, and that finished, and now it's still running, it seems, so we're just gonna cancel that out. And so, is there a log file? There's no log file. I guess because there was nothing to show as an intrusion, maybe that's why. And maybe that's why they ran it in console mode, to kind of just see what's happening. Oh no, because I didn't create a log file. I was supposed to create a log file. Golly, okay, that's why. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. And then at the end, I'm gonna do log, like that. Okay, that's what I needed to do, right? Yes, that's what I needed to do to create a log file. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press enter. It should be running, and we're gonna go here, and we're gonna do this, and run the traffic generator, HTTP, do that, and it's gonna run yada 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 yada, blah 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 blah, and give it to me. Excellent. Let's go here, cancel that out. Give me a log file. I have a log file and an alert file. So sudo snort read my snort log file, mofo. Do the X format. So 170 total, and everything pretty much looks the same. So no preprocessors configured, none of this BS. So I would presume that if there was something to drop and some kind of malicious traffic, it would have done so, and it would have probably made that for us as an alert, or as maybe a flag or something that would show up here, right? So there was the connections on IP4, ICMP, and that's kind of basically it. That's like the only thing that it tracked, really. So there's not a lot that showed up under the IPS, but at the very least we ran one, and that's what I'm interested in, is running these exercises just so I know what the heck it feels like to type these things out. And so what we did the entire time in this entire room, or entire task, the entire time we were using the configuration file as a way to, or as a rule for analyzing the traffic that came in. Because if you remember, if we did it without that, then the response was way bigger than 170. That's the big thing that I've noticed, is that when we did it without the configuration file and we were just running Snort as is, and then we were running the traffic file, there was like a few thousand results that came in. When we used the configuration file, it went based on the rules of the configuration file, and it gave us only a certain number of traffic that was exported. And these are the rules. I think this is the rule that was basically being done for us. It's looking for ICMP packets that were found, and that's basically it, right? So from any port and any IP to any port and any IP, we just want ICMP traffic, and that's what shows up right here. It only shows ICMP traffic because we were running it based on this rule, and we can always change the rule and modify to show us other things, but that's it. And so the alerts that came in would be ICMP packet found, I guess. That's technically what it would show on the screen. Let me read the log file one more time. No, it doesn't even give us this alert where it's ICMP packet found. So yeah, I guess that part of it is kind of BS. Although this is in the intrusion mode, so maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why it's not working that. So if we went to exercise files and we went to task 7, which was the one where we created all of our stuff, and we went to full, and then if we do sudo snort read and the snort log file and give it to me in X format, it'll still be 170 because it's supposed to be 170. And does it say at least the alert file? It doesn't give the oh no, you know what? I'm such a dork, bro. Sometimes I really feel like an idiot, but whatever. No judgments here. No judgments here. The alert file should say ICMP packet found. ICMP packet found. Okay, got it. It's not gonna be in the log file. It's gonna be in the alert file that shows there was an ICMP packet found. Okay, fair enough. I now know what the hell I am doing. Not really, but I know more than what I was doing before we started this whole thing. So we just finished task, what are we on now? We're on task 7, which was operation mode 3 for IDS, IPS, and now we're about to move on to operation mode number 4, the Pcap investigation. And so what does it do here? They're not limited to sniffing, logging, and detecting, preventing the threats. Pcap reading and investigating mode helps you work with Pcap files. Once you have a Pcap file, process it with Snort. You'll receive default traffic statistics with alerts depending on your rule set. Reading a Pcap without using additional parameters we discussed before will only overview the packets and provide statistics about the file. In most cases, this is not very handy. We're investigating the Pcap with Snort with the benefit of the rules and speed up your investigation process by using the patterns and stuff like that. So note that we are pretty close to starting to create our own rules, which should be interesting. Therefore, you need to grasp the working mechanism of Snort and learn to discuss parameters and begin combining parameters for different purposes. Pcap mode parameters are explained in the table below. So read Pcap single, it reads a single Pcap, Pcap list, and whatever you put inside that, provided in a command space separated, and then Pcap show, Pcap name and console during processing. So the R command is the read, I'm guessing, so because we did it with the Snort logs. So you can still test the default reading option with Pcap by using the following command. So I'm gonna do it as we kind of go along. And where the hell is ICMP test though? That's the thing where I'm trying to find out where that file is gonna be. cd home ls cd ubuntu ls desktop, is that where it is? Task exercises ls config sample and exercise files. Where's the Pcap file? Maybe it'll tell us down here. It is task 8. So exercise files and task 8. Is there a Pcap file in here? There sure is. Okay, so there's Pcap files in here. So if we went at the very top and it told us to, what is it? Snort read Pcap. So if we just do snort r icmp test Pcap, and there it is. So 68 total packets. They are IP4 and ICMP packets. And if we just kind of go through them, so let's see, it is the date and time of the thing, source IP, destination IP, time to live, ID, and very, very basic information. So they're right, so you don't get much. You can do the default reading option and it will give you probably very, very little information. So source, destination IP, and that's pretty much it. So let's investigate the Pcap with the configuration file and see what will happen. So same thing, sudo snort, configuration file, qr, and then read that thing, and then alert console and max it out at 10 from what it seems like. Please revisit the previous task if you don't remember the purpose of the parameters. The purpose of Q is one that I am interested in to see if what that is. So let's see, is it in here? Q, I think it's in sniff mode maybe. What is the purpose of Q? I can always just do a Google with it. So we can always just try to remind ourselves what -Q does. So snort Q, what does that do? Okay, so I feel like one of the easier ways to get our answer is we can just go to Bard, which is Google's AI, and search for something like, what does the option -Q do in Snort? And just do that, and that'll give us some good intel. In Snort, the Q option enables quiet mode. Okay, this means Snort will suppress most of its output, only displaying alerts triggered by rules. Okay, there you go, that's it. How quiet mode affects Snort's behavior: no banner, no packet logging, minimal alerts, and the condensed format includes rule ID, classification, source and destination IP, and ports, protocol, and the packet timestamp. So there you go. That's very, very easy to understand, and so we're just going to start doing that for our test case. So we're going to come back down here, and I'm going to kind of move this up a little bit. Then I'm going to move this up a little bit just to make it easier to view these things. And so here we go, sudo snort c etc snort conf configuration file, quiet mode, read the ICMP test, and give me an alert onto the screen, maxed out at 10. And if you don't remember, so on and so forth. Okay, did the whole thing, and here is the info. So this should only be 10, right? It looks like it's more. No, it's 10. So okay, let's see what it does one by one. So we have the first one, the ICMP ping classification, and then you have the source and destination IP. Then you have the second one, ICMP packet, priority, etc., source and destination. ICMP ping, ICMP packet. This is actually, I think, the same thing. No, it is. Yeah, this is all one. So that's all one, and then two, and so on and so forth. So we see the intelligence, and so it only, because it's in quiet mode, most of the things have been put aside with the exception of the stuff that's inside this rule. And so if you don't remember, you can see this, and so these are the things that we just found. But ours doesn't say that. or maybe it's because I'm not looking at this in full screen mode or something, so it looks the way that it does. But ICMP packet found. Mine says ICMP ping, packet found, ping, packet found, echo reply, ICMP ping, packet found, ping, packet found, echo reply, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so there is that. That's how we read a Pcap file according to the configuration file in quiet mode and putting the alerts out to the screen maxed out at 10. So our ICMP rule got a hit. As you can see, the given output Snort identified the traffic and prompted the alerts according to our rule set. And if I do that, I think there should also be in the current directory that we're in, there should now be an alert file, right? No, there is no alert file. Never mind. Okay, so now what we can do is we can, instead of reading a single file, we can read a list of files, which is similar. The command is very similar, except that all we're doing here is that instead of just doing a single Pcap file, read that, instead of doing that, we're doing a list command. So same quiet mode, everything up until this point is exactly the same. Then instead of doing that, we're just going to do this right here, where we give it 2 files to read, output onto the console, and we're not limiting it to 10, right? Well, at least not here. They do limit it to 10 over here, but they don't limit it to 10 over here. And I can create a log file too, but just for the purpose of this, I'm not going to create any kind of a log file. So we are going to do sudo snort, and we're going to use the snort config file, and q, then pcap list equals, and then we got to do it in quotes, so icmp test.pcap, and then space http2.pcap, and then close the quotes and do the alerts onto the screen right here. And so what does it say? It says there's some kind of an error. Snort, what did I do incorrectly in my command? Sudo port I did not, got it. I did not put a dot at the end of my config file. I ended up putting a /. So we're gonna edit that real quick, put a dot, run it. Now it should actually do everything, and it is doing everything, and it finished. And it's not going to be maxed out at 10, so that's for sure, because I didn't max it out at 10. But it does show packet found, and that's basically it, right? So this is the alert that we're looking for, is that was there an ICMP packet found? And so there is a bunch. There's a bunch of ICMP packets found, and they are either pings or echo replies or stuff like that. Mostly it's actually either ping or echo reply, but it tells us that, hey, there's a packet found. So there's a bunch of ICMP packets that were found according to the rules of the configuration file. As we saw earlier, or in the previous task, that specific rule that's inside the configuration file right now is just looking for ICMP packets. And so based on that rule, we're going to end up seeing a bunch of ICMP packets, and that's how it should be, right? So now we're going to do the pcap show parameter, which it starts out the same. So everything is the same up until the point where we get to give them the pcap list. And then the very, very end, it's going to say console pcap show. And so the pcap show is going to see, let's see, what was it again? Pcap show, tell me what it does again. Show pcap name on the console during processing. Oh, okay, so I guess it just shows us which thing that it belongs to, right? So in this particular case, if we did, let's go down here, pcap show. If we do this, it actually shows us which one it is. So it says in this thing, with that, we found this, and in this thing, we found this. So that's very useful. If we're going to do a freaking list of pcap files, I mean, that should be the thing that we did, right? That's literally how it should be at the very end. So everything is going to look the same with the exception of doing pcap show at the very, very end of the command. And so we're going to press enter and see how it comes out. And so let's see if it actually shows us what belongs to what, right? It should tell me. Maybe there's going to be a separator at some point. There is too many responses, and I am not going to keep scrolling. So is there a way? I mean, I didn't max it this, but so reading network traffic from this. So maybe I can do a search in our screen with our little search function here and see if it'll actually show that, right? So show me this. There you go. So reading network traffic from that, and then it does all these things. And then now show me the next one, which is HTTP2. Show me this. And there you go. So it shows us everything that's inside that. So I did not see a version of search in the other attack boxes that I've used before. The attack box terminal doesn't have a very visible search option like this. And it's super convenient. So obviously, when you're dealing with a barrage of data, with an enormous amount of data, it's just way more convenient to be able to search the data, which is why if you're not in this kind of an environment, it's probably a good habit to output all of these results into a log file, and then the log files or the alert files can be viewed in some kind of other text viewer or text editor that does have the search function, or you can open it inside Wireshark or something like that, and through that you can search through the results. So I'm sure there is a lot of different ways. I mean, there's grep that you can do, and with grep you can try to search for things within the contents of a file, but this is just very, very convenient to just be able to click on search and then find so on and so forth. So just kind of singing the praises of whatever system, whatever Ubuntu system we're in right now. So we did Pcap show, and now we're going to run through some exercises here. So to navigate to task 8, which is exactly what we're in, and investigate the mx1 Pcap file with the default config file. What are the number of generated alerts? So let's see here. If I do, and in this particular case, we are going to be creating a log file. So that's important to understand. So these are all the files that we're in right now. And what I am going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a new directory, and I'm going to call it mx1. And I'm going to move the mx1.pcap file to the mx1 directory. So this is kind of what it looks like, just so you understand. So because I don't want to get caught up with a bunch of results that come, because we're going to get a bunch of log files, I'm sure of it. So since we've done that, so I'm going to create a new directory called mx1, which is going to belong to this particular pcap file. And I'm just going to move, mv does move. I'm going to move this pcap file into that directory and then press enter. And now when I do ls, you're not going to see it anymore. You're not going to see it in our general stuff, but we do see this new directory. And so if I do cd mx1, now I will actually have that pcap file in here. And now I can run my command comfortably and only deal with the directory that I am in. So what I'm going to do is sudo snort c etc snort.conf. Yes, I keep doing / .configure conf file. There you go. And then we're going to do a full to give me full alerts, and it's going to be inside my current folder, and I'm going to read the mx1 pcap file. And do I need to do generate? No, I'm not, because I'm reading a pcap file. So there you go. There you go. All of that stuff. Great. So what is the number of generated alerts? Does it show me here? Yep. So we have action stats 170 alerts. So that is on our terminal. Great. Keep reading the output. How many TCP segments are queued? So let's try to scroll up and see our TCP segments here. Is there a difference between TCP segments and just TCP files? Boom. Okay, so I think this is what this actually means. So we do see, I mean, it's the same line item as before, where it says TCP, but I just wonder if that's what queued means. No, that's not it. So it's not 41 TCP segments that have been queued. So it should be a different type of section. So let's see what I can find here. Okay, there we go. So there is actually an item called TCP segments queued, and that answer is 18. So there's that. So keep reading the output. How many HTTP response headers? So what we're looking for is a specific line item, and this is right here. So HTTP response headers extracted should be 3. Great. And so now we're gonna do the same file. So we're gonna read the same file, but we're gonna do it with the second configuration file that's inside Snort right here. So we're doing literally the same thing, except we're just gonna run the second config file. So just for my own reference, I'm going to run an ls command just to see where so that's my Snort log that ends in 501, and it was created January 21 at 1:28, and that is now going to be my reference point for this. And so from here, we also have an alert that was generated as 1:28. So there's that. I mean, I could do scan 1 and move them into that, but I'm just gonna kind of because I think we're only dealing with the mx1 file for one more command. So snort c config is going to be the config2 snort v2 conf file, and then a full l in the current directory, give me an r, and so there's the new command right here. So sudo snort -c for the config file. This is going to be the second config file, and you want to give me full alerts inside the current local directory. I want you to create that log inside this directory and read this mx file, excuse me. So there is that, and so now let's see what was generated. So now we have 2, right? And there is the alert. Oh, the new alert replaced the old alert. Interesting. So there's only one alert file that'll be generated, and then we have the 2 log files, one at 128, one at 132. And so what do we got here? We got what is the number of generated alerts? So let's go back to the top real quick and look at our generated alerts. Okay, so the output for this particular config file is actually much bigger. There was a lot of lines of output. So in this case, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do alerts, search that, and oh no, there's a lot of alert files. So alerts in this case, I think is going to be 68. So let's see, 68, does that work? That does work, great. So okay, that's good. What is so investigated with the default configuration file. Oh no, that's it actually. So we're moving on to the mx2 pcap file, got it. So okay, so we're done with this one, but it was a much bigger output that came with that. So now we are gonna deal with the mx2. So I'm gonna create a directory called mx2, and I'm gonna move the mx2 pcap file .pcap into the mx2 directory and do ls, and so now it's gone. So now we're going to go into the mx2 directory, and now we're going to run our command with the default configuration file. So as you should be familiar with it by now, it's a fairly simple command, and we're going to do a full alert inside our current directory, and we're going to read mx2 pcap mx2 dot pcap. There you go, and there it is, and it is now running. And so the question is going to be, what's the number of generated alerts? And so what if we just did search, find, do alerts, and if I did this alerts is 170. So let's see if this is the same. No, it is not the same. I think I'm looking at a different file. 340 maybe. I think that's the number. There you go. That's the number. So 340. What is the number of detected TCP packets? So in this particular situation, it's going to end up in that one list. So it's a different, it's not asking for TCP segments. It's looking for TCP packets, which is this right here. And so this should actually be 82, right? Very good. And so investigate the Pcap and Pcap files with the default configuration file. What is the number of generated alerts? So now we're going to do a list version of this, and we're going to move all of those into a new, oh no, but it's asking for MX2. Son of a gun, are you kidding me? So I need to move it back. So how do I move it back? Let me see. I think you move it back, ls. I'm going to do copy mx2 just so I don't ruin it, to mx2 to 3.pcap. So that's going to be the new file. So now we should have two of those. Okay, great. And so it was, I think it's move mx to 3.pcap, which is going to be the new file. We're going to move it to one directory back like that. Okay, and if I go back, is it here? Nice. Okay, cool, I remember. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what we just did. So I didn't want to mess this up, so I created a copy of it using the cp command, and you give the copy, the file that you want to copy with the copy name that you want to have. So I just added a 3 at the end of it. And so this is the copied file of the exact MX2 file. And then I moved the new file to this. And so this is what that means. When you do .. you're going back one directory, right? So I moved it back one directory. That's basically all I did. And then I went back to that one directory. So now we're, instead of being in the MX2 directory, we just came back to the task8 directory. And now we have our copied file in here. I love it when basic things work. It's very exciting to me. Okay, so now we're gonna do a list read kind of a thing. So sudo snort c etc snort dot config. So we're using the regular configuration file, and we're gonna do a full read, and we want the log to be in the current folder, and now it's gonna be pcap list equals mx2.p, oh, not 2, because it's been copied. So 23.pcap and the mx3.pcap. And then what I want to do is I want to do pcap view, right? That's what it was. I think that's the command to actually view it on the screen. Or pcap show, excuse me. Pcap show. There we go. That's what I messed up. I didn't have the initial quote. That's what I missed. Everything can fall apart with the missing of one character, you guys. So now that should be fine. There you go. And voila. Great. Okay, so what is the number of generated alerts? And so we're gonna do a search for find, and we're gonna do alerts. And I'm gonna do, I think it's this. That brings me up, and then if I do this, and then do one more, 1020, there you go. Combined 1020. Heck yeah, buddy. Let's freaking go, bro. I am excited. I'm learning more about Snort. And this is just the intro, the intro room, by the way, because the other room, as I'm going to remind you, there's challenges and live attacks and all this kind of shit. So I'm already kind of dreading those rooms because I know I'm going to be recording them, and it's probably going to end up being a long recording session for me, but the edited version is going to be short because I'm going to remove all of my trial and error for the most part and all of the lulls and all these things. But yeah, I'm not excited about no, I'm excited. I'll be fine. I'm gonna psych myself out. I don't want to psych myself out. And the freaking thing keeps disappearing. It's so annoying. What the hell? Anyways, Okay, so here we go. The last piece, or not even last, where are we? We have a couple more. After this, we have operation logic and the conclusion. So we're almost there. Okay, so Snort rule structure. Let's look at the rules a little bit just so we can see what's happening here. It's essential to learn these things. The primary structure looks like this. So you have the action, so alert, drop, or reject. The protocol, source IP, any, direction, both directions, any. And then the message, reference, SID, and rev, or revision. There you go, that's what that stands for. So the alert itself is the first word that comes in. So the action type is alert. And the protocol type is ICMP. So in this particular rule that we're analyzing, the action type is alert. The protocol type is ICMP. There's any source IP to any source port going in either direction to any destination IP and any destination port. And then the message is we found the packet, and the reference ID, the reference number, I guess, or the reference, excuse me, is the CVE vulnerability ID. This is, from what I understand, it's actually from the CVE database. And then you have the rule ID, the SID, as the rule ID that we're going to give it. And this repeats with every single one. And it shows as the same rule ID with every single instance that shows up. And then you have the revision information, the rev1, and then it looks like there is a semicolon and a closing parentheses. So the first part of this is not enclosed in parentheses. Then you have an opening parentheses, and it shows you all of this information. Then you have the closing parentheses, but there's a semicolon at the end of this to show that this piece is its own segment. So there's one segment here, one segment here, one segment here, and one segment. So 4 segments inside these parentheses. Each rule should have a type of action, protocol, source, and destination. Source and destination ports are an option. Remember, Snort is in passive mode by default, so most of the time you will use it as an IDS. You will need to start inline mode to turn on IPS, but before you start playing with inline mode, you should be familiar with rules. So the Snort rule structure is easy to understand but difficult to produce. You should be familiar with rule options and related details to create efficient rules. It is recommended to practice Snort rules and option details for different use cases. We'll cover basic rule structure in this room and help you take a step into Snort rules. You can always advance your rule creation skills with different rule options by practicing, that is not how you spell practice, different use cases and studying rule options detailed in depth. We will focus on 2 actions, which is alert for IDS mode and reject for IPS mode. Rules cannot be processed without a header. Rule options are optional parts. However, it is almost impossible to detect sophisticated attacks without using the rule options. So the action is alert. It generates an alert and logs it. Logs the packet. Drop blocks and logs the packet. Reject blocks the packet, logs it, and terminates the packet session. So this is the IPS mode, because if something shady is happening, it terminates that session. Where this one blocks the IP address, this one blocks it, logs it, and terminates the session. The protocol identifies the type of protocol that's filtered. So Snort 2 reports only 4 protocol filters in the rules, which is ICP or IP, TCP, UDP, and ICMP. And what does the note here say? Oh, we know this already. However, you can detect the application flows using port numbers and options. For instance, if you want to detect the FTP traffic, you cannot use the FTP keyword in the protocol field, but filter the FTP traffic by investigating TCP traffic on port 21, which is the port for FTP. So that's important to understand. IP and port numbers. So IP filtering, alert, ICMP, that would probably be the source port, right? Or source IP on any port to any destination IP destination port. The message is ICMP packet from such and such. this rule will create an alert for each packet originating from this IP address. Filter an IP range, so alert ICMP this range, so it chooses a subnet, and so anything that's inside of this subnet, so it could be 56, it could be 12, it could be 110, whatever, on any port, and then same thing, so ICMP packet found. Now this will create a pack originating from this subnet, right? Easy to understand. Filter multiple ranges, and so you just put that inside square brackets and separate them by commas. So same first subnet and new subnet on any port, any destination, any port, and it will create an alert for a packet originating from this or this subnet. And exclude IP addresses and ranges. So the negation operator is used for excluding specific addresses and ports. Negation operator is indicated with the exclamation mark, and so that's not in the text of coding or in the context of coding. It's considered to be not. So alert anything that is not from this subnet, and so this is going to create an alert for each packet not originating from this subnet, right? Port filtering, so alert TCP, so it's no longer ICMP, now it's TCP, so alert TCP, any IP, any port, any IP, any destination IP that has to do with port 21, and port 21 command activity detected, meaning this is going to create an alert for each TCP packet sent to our port 21. Ideally, I think that's what this means. On the destination side, it's all of our IP addresses and all of our ports. And exclude a specific port, so anything that is not port 21. So, create an alert for any kind of traffic that's not port 21. Filter a port range, so alert TCP, any source IP or port, and any IP that is inside of these range of ports. And this is also similar to what goes on in Python coding or other coding languages, where if you put a colon between the two numbers, it goes from 1 to 2024, including 1 and 2024. So it's creating an alert for TCP packets sent to ports between these things. And a port range type 2. So I guess this kind of goes from, what is it? So less than or equal to 10,024. Oh, I see. So maybe this one in particular doesn't include 1 and 1024, but this one does include 1024, right? Less than or equal to 1024. So let's see here. Why is this zooming in too much now? What the heck? Okay, there you go. Where were we? Okay, port type 3. So TCP any 1025 or greater. So higher than or equal to 1025 port. And port range type 4, any, and so only these two ports. So if you put them inside these square brackets and you separate them by commas, it only filters those two ports. So the rules are if you just understand the basics of scanning and TCP and all of that stuff, the rules are pretty standard. It makes sense. But then again, these are basic rules. So the direction is important here. So back and forth. So when you have both of these two symbols, it's bidirectional. When you have dash this, it's going from the source to the destination. There is no destination to source. So it's either bidirectional or from the source to the destination. So this thing right here is bidirectional, as you can see, right? That's the source, that's the destination, and then these are the rule options, etc. There are three main rule options to Snort. You have general rule, payload rule, and non-payload rule. General rule is fundamental options, and payload rule is to investigate the payload data. These options are helpful to detect specific payload patterns. And then non-payload are options that focus on non-payload data, so help create a specific pattern and identify network issues. Then you have general rule options, which is create a message. So give me a basic prompt next to the alert that says such and such is happening whenever the trigger goes off. And usually the message is a one-liner that summarizes the event. And SID is the Snort rule ID, comes with a predefined scope. Each rule must have an SID in a proper format. There are 3 different types of scopes. Less than 100 is reserved rules. 100 to 999,999 are rules that came with the build. And then anything above 1,000,000 is rules that are created by us, the users. The rules we will create should have an SID greater than 100 million. Another important point is that SIDs should not overlap, and each ID must be unique. Okay, similar to like the rules for the ports. It's like each port can only be used by one service on a given IP address. The reference. Each rule can have an additional information or reference to explain the purpose of the rule. That could be common vulnerabilities and exposures ID or external information. Having references for the rules will always help analysts during alert and incident investigation. And Snort rules revision, I think that's what that was again. Can be modified and updated for performance and efficiency rules. Rev option helps analysts to have the revision information of each rule. Therefore, it will be easy to understand the rule improvements. Each rule has its unique rev number, and there is no auto backup feature on the rule history. Analysts should keep the rule history themselves. Rev option is only an indicator for how many times the rule has had revisions. So if we go up here, this is its first revision. I'm assuming that means that this is the first instance of the code. And now we have payload detection rules. So the content, which is the payload data, it matches specific payload data by AC, hex, or both. It is possible to use this option multiple times in a single rule. However, the more you create specific pattern match features, the more it takes time to investigate a packet. Following rules will create an alert for each HTTP packet containing the word GET. This rule option is case sensitive. So AC mode alert TCP any source IP and port to any destination IP on port 80, and a GET request was found. Content is GET, and SID is that revision 1. Hex mode would be same thing to start, GET request found. Content, instead of saying GET, you have to have the hex reference for each one of those characters, and then the SID and everything else is the same. Disabling case sensitivity used for enhancing the content searches. So this is the alert. So TCP any 80 GET request found, content GET, no case. So this is for disabling case sensitivity, which I think is useful in most cases. And you just put that right after the content GET, no case, and then everything else stays the same. And then prioritize content search to speed up the payload search operation. By default, Snort uses the biggest content and evaluates it against the rules. Fast pattern option helps you select the initial packet match with the specific value for further investigation. This option always works case insensitive and can be used once per rule. Note that this option is required when using multiple content options. So the following rule has 2 content options, and the fast pattern option tells Snort to use the first content option, in this case the GET, and for the initial packet match. So alert TCP any, and then it goes to port 80. The message is GET request found, the content is GET. We're using a fast pattern option, and then the content is www and that. So the 2 rules, or the 2 options that we've chosen here, are fast pattern and content www. So no non-payload detection that focus on non-payload data. So filtering the IP ID field, alert TCP any, message ID test, ID 123456, SID, so on and so forth. So, okay, I guess it seems like, yeah, it's just doing the IP ID. filtering the TCP flags. So we did this in one of our previous videos. I think it was the Nmap video, the series of Nmap videos that we did, where we had to learn about these different various flags that come within a TCP packet. And so it says alert TCP any flag test, and then the flags S, so for a SYN packet, SID and everything else is the same. Filtering the packet payload size, so D size, minimum and maximum, D size greater than 100, D size less than 100. So any, and D size I'm probably sure it's data size. And then message is sequence test, or SEQ test probably, D size 100, between 100 to 300, and then everything else is the same. And then filtering the source and destination IP addresses found for duplication. So any, and the message is same IP test, and then you do same IP, semicolon, everything else is the same. So remember, once you create a rule, it is a local rule and should be in your local.rules file. This file is located under the Snort rules, local rules. A quick reminder on how to edit your local rules is shown below. So sudo gedit and then the rules file, and this opens up the rules file. And so these are the rules. So local rules, they're commented out by a hashtag, very similar to Python. And so none of these first, from line 2 to line 6, none of that applies. And then this is the first rule. And so it says, alert ICMP, yada, 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 ICMP packet found. And this is the rule that we were messing with in the previous exercises. So there are some default rules activated with Snort. These rules are deactivated to manage your rules and improve your exercise experience. For further information, please refer to task 10 or the Snort manual. By this point, we covered the primary structure, understanding and practicing fundamentals suggested before creating advanced rules and using additional options. And we've done a lot of stuff. So now use the attached VM to navigate to the task 9 folder to answer the questions. Note that you can use the following command to create the logs in the current directory, which is task 9. So task 9 Pcap, write a rule to filter the IP ID and run it against the given Pcap file. What is the request name of the detected packet? So first, we want to go to our local rules file. And do I need to run no, because now I'm doing everything with Pcap files, so I think, right, this is all Pcap files. Pcap. Okay. All right, so since we're doing Pcap files, I'm just going to leave this particular directory. I'm going to go back to our root directory. Whoops, wrong. Okay. And so the command to get us into the rules is sudo gedit etc snort rules local.rules. And there is that. So this is our first rule. So now we're going to do this, and we're going to do, it says, write a rule to filter IP ID 369 and run it against the given Pcap file. So the one that did the test IP ID, filtering the IP ID field, it's that right here. So I'm gonna comment out this one just so I don't activate both of them, and I'm gonna do this, and now it's gonna be alert TCP any and any, and the message is going to be ID test and semicolon ID is going to be, what is it? 35369, and that's the ID that we want to filter. And then we're going to move on to SID 1000002, right? I think I can put a space, revision 1. So that should be fine. So now I'm going to save this, right? That's fine. It's saved. So if I close this, and I'm going to run that one more time just to make sure that the edit actually went through. And there you go. The edit did go through, but it's been commented out. I don't want it to be commented out. I want it to be live. So run it again. And now, has it been commented out? It's not commented. Okay, great. So let's remove that initial space too, just to see if it actually works. So we got the local rule, and now I can run it against my file, right? So I can go to cd back 1, and we're gonna go to task 9, and inside task 9 we should have a task 9 Pcap, which we do, and there's a local. Man, I'm supposed to edit the local rules file? Bruh, are you telling me that I just changed the overall rules? That's so freaking annoying. Ugh. I shouldn't have edited that main file, it seems. Whatever, bro. I'm so annoyed right now. So what is it? 35369. 35369. That's what I'm filtering. That's so annoying. I didn't know that there was going to be a local rules file in there. 35369. Alert, TCP, any, and then any, and it's going to be message is ID test, and ID is going to be 35369, and SID is going to be 1000002, and then rev is 1, and that's it. Okay, so save, close this bitch, and let's go here, do it one more time. Okay, great, that actually is running. I should have checked the file or the directory originally. Okay, so great, now we have that. So sudo c local rules. Give me a alert of full, give it to me in the current directory, and I want you to read task 9 Pcap. What did I do wrong here? Oh, there's no freaking Snort. Huh, I didn't even use Snort. Okay, sudo snort c local rules right? Local rules, is that what the name of the thing is? Yeah, it is local rules, great. A full L dot R and then task 9 Pcap. Read it. Okay, did. And so what does it say? It says, what is the request name of the detected packet? Okay, so the hint says, try to filter different protocols like TCP, UDP, and ICMP under the ID 35369. And I think the one that I only have is TCP. So if I modify the rule to include all of the other ones as well, should be fine, right? So let's go here. We have that, and we're gonna modify the local rules, and we're just gonna copy this to be all of them. So we're gonna do copy, and I'm gonna do enter. There's gonna be one here. Oh, so copy, paste, and paste. And so this is going to be UDP, and it's going to be on SID 103, and this will be ICMP, and this is going to be 104. And all of this rest of it is going to be the same. So we're going to save the file, close the file, and we're going to run our command one more time. Sudo snort, local rules, yada yada yada, enter. Okay, so I believe this is it. So this is the only alert that showed up in our alert file, and shows up as ID test, and it shows up under the fourth one, which is the ICMP rule, and timestamp request seems to be the message. So I think that's it. So we're going to copy this and go here and paste it. Hey, that worked. Look at that. Ah, that is beautiful. Okay, so create a rule to filter packets with the SYN flag and run it against the given Pcap file. What is the number of detected packets? All right, so we're going to go back to our rule edit command, which is sudo g edit and local rules. Okay, so now I can comment these things out. And I need to do something that filters for the SYN packet, right? So actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the same thing, except I'm going to do it against. So can I do undo, 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 undo? Very good. So do that. We're going to copy all of these. Then we're going to come down here and we're going to paste them. And the first three, I'm just going to, oops, do that, and do that. So we commented out the first three. So now we have a TCP, UDP, and ICMP rule attached to searching for SYN flags. And so it's going to be flag test in this one. And we're going to copy that, come here, paste, come here, paste. Ah, crap. Okay, and so the thing is now going to be flag. So I'm filtering for a flag, which is flag S. So it's going to just change this little section right here, and it's going to be flag colon capital S. 4, 5 right there. And we're going to copy that, and we're going to come here, and we're going to paste it over this little thing. We're going to come over here, paste it over this little thing, and I don't think this matters, but just in case, I don't want it to get messed up. So that's 5, and then come down and go here, and 6, and come down, go there, and that would be 7. Okay, so the rule is applying to any TCP, UDP, or ICMP, and any, and it's going to be a flag test for the SYN flag, and that should be it. So now I'm going to go back down, and now I'm just going to run my command one more time, which is going to be sudo snort c against local rules, and give me a full response alert type of a thing, and you're gonna read task 9.pcap. Okay, local rule flags. Okay, flags. Save. You bastard. One freaking character can just throw everything off. That's one of the good things and one of the annoying things about everything. And so there we go. Now let's run it one more time. TCP options, fatal error quitting. So what is the TCP options on non-TCP rule? So TCP options on a non-TCP rule. Oh, ICMP, I understand. So we're doing a TCP flag. So none of the other rules actually even matter. So it only applies to TCP. That's the thing. So I'm just going to cut these out, and we're going to save this. What are you doing? We're going to save this, and we're going to run it one more time. And this is third time is a charm right here. There you go. It ran, and it finished, and it gave me, I'm sure, a new alert file right here. So I'm going to refresh this page, and this is going to be our new alert. And there we go, we got it. Oh, and so that's what happens. So when an alert comes up, it just appends it to the current list of the alerts. Great. So now it says, what is the number of detected packets? I only see one, buddy. Is there any more? I think it's one. There you go. Nice. All right, so clear the previous log and alarm files and deactivate, comment out the old rule. Okay. Write a rule to filter packets with push acknowledge flags and run it against the given Pcap file. What is the number of detected packets? Okay, so we want to, it says clear it. So I guess I'm just going to do this. Delete this file, right? Is there delete? Yeah, move to trash. There you go. And it says, I don't know if I need to clear the previous log files. So now I'm going to recreate a new rule set. Rule filter packets with a push acknowledge flag. And so I want to say that I could do S and P. Let's see if that'll work. So if I just do S and P, or no, P, it's P and acknowledge, so PA. We'll see if that works. I'll separate them by commas just to see if that'll work. Save that, and let's run it again. Okay, I mean, it looked like it worked. So let's see. Open it up. Oh my God. Okay, so acknowledge, acknowledge, acknowledge. And then is there any push in here? All of them seem to be acknowledge flags. So can I do control find in this? I can do control find. So if I do PSH, what about ACK? So there is ACK. So I can do ACK, but there was nothing that showed up in PSH. What is the number of detected packets? We're going to say 216, because that's the number of acknowledged flags that showed up. Clear the previous log, and create a rule to filter packets with the same source and destination IP, and run it against the given Pcap. What is the number of packets that show the same source and destination address? What was that like? How do we do that? I see, so there it is. So this is the actual flag. So same IP is the option. So yeah, non-payload. Okay, cool. So the rule, so we're gonna close this out. We're gonna delete this alert file, and just for the hell of it, we're also gonna delete these log files. And so now we're gonna go back and edit our rule file and comment out these things. At this point, I feel like it's just a good idea to have all these for the hell of it. Why not? And so I'm gonna copy it. Why not? We'll just copy this, then paste it one more time. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to do a UDP and we want to do a TCP. We're going to create a new flag called same IP, or a new message, and we're going to do another one, same IP. And instead of having flags over here, we're just literally going to put the command same IP, and change the ID of this to 6, and we will do, oh look, it changed it for me. That's weird. 7? Oh no, I typed. Wow, you guys, I'm kind of I'm kind of like running on fumes right now. Same IP. Okay, cool. So we have two rules: UDP, TCP, filtering any source destination, alert IP, and alert IP, alert IP. So maybe it's an IP rule. Whatever, we'll run a couple of different instances of this thing just to see what ends up working and being official. So it could be alert TCP, UDP, or IP, and then any same IP test, and should be good. And so this is going to be 1,000 or 100 or 1 million. There you go, 1,000,008. Okay, so that should be a pretty good set of rules right there. So now it just says what? It says to da-da-da and run it against the Pcap file. What is the given number of packets? So, okay, maybe it's the IP rule that I should have done. So I'm gonna do specifically search for this one because it showed up on multiple instances. So 13 is what that shows up as. And so what if we do 1,000 or 1,000,007? There's 7 of them, and what if we do 6? There's 3 of them. So these were the UDP ones, right? No, these were the TCP ones, and then there's the UDP ones. It has not specified. It just says, so it could be any of them, really. It could be 3, so it's not 3, 7. 7 is the one. So yeah, there was the 1,008 rule was searching for the same IP, so that kind of feels like a weird type of thing, and I should have messaged them differently just so I can understand. But this is very useful, the different SID numbers. That was the reason why we were able to find it. And I'll close this just so we can review the rules, just so you can kind of see what the search parameters resulted in. So if I run it one more time, and so this is same IP, and I'll change the messaging so that we can kind of also see the same TCP IP, and then this one is same UDP IP. And 1,007, I think, was the one that actually got us the appropriate number of results. And so we're gonna save it, we're gonna close it, we're going to empty this out because this is going to bring a bunch of results. And so we're going to run that one more time, and so it'll finish, it'll give us a new alert file, and then we open the alert file, and inside it we should see a bunch of different things, right? So same IP, same IP, same UDP IP, same UDP IP, so on and so forth. So the response, I think, was supposed to be for the UDP IP, although it is not specified here. It doesn't tell us what we're going to be trying to search for. There you go, same UDP IP. There's 7 total results that came from that particular rule, and so that was the answer, and there you go. Got that. That was not bad. I'm excited. I'm learning, you guys. We're learning here. We're learning. I hope you're learning too, honestly. And yeah, so there's that. And so now, case example, an analyst modified an existing rule successfully. Which rule option must the analyst change after the implementation? An example is the analyst modified an existing rule successfully. Which rule option? Oh, the rev, so the revision is what they got to change. Heck yeah, buddy. What do you know about it? Okay, cool. So that was the end of the task 4. This was a long task too, for Snort rule structure. So now we're going to move on to task 10 for the Snort 2 operation. So we did Snort rule, and this is Snort 2. So I guess it's like the second version of Snort. And so operation logic points to remember. So what do we got here? We got the main components of Snort are the packet decoder, preprocessor, detection engine, the logging and alerting outputs and plugins. Packet controller collects and prepares the packets for preprocessing. Preprocessor arranges and modifies the packets for detection engine. The primary component that process, dissect and analyze the packets by applying the rules. Log and alert generation component. Then you have the output integration model that alerts to syslog or MySQL and additional plugin, rule management, and all of that stuff. So there are 3 types of rules available for Snort, which is community, registered, and subscriber rules. So the free rule set under GPL v2 is publicly accessible, no need for registration. Free rule set but requires registration, and it contains subscriber rules with 30 days delayed. I see. Okay, so these guys get the rules first, like immediately, and then it's updated twice a week, it says, and these guys get the rules that these guys get, but within 30 days, or 30 days after, excuse me. And so we can download and read more on the rules here, which is what link? What do we got? So the downloads, I see, so Snort 2, Snort 3. So there's new rules, obviously, that have come out ever since that specific room has come out, because Snort 2 is what this is about, and we just saw that there's a Snort 3. So there is constant updates that are happening to this, which is exciting. Once you install Snort 2, it automatically creates required directories and files. However, if you want to use the community or paid rules, you need to indicate each rule in the Snort configuration file. Okay. Since it is a long all-in-one configuration file, editing it without causing misconfiguration is troublesome for some. That is why Snort has several rule updating modules and integration tools. To sum up, never replace your configured Snort config files. You must edit your configuration files manually or update your rules with additional tools and modules to not face any fail or crash or lack of a feature. So there's the Snort config file, and then their local rules files, which are user-generated rules. And then, as you remember, there was a config version 2 that we messed with in this room. So that's kind of the best practice, I guess, is like download the new rule file or the configuration file and just update the name of it, so you're not appending to the current rules list, because it probably is already a very long list, and if you keep adding to it, it's just going to get longer and longer, and the loading time might be different, it might crash, so on and so forth. So it's probably better to have several files. So we're going to overview the main configuration, which is snort.conf, so sudo gedit, and then we're going to go to that configuration. To the step 1 portion, set the network variables section, and these are the network variables. So you have this is where we are protecting, which is going to be the home net variable. The external net is the external network, so we need to keep it as any or not home net. The rule path is the hard-coded rule path. The SO rule path are registered and subscriber rules, and the pre-proc rule path come with the registered and subscriber rules again. So then you have step 2, configure the coder section, and so you have the config DAQ, the IPS mode selection, and the example is AF packet. We messed with that a little bit earlier. Then the config DAQ underscore mode activates the inline mode, and then the log dir is the log path, which is the hard-coded log file, the log directory. The data acquisition models. The data acquisition models are specific libraries used for packet I/O, bringing flexibility to process packets, to select the DAQ type and mode for different purposes. There are 6 modules available for the DAQ. So you have Pcap, which we played with a lot, AF packet, IPQ. So this is for the Sniffer mode, inline mode for IPS. IPQ is inline mode on Linux. Using NetFilter, it replaces the Snort inline patch. NFQ is the inline mode on Linux. IPFW is inline on OpenBSD and FreeBSD. with the PF and IPFW walls and testing mode of inline normalization. So the most popular modes are the Pcap and the inline IPS packets. And so then we get to step 6, which is configure output. It manages the outputs of the IDS IPS actions such as logging and alerting formats. The default action prompts everything in the console application, so configuring this part will help you use the Snort more efficiently. Sorry about the honking in the background, my neighbors are assholes. Then you have the tag name, so it's number 7, customize the rule set. So site-specific rules, hard-coded local and user-generated rules, includes the rule path, which is local rules, and then include rule path, hard-coded default downloaded rules path, including the rule name, so on and so forth. So that's it. This is commenting, and it happens in a lot of coding languages. So if you want to use something, you would remove this so that it's no longer a comment. And there we go. We read through the basics of this thing, and I'm just going to open up the specific file for us just to kind of get a little view of it. So etc snort.config file. And it's going to open this file for us. And as you can see, there's a lot of commented out lines over here. And this is one line, by the way. So as you might be able to see that there's no comments at the beginning of these two. But then when you look at the numbers, so this is line 16 and there's a comment, and then that's line 17. So this is actually one long line. So these are the rules right here. So step 1, the network variables, and then you get to kind of see what's available. So the IP variable is homenet any. So this one has not been commented out. All these other ones have been commented, with the exception, no, actually, I'm sorry. So that's active. External net is also active. DNS servers, SMTP servers, HTTP, all these things are actually active. And then so if we go down a little bit more, configuring the, configuring the decoder. And so disable decode alerts, disable there's a bunch of rules. And I mean, at this point, I'm just reading. Like most of these things, I have no idea what they are, and I would be guessing to try to figure out what they actually are. It's just instead of assuming. So here's the thing, right? So this thing kind of gave us a little bit of an overview, and it gave us a general explanation of what some of these variables are, and what some of these tag names are, and what they do. But clearly, there is way more to these options than just that. And so they jumped from step 2 to step 6, by the way. So they didn't cover step 3, step 4. Where the hell is step 4? Let's see what's over there. Step 4 is the dynamic load libraries. They didn't cover step 5, the preprocessors. So they didn't talk about any of that stuff. And they just jumped immediately to step 6, which step 5, look at how long step 5 is, right? It's kind of insane. And then now we just got to step 6, which is like a really short ass little section. So it's like nothing, right? So it's just it's good to know what these log files are. And I'm sure as we kind of advance through the rest of the rooms for Snort, we're going to figure out what a lot of those things are too, so that we just get better at not only editing these things, but understanding how they actually work and creating the rules and all of that stuff. So this was task 10 for Snort 2, and as you saw, there's also a Snort 3. So they're going to constantly update these rules and make them more accessible to us. And so we are now at the conclusion. So in this room, we covered Snort, what it is, what it does, and how to create and use the rules to investigate it. There's certain task files that I guess we could use for future reference. So understanding the fundamentals is crucial before creating rules. Do not create complex rules at once. Try to add options step by step or create multiple rules. Do not reinvent the wheel or modify or enhance it if there's a smooth rule. Take a backup of the config files before making any change. This is so important. It seems so simple, dude. This seems like such a simple line item, but you have no idea how many times I've messed things up by not using a backup or by not making copies of certain files and just editing the normal. I have messed so many things up, okay? So so just learn from my experience and make backup files, okay? Never delete a rule that works properly. Comment it if you don't need it. That's another thing. It's like, dude, just it's so common sense. You would think that people do these things, but not me. So newly created rules should be tested. So you do -T before migrating them to production, so you can actually test them, so you know what the hell's going on. And then we got the challenge room, which is going to be the next one, which is live attacks, or not live attacks actually. We just did Snort, then there's the basics, and then there's the challenge of live attacks. So I'm going to also go through the basics room before I do the live attacks, because that is not what I'm trying to do. There's a cheat sheet here, which is awesome. So a great way to quickly recall Snort rules and commands is to download and refer to the TryHackMe cheat sheet. Look at this. I wonder if this is what the task file is. I think it is what the task file is. So what if I download it? What shows up? Oh, I can't download it. What is it? Download task files. That is the cheat sheet. Hell yeah. Okay. I'm going to keep that. That's very, very useful. The Snort cheat sheet. And so, I mean, let's kind of look at it real quick. But I mean, it's basically a cheat sheet of everything that we've covered, right? So the global commands here, do not display, the specific interface. Then you got your sniffer modes, the logger modes. This is super freaking useful. I mean, thank whoever made this. Who's the oh, TryHackMe made this. So thank TryHackMe. I mean, these are the kinds of things that it's just super freaking useful to know, right? And because it's free, this is the free room. Remember, this is a free room. I highly recommend you go and try this out, because this may be the longest video that I have made so far. And I recorded it in 2 sessions. And this is the second session. It's going at an hour and a half right now. And of course, I'm going to edit it, and I'm going to remove the lulls and the blank spaces and a lot of other stuff. So I'm going to hopefully condense this whole thing to be less than 2 hours. But all in all, I think I spent at least 3 hours in this room recording this video and doing all these things and trying to figure all this stuff out. So this is a really useful room. So far, I think this has been one of the ones that I've gotten the most impact out of, especially since it was a live recording of me learning as I was recording. The ones that I've done before, clearly, I kind of breezed through them. I speed through them, but I wasn't. I was learning this as I was going, and I was getting nervous. I'm like, man, what if this ends up being, what if I embarrass myself? And whatever. It's all good. Who cares? But yeah, we learned a lot. I learned a lot for sure. So I hope you learned too. And this was a free room. So go ahead and get yourself your subscription to TryHackMe. And if you want to use the subscriber version where you actually get access to everything else, then make sure you click the link in the description below so that you get access to all that stuff too at a discount. And so let's see, the basics room is not for free, right? So that was the intro to Snort that we did. And of course, the basics room is not for free, and you need a subscriber for that. And I'm guessing the live attack for that is also requires a subscription. Oh no, the live attack challenge is a free room. So there you go. This you can actually do for free as well. But the Snort challenge basics is not a free room. So you would need some kind of a paid VIP type of a subscription to TryHackMe. And again, you could just use the link in the description below to get a discount for that and get to hacking. You know what I'm saying? This is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. I hope you learned a lot from this video, because I sure as hell did. And yeah, so make sure you like, subscribe, share, comment, turn on the notification bell, all that good stuff, so that you get notified the next time a video comes out. Because best believe there's going to be more videos coming out. And I'm just excited to keep sharing these things with you guys. So peace, love, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. And I'm going to see you in the next room. Peace. All right, what's going on? Welcome back to yet another recording video of TryHackMe. It's your boy Hank Hackerson. with Hank Hacks Hackers. We are going to be doing the Snort challenge, or I guess it's like a basic Snort challenge exercise today. This is a part of the SOC level 1 pathway with TryHackMe under network security and traffic analysis. This room is a subscriber only room. The other room that we did previously was a free room, and then the one that we're going to do after this is a free room, but this one is a subscriber only room, which means that you need a subscription, and you can get it through the link in the description below. You'll get a discount on your subscription, or you can always just download Snort on your own machine and kind of use it in the way that we're going to be using it today. The only thing that you would need to do is just make sure you like, subscribe, comment, share, all that good stuff. Turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time a video comes out in this pathway, and then you'll get more and more education under these topics and everything else that basically falls under Security Operations Center and the Security Analyst. So without further ado, let's go into the introduction of the room. Okay, so basically we need to start our machine. I believe it is we don't need an attack box for this. It's just it's going to start the last machine that we used in the last video, and we're going to kind of just run it the way that we were running in the last video, with just a few updates on the challenges, I guess, and the task files and so on and so forth. So I'm going to minimize this real quick just to kind of read through the instructions of the room. So we are going to investigate a series of different traffic data and malicious activity under 2 different scenarios. So we're going to work with Snort, and we're going to analyze live and captured traffic. We recommend completing the previous room, and I'll probably just open it back up for reference materials just so I kind of understand. Oh, actually, you know what? No, they did provide a downloadable file for us that we can actually use, and I'm going to try to open that up. It is it's a PDF file, and so this was downloadable from the last room, which is a free room that you can always get access to, and it basically has kind of like shortcut, just a 2-page analysis type of a thing where you can this is how you design rules, this is how you run different actions and alerts, and so on and so forth. And do we have an example rule? We do have an example rule. I want to say we should in here. If we don't, I do have to open up the other room just to kind of remind myself. Or there's always the actual rule file, so we could just open the rule file and kind of take a look at the examples that are in there. So either way, we are going to be working with some good stuff here. So that is it for the basic introduction, and yeah, let's jump into the task for writing IDS rules using HTTP protocol. Okay, so IDS rules, intrusion detection system rules for HTTP traffic, and we need to navigate to the task folder. Which task are we using? It doesn't mention, so it's probably a task that's been mentioned here. Yeah, so task 2 has to do with HTTP, so we're gonna be using the task 2 folder for this, and these are basically the questions, right? So it says use the given Pcap file, write rules to detect all TCP port 80 traffic packets in the given Pcap file. What is the number of detected packets? And then you must answer this question correctly before answering the rest of the questions in this task. Fair enough, I guess. And then so investigate the log file. What's the destination address of packet 63? And investigate the log file. What's the acknowledgement packet of 64? Sequence number of packet 62, TTL, time to live packet, or time to live of packet 65, and source IP of packet 65, and source port of packet 65. So that's kind of it. I mean, we're just going to be running the exercises, it seems like. So let's see if the machine is up. Okay, cool. The machine is up. We're just going to open up the exercise file in the file manager just so we can see what's going on. But for the most part, we're going to be doing everything inside the command line here. And so command line, and if you haven't done this, or if you haven't done any Linux fundamentals, This might be a little bit challenging, so I recommend going through some Linux fundamentals. But I always start with printing the current directory, which is our Ubuntu, and then doing an ls command to see what we need to go to. And so as we knew that the exercise files is inside the desktop, we would go into the desktop and there it is. So then we're going to go into the actual exercise files directory and list our various files or directories that are in there. And everything that we're going to be doing is with the task 2, which is the HTTP task. So I'm going to go to task 2, and in here we have the local rules and we have the Pcap file. So the first thing that we want to do is open up the local rules file so that we can add and edit some rules in there. So one of the things that I really want to do, just for reference, I'm going to open up the last room that I did, which is the Snort room, and then I'm going to refer back and forth to this room because it has a lot of the basic instructions for editing and going into files and getting out of files, so on and so forth. So the command that we're looking for is this command. So this is the command that opens up a rules file for you, and it's sudo gedit. That's basically all you need to know. And then this specific pathway is to the actual main rule file. And so what we want to do is we want to create or edit our own rule file that comes within each one of these directories. So task 2 has its own rule file, and I'm sure all the other tasks are going to have its own rule file as well. So first thing that we want to do is we want to open the thing and local.rules, there we go, and it should open it up for us, and there is no rules in here, and the first few lines are commented. That's what a hashtag does, it just comments the files for you. And then so now I'm going to just go in here and kind of look at the structure of some of these basic rules. So this is basically what it looks like, right? So it says this is for filtering for the IP ID. So it's an alert for TCP from any IP to any port, any IP to any port. And the message could be basically any message that you want to put in there, but it should be along the lines of what you're actually testing for or running filtering for. And then this is the specific option that we want to use when we're looking for ID, right? And then as you notice, the format is very similar with the rest of these things, and the only thing that you're changing is this option right here, the option that comes after flag, or after the, after the message. So for this one, we're filtering TCP flags, and so you would be filtering for flags for SYN flag. This one is for the data packet size, and you would be essentially exactly the same thing, and then all you're changing is the size option, and then same IP, and then all you're changing is the same IP option. So it's pretty, I would say, repetitive or consistent. We can call it consistent, that's probably better. So it's pretty consistent when you are creating these rules, and we're going to be working with alert rules, I think, for the most part. So what it's asking for is what is the number of detected packets, and you want to do all TCP port 80 traffic packets in the given file. And so it could be one of two things, right? So it could be so alert, it would be alert TCP any 80, like that, and we would go back and forth to any. That would be one version of this, where it's from the source directory, or the source IP, the source IP could be any IP, but it's on port 80. Or I could just do any source IP and any receiving IP on port 80, which probably is the same thing. And then from that, we're going to go into the rest of it, which is just putting it inside a parentheses, writing your message, and the specific option that you want to choose, right? So that's kind of the only thing that it's asking us to do, and it's asking for all TCP port 80 traffic given in the Pcap file. That's basically it. So I am going to modify this in the way that I think would be the best way to do it. and then we're going to run it and see what it does, see how it works. Okay, so this is what our rules are going to look like. I did 2 rules. The first one is going to be coming from any source IP on port 80 going to any IP and any port as the destination. And then the message is source port 80 found. And then we have the SID of 100001 revision 1. And then the next one is going to essentially be the opposite. So it's any IP, any port on the source, and then any IP and port 80 on the destination. And we just changed it to destination port 80 found. And then it's going to have the SID ending with 2. And that's it. That's basically our rule. And we're going to save this. And if we exit it out, we should end up back in the terminal, which we did. And so now we just need to run the snort command. So sudo snort with the C for config, and we're just going to end up using local rules as our configuration file. We're going to do an alert. It's going to be full, and then it's going to log it into the current directory, and then we're going to read the current Pcap file, which is mx3.pcap, and that should work. Let me spell that right. And that should work, right? So this is what the command looks like. So we have sudo snort -c local rules is going to be our configuration. -a is for alert, and we just want a full alert. And we're going to log that into the current directory. That's what this dot represents. So -l into the current directory that we're in. And then -r is to read. And then we're going to read that Pcap file. So let's see what that looks like. Okay, so it read our file, and so now we actually have our new alert file right here, and then we have a local rules, obviously the original Pcap, and now we have a log. So if we use snort to read the log, which would be snort r and then snort.log, it should open this up for us, and it gives us a number at the bottom right here for our total, which is 328. And so that's basically what we were filtering for, right? We were filtering only for TCP traffic on port 80. And then if we go up here, you'll see that it basically only shows things that are for port 80, right? So that's basically the rule that we ran for. And so it should be the correct answer, which is 328. Okay, very good. That is the correct answer. So what is the destination address of packet 63? Now this is where it gets kind of tricky because there is a lot of packets. There's 328 packets. So let me see what the hint is. The n parameter helps analyze the n number of packets. So maybe if we just go back to the same command that we just ran and then do n and then stop at 63, it'll only read 63 packets. And then the very last packet that we'll have will be the actual packet that we're trying to analyze here, which is this thing. So it says, what is the destination address for packet 63? And so if we just zoom in right here, the first one is going to be the source IP on port 80. And then this is going to be our destination IP. So that should be the response and the answer. So let's go back out and let's paste this. Let's see if that's correct. That is indeed correct. Cool. What's the ACK number of packet 64? So we're just going to run the same exact command, except we're going to change it to 64 as the last packet. And so there's the 64th. And so we'll just go back up again, and we're going to find the very last packet, which is right here, and the ACK number is right there. And so we're going to copy that, come back and paste this thing. Good stuff. And sequence number for packet 62. So 64, 63, and let me see. Yeah, right, 64, 63, 62 right here. And so this is going to be our sequence number right there. And this was 64, so that's 63 and that's 62. And we're going to paste that here, and that should be all good. And so TTL of packet 65. So that means we're going to run the command one more time, and it's going to be 65. And just to give you a up close of this, this is what it is. So sudo snort -r for read, and then you put the name of the log file, which is right there, and then n65 just takes it to number 65. And so enter, and then we're going to find the last packet again, and we're going to find, what does they want? They want the TTL, so time to live, of packet 65, and that is right here. That's the TTL, which is 128. So I could just type that in real quick, and there you go. So, and the source IP of packet 65 is going to be this IP right here, the first IP basically, and we're going to copy and paste that here. And the source port of packet 65, which is 3372. And just like that, we finished our first task, our first exercise, which was writing the IDS rules for for HTTP traffic, excuse me. So writing IDS rules for HTTP traffic. And so if you know anything about ports and traffic and stuff like that, you kind of understand that HTTP applies to port 80, and there are no rules specific to HTTP, but there is a rule specific to TCP, and TCP on port 80 applies to HTTP. So that's basically how you kind of apply that, how you set that rule up. And so that was it. That was the first one. Simple enough, easy enough, and we are good with this one. So we are now going to move to writing IDS rules for FTP, which is port 21. All right, let's get into it. Let's see how it works. It basically kind of wants the same thing for us right here. And so we have the task file right here, which is task 3, and it's going to have the FTP traffic in there, or the local rules file that we're going to modify for FTP traffic. And it's similar. So it says write rules to detect all TCP port 21 traffic in the given Pcap. What's the number of detected packets? What's the FTP service name? And then clear the previous log and alarm files, deactivate, comment on the old rules, or deactivate or comment the old rules basically. Now write a rule to detect failed FTP login attempts in the given Pcap. Okay, interesting. And what is the number of detected packets? Clear the previous log, deactivate the old rule, write a rule to detect successful FTP logins in the given Pcap. And then what is the number of detected packets? Clear the log again, and write a rule to detect FTP login attempts with a valid username but a bad password or no password. Okay, number of packets, clear it out, and failed login attempts with administrator username but a bad password or no password. So we are creating a couple of different types of rules with this one. So let's see how that's gonna look. So the first thing that we need to do is go back to our previous directory, and then now we're going to go into the task 3. Task 3, there you go, FTP, and we're inside this right now. And so, whoops, it can't be a capital LS, it needs to be a lowercase ls. And so there we go. So that's what we got. We got the Pcap file, we have the local rules file, and so now we need to first just write the rule for finding any and all TCP port 21 traffic in this file. So first and foremost, we're going to go sudo gedit local rules. That's the first thing we got to do. And so here's our rules file, and we're just going to write the commands real quick. Oop, I'm getting a phone call, excuse me. And so first we're going to do the alert for those things, and then we'll see how many packets we find. All right, so here's what the rules are going to look like for this one, which is alert TCP any source IP port 21, and the next one is any, and then any destination IP port 21. And then we adjust the messages accordingly and adjust the SIDs accordingly. And that's pretty much it. That's basically our rule sets just to find these things. So we're going to save it and exit out this thing. And now we're going to run the command to read the file. So sudo snort, the config file is going to be our local rules file. And we want an alert that is full. We want to log it in the current directory, and we want to read the, what is it called? It is called FTP PNG GIF, whatever, Pcap. So there's that. That's basically what that command is going to look like, and hopefully that runs and it should be good. Okay, it definitely ran, and so the number is 421 it seems. So let's see if that's good. It is not. Wait, so let me see. So I should probably just get better at kind of getting into the habit of reading the actual log file, because that was a guess really. And it's not 421, I don't think. So we're going to do sudo snort read and then the log file, which should be snort something, there you go. And 614, there you go. That's the total number. So that's the actual answer. Okay, very good. And so now we're going to investigate the log file, and it says, what is the FTP service name? So let's see if we can find that. Okay, so the command that we ran used the X option, and the X option basically shows you everything including hexadecimal. And in here we should be able to see the details that we need to see specific to the FTP service. There you go. And it shows up in the kind of, I guess I don't know if this is called the comments or exactly what that's called, but, and just to show you what the command itself is so sudo snort read the log file, and then that's it. You just put a capital X as one of the things, and I just did N10 just because I didn't want to have 600 results. So the name of the service, one more time, was Microsoft FTP. That's basically right, Microsoft FTP service. Yeah. So Microsoft FTP service is the name of the service. And so now it says clear the previous log and alarm files and deactivate the old rules. Write a rule to detect failed FTP login attempts in the given Pcap. So what we're going to go back and do is we're going to reopen our rule file, sudo gedit rules. There it is. And so basically the way that you comment it out, as we kind of established, is you just put a little hashtag sign in the beginning, and that's it. That's how you comment out and deactivate an old rule. And based on the previous room that we did, they recommended not to delete any of these, just to comment them out, to deactivate them, so you kind of have an idea what you've done as far as all the rules that you've created and what you have access to, so on and so forth, unless it becomes gigantic and you have like thousands of lines of rules and it becomes a little bit tough to find rules or activate and deactivate them, so on and so forth. So for now, since we only have 2 rules, we're just going to comment out these rules. And now we're going to write a rule to detect failed FTP login attempts in our Pcap file. Okay, so the rule is actually going to look pretty similar to the other one, which is, it's going to be an alert TCP from any IP on port 21 trying to get to any IP that we got. The message is going to be failed FTP login. And then what we're filtering for here, so we actually had to add a little piece before the SID, which is we're filtering for the content. And so 530 specifically, applies to a failed login attempt. And this actually was inside the hint for the room that says each failed FTP login attempt prompts a default message with the pattern 530 user. So that's what it means when somebody tries to log in and they failed. It's not going to say failed login, right? So usually it's like that. There's some kind of a code that correlates to, what the activity was and what the result was, so on and so forth. So for example, when you get a successful HTTP attempt, it would be a code of 200, and 530 in this particular case applies to the FTP failed, and then user, I'm guessing, so 530 user is that the user failed to log in, essentially. I'm not for sure that's actually what it means. I just know that in this particular case, that's how we're going to filter. And so the content filter applies to the contents of the packet, right? So you're just searching through the contents of the packet to see if that string of text is going to be in there. And this is going to be our rule. So we're going to save it. We're going to exit here. And then what we need to do, they said, is clear the previous login alarm files and deactivate. So what we need to do is just remove, I'm just going to remove it easily enough, and then I'm gonna also remove the snort.log file easy enough. And so if I do ls, those things are no longer there, right? So there is a way that you can open up the alert file and delete what's inside it and save it that way. It's just faster, in my opinion, to just remove both of the files, because it's going to create a new alert file after we're done anyway. So that's it. So you just remove those 2 files, and we've edited our rule. So we should be good now, and we should now be able to run the command. And I just want to practice the command. So sudo snort, and it's going to be the configuration file local rules, and we're going to have an alert that is full, and we want to log it in the current directory, and we're reading the FTP Pcap file. And that should be it. So let's press enter. Okay, very good. And we got that. So now we're going to do sudo snort read the snort.log file. And there's that. And so we got 41 results. So there's that answer. So 41 results is the number of detected packets. And so create the previous log and alarm files, write a rule to detect successful FTP login. So what's going to be that? It's 230. So you see 530, I think it was the previous one that it was failed. So 230 is going to be successful login. So that's what we're filtering for. And it should be fairly simple to do that, right? Because we already have the rule. All we need to do is just change that little code file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now remove my alert and sudo remove snort log. And there should be that. Okay, very good. And so sudo gedit local rules, and it's going to open this back up for me. So I'm just going to highlight this whole thing and copy that. I'm going to go at the beginning of this. I'm going to comment out that rule, and I'm just going to create a new line, copy the rule entirely, and all we're doing is we're doing success right here. And then we're changing this to 230, and the SID is going to be changed to 4. And that's it. That's our rule. So we're going to save this thing, go right here, and I'm just going to click up 1 and then up 2 or 3, excuse me. Well, maybe 5. So 6, there you go. Fine, found it. So sudo snort configuration, the local rules. I'm going to do an alert of full. I'm going to create the log in my current directory just to kind of show you again. And so, yeah, that's basically it. And then we're running the Pcap file. So we're going to run it. We're going to read it. Very good. And so now I want to sudo snort read my snort log file. And what is it going to be? There's a total of one successful packet that's logged in. And so can we see it? I want to see what the packet looks like that they got a successful login here. That's basically it. That's it. That's the packet. Look at that. That's a successful FTP login into our file. So what I want to do, just for shits and giggles, we're going to do the read, and we're just going to do it in full hexadecimal format so I can see what all the contents actually looks like as well. And so there you go. This is what it actually shows in the contents of it. It says 230 user administrator logged in. So somebody with an administrator password logged in here, or the administrator username logged in here. Okay, all right. We are doing some good research right now. And so, okay, so what's the rule here? Now we're gonna clear the log, deactivate the old rule, write a new rule that does failed FTP login attempts with a valid username but a bad password. So what's that going to look like? So it says each login attempt with a valid username and bad password prompts a default message with the pattern 331 password. Okay, and try to filter the given pattern in the FTP traffic. Try to filter the given username. So 331 password is what it's going to look like, and see. So let's create that rule. So we're going to do sudo remove alert, sudo remove snort log, and then sudo gedit local.rules. And so we're just going to comment out this one. And I wonder if I still have it saved to my... Oh, I don't. I didn't even try to save that. I don't understand why it would do something like that. Kind of weird, but whatever. Okay, so now we got the new alert, TCP, all that stuff. And so what are we doing? It's a failed bad user. So we'll just do failed FTP, and then it is valid user, sorry, bad password. So bad pass, that's going to be the thing. So failed FTP bad password is going to be our message. And the content is, what's the code? 331 password. So 331 password, let's see what that gives us. And SID of 5, because this is going to be our 5th rule. And I think that's it. That's a good one. So we're going to save this out, and we're going to close this out. And we are now going to run the command one more time. So if I do a couple of these where we just go up, and there's the command. So sudo snort config is the local rules, yada, yada, yada. And we're reading the pcap file. So we ran it, and we got that. So now we're going to do sudo snort read the snort.log file. And there's 42. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do that one more time with the hex option to see what we got here. So password required for administrator, password required for administrator, password required for administrator, password required for administrator. So there was 31 failed login attempts for administrator. Oh, no, wait. For Napier. So we got administrator. So there's Napier in here. That's another username. Napier, and Fred, Napier, administrator. What else we got? Fred, test one, test admin. So it looks like they're trying, a bunch of different things, clearly, and until they finally got their escalated privileges to their stuff. So what is the number of detected packets? We got 42 detected packets here. And so we're going to clear it, and then it says write a rule detected for the FTP login attempts with administrator of the username, but a bad password or no password. And you can use the content filter more than one time. Okay. So we're going to do content for, what is it? Bad password, I think, or no password. So we're going to do content administrator, and then content bad password, right? Yeah, so content administrator, content bad password. So it's going to be 331 password, and then also content administrator. So we're going to create basically just an extra line of a rule, and that should give me just the stuff for the user administrator. So sudo remove alert and sudo remove snort log, and do RLS. There it goes. So sudo gedit local rules, and so I'm just gonna copy this, and it's gonna be the bad pass, and then we're gonna paste it. Bad pass administrator is gonna be this rule. And so this one is just going to, in the content, is going to say administrator. Like that. That should be it. I wonder if I could put both of them on the same rule, but I'm just going to create two rules. One of them is going to be filtering the content 331 password, and the other one is going to filter the content administrator. So let's see if this works. Hopefully it will. If not, we'll just do a little bit of troubleshooting. Who cares? So sudo snort config file is local rules, and we're going to do an alert of full. We're going to log it in the current directory, and we're going to read the, what is the name of the file? FTP yada yada yada. Oops, I forgot to put R. So I gotta make sure I read the file. And there it goes. And it ran. And so now sudo snort R the snort log file and give it to me in hexadecimal format. 63 packets, huh? That can't be right. Oh, because it showed, I see. So it needs to be, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do, yeah, I think I'm gonna do, first and foremost, what I did was for the bad password is 331 and administrator. It shows up everything for administrator and for bad password. So we're gonna do 331, what is it? It's 530, administrator cannot log in. 530 user administrator cannot log in. Okay, I gotta do a little bit of troubleshooting real quick. Okay, so we had to modify our rule to include both of the different pieces of content that we're searching for in the same rule. And then there's one specific option that you also have to note here. When you're using multiple content filters, you have to put in the fast pattern filter. That's kind of a requirement. And I think that's it. That's all I gotta do. Failed FTP, bad password, whatever. I'm just gonna leave the message because that doesn't matter, or not. It doesn't matter much. So now it should be fine. So now I'm gonna run Snort again with the config file local.rules, and it's gonna be a full alert, and we're gonna log it in the current directory. And now we're going to read the FTP file. Okay, so there we go. And so Snort, sudo Snort read the Snort log file x7. Is that right? That is right. Okay, cool. That did work. Okay, so let's see what they look like. So 331 password required for administrator. Password required for administrator. So these are all the failed login attempts for the username administrator. And that's basically it. I mean, that was, again, kind of simple. I'm not going to say it was easy. I had to do some research between the attempts. But for the most part, I'm satisfied with how we did in this particular task. So we're going to now move on to the next one, which is writing IDS rules for a PNG, which I think is an image. So yeah, we're going to move on to task 4, writing IDS rules for a PNG. All right, so let's create an IDS rule for PNG files in the traffic. So go to the task folder, use the file, write a rule to detect PNG files in the Pcap, investigate the file, investigate the logs, and identify the software name embedded in the packet. And then clear it and look for a GIF file and investigate the logs and identify the image format embedded in the packet. So let us do that. We can just get out of this particular folder now and go to CD task 4, right? That's what we're on, task 4. That is the PNG, yeah. So CD task 4, PNG, get in there. And let's do that. So we have same thing, right? FTP PNG GIF. I think it might be the same Pcap file, honestly, because it was named the same. So first thing we got to do is we got to edit the local rules. So there we go. And we are now here. And so it says ICMP packet found. There was already a rule in here. So ICMP any, and this is a ping. So I don't think this really is necessary. I wonder if it is. I don't think it is. But I'm just going to disable it for now. And we're going to come back and create a new rule that will detect PNG files in the Pcap. Okay, so in order to actually be able to pull this off, in the search of file types, typically, more often than not, 99.9999% of the time, you're not going to see something that says PNG, and you're not going to say something that says GIF or whatever. What you need to do is you got to find the file signature. There's something called the magic number, and so we just Googled it basically. So magic number file signatures, and there's a Wikipedia list, and then you go here and you have all of these things, okay? And so in my case, I'm running on Mac, so I'm just going to do Command F. But if you're on a computer, it would be on a Windows computer, it would be Control F. And then I'm going to look for, what is it, PNG, right? That's the first one. So the first thing that we want to find is PNG. And so this is Pcap PNG and I want the actual file. Oh, there we go. So for PNG itself. So for a PNG file, this is the magic number, okay? So this magic number in hexadecimal means there's a PNG file right here. So image encoded in the portable graphics format. And if we go up here, it says the Pcap next generation dub format. So that's definitely not it. And so PNG, and then what is the other one? So yeah, that's it. So this is the only thing that actually applies to the image inside the file that is encoded in portable network graphics, so PNG format. So we're going to copy this. I just want to make sure I copied it one more time. So I'm going to go here. I'm just going to create an alert, TCP any and any, and the message is PNG file detected, and the content is going to be, I think I have to separate it by a pipe, that like vertical, this thing right here. And so we're going to paste the content in here and then add another one at the very end of it. Whoops. Let's go back and make sure that this is all good. And there you go. And then close the quote. And then there you go. And SID is going to be 100002. And the rev is going to be 1. So let's zoom out and make sure that all of that is all good. SID is all good. That's all good. And I think that's it. I think we should be fine with this. So we're gonna save it. I'm gonna close this out. And we are gonna run the command and let's see if it actually works. Local rules, and the alert is gonna be a full alert, and you're gonna log it in my current directory, and you're gonna read the FTP PNG file. Okay, so it did work, or at least it read it, that all I can say that. And then sudo snort, read the snort.log file. Oh, whoops, I need to do that same thing in hex format. And so there it is. So we only have one. Okay. And in here, there should be something. Is there something in here for me that will be useful? Is there anything here that will be useful? Ooh, look at that. Software is Adobe Image Ready. Okay. Hey, look at that. I like it when things work. Yeah, buddy. That's awesome. So now we're going to be detecting a GIF file in the given Pcap. So same thing, right? So we're just going to go and search for that. So first I'm going to remove the alert file, and then I'm going to remove the log file just to make things easier to detect. And there we go. And so now we are going to go through the list of the wiki stuff for a GIF format image. And so where is it? We got image encoded with the graphics interchange format. And are they both the same? There's two different codes in here. So I guess I'm gonna create two rules. Yeah, so this is the only thing that applies here. So I'm gonna create, I'll create one rule that will have both of these pieces of content. How about that? So we'll do this. We will go back to sudo gedit and local rules. And we're just going to comment out this rule right here. And I'm going to go here. I forgot to first copy paste that. So I'm going to first paste the actual magic number. Then I'm going to copy the rule itself. Then I'm going to paste the rule. And then I'm going to replace that magic number with this magic number, which is going to be this thing right here. I'm going to replace that with this. And so it's going to say GIF file detected. And so since we are going to have multiple content filters in here, we need to do I think, what was it called? A full, what is it called? A fast pattern, my bad. So fast pattern. So we're going to do fast _ pattern and then separate that with another content filter, and that's going to include this, and then within that I'm going to get the second set of numbers here. I'm going to copy that, go here, go inside this thing, and paste it in here. Okay, and there is that. We're just going to change the SID to 3, and that should be good. So alert, any, and then GIF detected, content. We're going to have 2 different filters in there, and that should be good. So I'm excited to run this and see if this actually works. So let's do it. Sudo snort config file local rules. Alert is going to be full, and the log in the current directory, and then read the FTP PNG GIF Pcap. Okay, after running this multiple times and not getting a log file, I think there's an issue with my actual rule. So I might need to remove one of those values and see if it will work. Whoops. Okay, so that is the issue, I think. So I am using the wrong potential magic number. So I'm gonna do a search in Google for the GIF MIME type magic number, and the magic number for GIF is this. A file that starts with da 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 is always a GIF. Okay, so this is giving us a different type of content to search for. So it's GIF 87A. So I'm gonna try to see if that's gonna give me anything in my rules. Okay, I think we found something. So let's see, sudo snort read the snort.log file and give it to me in hexadecimal format. There's 4 packets here. Let's see, is there anything in here that may actually be worthy? So what is it? Investigate the log, identify the image format embedded in the packet. I want to say it's this thing. So GIF 89A. So there was either 87A or 89A, and it seems that the only thing that showed up is actually GIF 89A. So that might be the answer. That is the answer. Okay, great. So, all right, that worked. So the thing that we had to search for in this particular case was the MIME type magic number. So there's always the, I guess, the magic number, which is those like hexadecimal type numbers. And then there's the MIME type number, which is what we found this particular answer from. So that works as well. And then from here now, we can move on to the next task. So in this task, we're going to be searching for torrent, or searching through a torrent meta file. So we're going to go to the torrent folder, which is this particular folder, which is on task 5. And so the requirements are to use the given Pcap, write a rule to detect torrent meta file in the given Pcap, the number of packets that have torrent, investigate the log and alarm files. What's the name of the torrent application, and then what is the MIME multipurpose type of the torrent file, and what is the host name of the torrent meta file. So there's things right here. So what's the hint give us? Torrent meta files have a common name extension .torrents. Try to filter the given pattern in the TCP traffic. So we're going to be searching for content that has .torrent in it. So what we're going to do, as you should already know by now, is we're going to go back, and then we're going to go cd task 5, which is torrent. We're going to come in here, and we have our local rules. So we're going to edit the local rules file, and in this one we're going to create a basic rule that gives us an alert of TCP any, and it's going to be any, and the message is going to be torrent file found, and we're going to do a content filter, which is going to be .torrent, and from there we're going to have a SID of 100001, and from there we're going to have a revision of 1. and that should be good. So TCP any torrent file found, content is going to be .torrent, and we're going to, that's it, we're just going to run it. So that should be good. And let's see if we find anything inside this thing. So what's the name of the file? It's torrent.pcap. So sudo snort, and it's going to be config local rules. Then we're going to run the alert for full. Then we're going to log it in our current directory, and we're going to read the torrent.pcap file. Okay, so we got something. So let's see if we got a log. We got a log. Very good. Sudo snort, read the snort.log file, and do it in hexadecimal format. Got 2 total responses, so the number of detected packets should be 2. Very good. And so let's go through it and see what we can find about the information. Wow, look at all that. There's a lot of stuff in here. Okay, so there's 2 files, and it seems like they have pretty much the same information in here. And so what am I answering here? It says, what is the name of the torrent application? So let's see what we can find here. BitTorrent. It might be x-BitTorrent, or it could just be BitTorrent. I've actually used BitTorrent. Torrentbox.com could be the website that we're looking for, tracker2.torrentbox.com. So that's some good information. And yeah, the application itself, so they're asking for the application. So the application name is x-BitTorrent. So x-BitTorrent, is that it? No, it's not. So it's BitTorrent. There you go. And so what is the MIME extension type of the torrent meta file? So the extension of the torrent meta file is what? I believe from here to here. So application / x-BitTorrent might be the MIME type. So application / x-BitTorrent. Cool, that is it. And what is the host name of the torrent meta file? The host name. Host is tracker2.torrentbox.com, and then port 2710. Although I don't think we need the port, so tracker2.torrentbox.com. Cool, okay, very good. And that was one of the quicker ones so far. And we have accomplished searching through a Pcap file for a torrent file, torrent meta file. Okay, very good. Moving on. Okay, so task 6 is about troubleshooting, and so it says you need to fix syntax errors in the given rule files. So we can test each rule set with the following command structure, which is sudo snort. This is the rules. Read that a console. And so it'll just print everything on the console, and fix the syntax error in this file and make it work smoothly. What is the number of detected packets? Then fix in this file, make it work smoothly, fix it in this file, that file, that file, that file. And so basically we're just fixing the error. So these are logical errors though. So okay, there's logical error there, and then there's a syntax error. So I think logical error applies to the type of stuff that you're searching for. And then syntax error is like if you put a comma in the wrong place or something like that. So let's see what the hint for this one is. Space matters, okay. Don't forget the ports, okay. SIDs should be unique. I mean, they're kind of giving it away. Semicolons matter. And what else we got? Semicolons we already talked about. So what is this? Direction and colons, okay, that matters. And case sensitivity matters. Okay, so let's go into the task 6, right? Task 6, yeah. So we're going to go into the task 6 file. So cd and there it is. So the first one is local rules 1. So sudo gedit local 1 rules. Here we go. Alert TCP any 3372 any, and there's a space that needs to actually run properly over there. So I actually made this mistake on one of my own rules earlier in this task. So for sure, space definitely does matter. Troubleshooting 1, SID is fine, rev is fine, everything else is fine. So we're going to save it. And we're going to go and we're now going to run it. Snort config local 1, right? Local 1.rules. And we're going to do an alert console. And we're going to, I don't think we need to log it. It's not telling us to log it, so that should be fine. And you're going to read the mx whatever file. Okay, so there you go. So what is the number of detected packets? 16. What's going on, buddy? 16. There you go. Cool. Moving on. So sudo gedit local 2 rules. So here's this one. And alert ICMP any. There's no port, so that's probably what's missing. Any. And message troubleshooting 2. Everything else is fine, so it's missing a port. It was missing the command for the port. Simple enough. Sudo snort config file is the local 2 rules, and you're going to read the mxcap, and then you're going to do it onto the console. And so now we have 68 packets. Very good. So I'm kind of breezing through this, but this is basically the command that I'm running to actually run the file after we've done the editing of the rule itself. And then yeah, that's it. You basically create fix the rule. So gedit one more time, and then local 3.rules. And so here it is. So I'll kind of zoom in this time so you can kind of see what's going on. So ICMP any all is good. This is all good. Any 8443 okay. The message seems to be fine. The SIDs are not unique, so you need to have a unique SID, and that should be fine. So we're going to save that now, and we're going to go out, and we're going to run the command sudo snort. Config file is local 3 rules, and you're going to read the mx file, and you're going to print it onto the console for me. So it should be 87 packets. Very good. And local rules 4. So let's see. Sudo, gedit local 4 rules. And so what's going on here? Let's see if we can figure it out. ICMP, any, all that good. That's good. And this is all good. And this is still not a unique SID. And that's it. Was I supposed to do, because I feel like I did this one already. No, this is 4. Okay. So, okay. So that seems to be fine. So let's save it. Let me just, what does this say? Semicolons matter. Oh, so it's not missing. I see. See, I missed that. So the SID was the thing that was like an immediate fix. But look at this. Right here, they have a colon where there should be a semicolon. So that is what was missing in this situation. And are we missing any other semicolons? No, that was the only one that was missing. Okay, so now we're going to save it, and we're going to run that. And let's figure this one out. So it's going to be sudo snort config local 4, correct? Yeah, local 4 rules. And we're going to read the mx file, and we're going to put the alert onto the console. And let's see what we got here. How many packets we got? We got 90 packets in this one. And local rules 5. So now we're going to go into sudo gedit local 5 rules. And we are now here. Okay, so here's one thing that I remember from the first room. There is no such thing as a backwards thing. So it's either this or moving forward, but there is no backward thing. So this just needs to be done according to this parameter. So that's pretty much it. It's either this or moving forward, which let's see, it says to move it forward. So I'm kind of cheating here by looking at the thing, but I didn't want to run it and then find another one again. So I'm just going to adjust it to the format that they wanted it to be formatted. And so let's see if there's anything else that's missing. So all that stuff is good. These are good. The SID numbers are good. Everything else is good. So we're going to save it and we're going to go like that. And now we're going to run the command. Easy enough. And this is on the local 5.rules, and we're going to read the MX file and we're going to alert it onto the console. Oh, see, look at that. There's no argument passed on to the SID. What are you talking about? Really? Make sure you didn't forget a semicolon or a colon. So maybe I got ahead of myself. Local 5.rules. Is there no? Aha. See? Look at that right there. That's what's messed up. So whatever is inside the semicolon needs to have a colon to separate, and then semicolons separate the rules individually. Okay, good stuff. They throw multiples at us, you know what I mean? They're doing it just to see if we're on our toes over here. And there's a quotation for the message. Come on, bro. I can't believe I'm missing these. I need to just be paying attention, buddy. There it is. That's the other one that was missing a semicolon. Okay, let me just read one more time through these rules to make sure that it's all good. Because I don't want to keep coming back and forth and doing this little troubleshooting here. Okay, all right. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So, I don't know, third, fourth time, however many times I've been trying to run this, but it should be good now. There we go. We got it. And there is that. Okay, moving on to local rules number 6. Let's see what is wrong with this file. Local 6 rules. Okay, there is just one rule here, but we got to make sure that there's nothing wrong with it. So it's TCP any port 80, get request found, content is going to be that, the SID is that, and the revision is that. So for a get request, I think this might be the thing that might be messed up. So let's see what else we can find that could potentially cause us harm. I'm also going to look at the hint. Case sensitivity matters. Use the capitals or no case. Okay, so in the first Snort room, one of the options that we have is no case. That basically says it disables case sensitivity used for enhancing the content search. And so the content right here, number 1, says get. So it doesn't actually use a specific code for it or a magic number. And then there's the option that they added, which is no case. So I'm going to go here and I'm just going to change this to, well, I'm going to run it with that, and then we'll see if it still comes back with an issue. So no case was added, SID is fine, and the revision is fine. The message is fine as long as it has the semicolon at the end. This has a semicolon, that has a semicolon. Everything should be fine. So we'll first run it with the magic number, and if it doesn't work with the magic number, I'm just going to change it to the original, which is just get. So sudo snort, config file is local 6 rules, and we are going to read the MX file, and we're going to put the alert onto the console. Is this going to work? It did work, and we got 2 alerts. Let's see if that works. Oh, it did work. Okay, great. Good stuff. Moving on. Finally, which is local 7. And what is the hint on this one? Rules without messages don't make sense. So it seems like we just need to make a message for this rule, which sounds simple enough. Local 7.rules. And so it has the content and TCP port 80, content something something on port 80. I don't know what it is, but I'm just going to do a message of payload found on DSD port 80. That's going to be our message. We're going to separate it with a semicolon. This is all good, separated with a semicolon. The SID is all good, separated with a semicolon. And that's it. So that should be our rule for this one. And we're going to close that. And we're going to go up here and we're going to run it one final time with the local 7 rules file. And you're going to read the MX file and you're going to give me an alert onto the console. Let's go. We got that. And how many? Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, what is the name of the required option? I didn't even need to run the freaking thing. I could just type it here. MSG. MSG. Isn't that an ingredient for something that like makes food addictive or some shit like that? Okay, nice. Troubleshooting syntax errors is done. And got that in the bag. And we're going to move on to the next task now. Using external rules. So MS17010. This is external rules to fight against the latest threats. We're going to go to the task folder, use the Pcap, use the given rule file to investigate MS1710 exploitation, the number of detected packets, clear the log, and then use the second rule file, empty file, to write a new rule to detect payloads containing that as the keyword, and then the number of detected packets, and then investigate the alarm files. What is the requested path of that? And then the CVSS v2 score of MS vulnerability. Okay, so we're going to first look at this hint. The content option is going to help us filter that. We got that so far. Ends with IPC, so the requested path, I see. So we're going to search for the path that ends with that. And then the external search will help you find the score. So we got to go into the actual CVSS database to find the score of that vulnerability. So that being said, we are going to go back one file and we're going to go into the task 7, right? That's what we're on? Task 7, yeah. I was trying to be smart with it, and I was trying to do 2 commands at once, but I don't think I could. Task 7. There we go, ls, and we have local rules and we have local 1. So we're going to first mess with local rules. So sudo gedit local dot rules. Whoa, type that at the top. Look at these rules, man. Holy moly. Okay, so use that to investigate the MX17 exploitation. Is there anything on here that actually finds that for us? So MS1710. 1710. There you go. So we have these 2 rules. And I mean, I don't know if I want to have all of these things searched for, but whatever. So we have at least the thing. So I don't need to modify it or anything, I don't think. So I'm just going to run it as is and see if from the log file that's generated we're going to be able to find anything. So sudo snort, and the config file is going to be local .rules, and we're going to read the name of the file is ms07 pcap, and the alert is going to be a full alert, and I'm going to log it inside a log in the current directory, and I think that's it. Read ms7 Yes, I believe that's it. So let's run it. Okay, that was the longest log file that we have so far, and so inside of this, it's going to ask us what is the number of detected packets. So sudo snort r, and we want to read the snort.log file that we just generated, and we got 25,154 packets. Holy shit. Okay, there you go. Clear the previous log and use the second rule file. So let's see what we got. So sudo remove alert and sudo remove the snort log file. Okay, so we got that, and do a new rule. So we're gonna actually modify this one, gedit local 1 dot rules, There we go. And so we're going to create a new rule here that is going to give us a what? A TCP any, and the message is what found? To new rule to detect payloads containing IPC keyword. So we're going to say IPC found. That's basically going to be our message. And within that, we're going to have a content filter, and it's going to search for \IPC $. That's it, I think. And then separate that by a semicolon. SID is going to be 100,001, and the rev, whoops, see, I made a mistake. So rev is going to be 1 and semicolon separated. So that is our rule. I'm going to try to see if this actually works and if it gives me anything good. So any IP on any port, IPC found, the content is going to be this thing that they told us to search for, and the SID is all good, and that's all good, and everything's been separated by a semicolon. We're going to save this rule, exit out of this mofo, sudo snort config local1 .rules, and you're going to read the ms file, and you're going to give me an alert into a log, alert full log on the current thing, and give me that. So bad escape sequence starting with IPC. So there's something wrong with that. Okay, so based on a little conversation that I just had with Bard, which is the Google AI, so I told it basically this, that was my rule, and I pasted my rule. This is the edited version of the rule that it gave me. But I gave it my rule, and I said, this is, it's giving me a bad escape, bad escape sequence error. There you go. And it's because I was using the actual backslash that was provided in the this thing right here, in this piece right here. And instead of using just the IPC keyword, I actually used the backslash as well. So I'm going to remove this backslash, and I'm going to save my rule and come back, and we're going to run it one more time just to see if it'll actually work, and hopefully it will. Okay, there you go, it did work. And the number of detected packets are 12, just like that. So, okay, easy does it. Sometimes you do need help from an AI to make things work. So, all right, so now we're going to investigate the log alarm files, and we're going to try to find the path that we want. So what is the name of the, it doesn't matter really, but sudo snort read the file. So snort.log, and read it in hex format for me, and it's going to read it. And I'm going to kind of maximize this a little bit just so it's a little bit easier to go through these things and what I'm looking for. And there is an alarm file that we could also search for that might make it easier to search, but there's also this version of the thing right here where I can actually go into it, and look, it says it already right here. So that is the full thing. And so what am I looking for? It's saying what is the requested path, which is I believe it's the 192.168, so on and so forth. So I'm actually gonna just type that in manually because I don't think I can do it without, like, if I copy it, it's gonna copy all the hex data as well. 168.116.138, and then backslash IPC $. That should be it. There you go. Cool. And now what is the CVSS v2 score of the MS017 vulnerability? And so since we are going to use external search to help us do this, I'm just going to copy this whole thing and search Google for it, and it should give me something right away, and it's 9.7. Look at that. That is pretty high up there, you guys. Oops, not 937, 0.7. No way. It's not 9.7? External search. Okay. I thought it was 9.7 because it said 9.7. With with a high risk factor and a base score of 9.3. Okay, so maybe it's 9.3 if it's not 9.7. Okay, I see. See, it didn't say that though. It didn't say that you want the base score. Whatever. Okay, whatever. Anyways, we got the answer. That's what's important. And we are moving on to our very last task before we conclude this room. So it's for the most part, it's been kind of a smooth experience running through this whole thing. So just wrap task 7 using external rules for the MS17010 vulnerability. And yeah, let's move on. Okay, task 8, the final task, I believe. So use external rules, do it again. So navigate the task folder, Pcap, yawn, and so forth. We're going to use this thing to investigate that one. What's the number of packets? Then investigate the alarm files, how many rules were triggered. Okay, investigate the alarm files. What are the first 6 digits of the triggered rule SID? Then use the previous login alarm file, or excuse me, clear those, and then use the local 1 rules to write a new packet to find payloads between 770 and 800 bytes, and that is the data size. Where was it? D size. D size is the name of the option that we're going to be using. And let's go back here. And where are we moving? So we're moving to investigate log alarm files. And what is the name of the used encoding algorithm? And used encoding algorithm for this crap. And invested what's the IP ID of the packet, and decode the encoded command. What is the attacker's command? And then find the vulnerability. Okay, this is a pretty good one. This seems like a pretty gnarly one. So first thing that we got to do is actually go into the task file for that, which is the very last one, task 8. So let's go back 1 directory, and we're going to go into task 8. I have to use capital letters. There you go, ls. And so we got the local 1 and local rules. And so what we're going to do first is we're just going to run Snort against the Pcap file by using the local rules, and that should be it. I believe that is it. So I'm going to read it. Oh no, I forgot to create a log file. Darn. So I'm going to do it again and create a log file. Excuse me, alert is going to be full, and I'm going to create a log file in my current directory. That's what I missed. Now it's going to give me the log file. There we go. And so we got da-da-da-da-da. So, okay, so what are we going to do here? It says, what is the number of detected packets? So snort dot log. What is the number of my packets? What am I missing? Oh, I didn't use read. So here we go, sudo snort read the snort.log file. Thank you. And we got 26 packets in total. So investigate the alarm file and the log file and see how many rules were triggered. So let's see, will it show that to us here? Okay, for this one, I actually just went through the alerts because it's a little bit easier to read. And there were only 4 unique SIDs that actually came through. So I think the answer is 4, and that is indeed the case. And so it says, what are the first 6 digits of the triggered rules SIDs? And they do all actually have the same exact first 6 digits, and the only thing that changes are the last 2 digits right here. So, you know, there's 26, 30, 26, and then 31, and then there was one that was 28. So what we got is the first 6 digits, which is important. And so we're going to copy that, and that should be our answer. Very good. And so now clear and then run with local rules to create a new one. So I'm going to now close this thing out. I'm going to remove the alert and the log file. And then from there, we're going to create a new one. So remove alert and sudo remove snort log. And so we should be good with here. And so gedit the local one.rules. And so here we are going to create a new alert on TCP any and any, and it's going to be message packet size found, whatever. And I think it's called D-size, right? That was the name of the thing. Yeah, so D-size, minimum and maximum. And so if you want to put it between certain types of sizes, so it would be the first size and then the thing and then the second size. So we want between 700 to 770 to 855. So we're going to go here and we're going to do D-size, and it's going to be 770, and it's going to be 855 for the second number. So we got that. The SID is going to be 100001, and the rev is going to be 1. And that should be our rule, and it should be fine. And is there any formatting or any kind of issue? No, I think so. I think it's good. So we're going to save it. We're going to go back and we're going to run it, and let's see what we got. So ls, that's what it's going to look like in there. So sudo snort config file is going to be the local one.rules, and the read is going to be applying to the log pcap, and we do want an alert of a full alert, and we want to log it in our current directory. So let's run that. And oh, of course, I put dies instead of D-size. Goodness gracious. gedit local one.rules. Let's go back here and just change this to D-size instead of dies. And there you go. And we got that. And so now I can probably run the command and it should be fine. There we go. Okay, so what does it say? So the first question is number of detected packets is 41. And what is the name of the used encoding algorithm? Okay, let's try to investigate our file here. So sudo snort read snort.log, and I need to actually do that again, but I need to do it with hexadecimal so I can get the full contents. Okay, so we got that. And so the name of the encoding algorithm. So the name of the encoding algorithm. Okay, so I recognize this portion right here where it says base 64. I know that that's an encoding algorithm, and I have seen it multiple times inside these results. Let's see if we get any more that kind of gives us something similar to that. But I think that's it. I think the answer is base 64. So let's try it. Let's just see if that actually works. So we're going to go here, base 64, and that is indeed the answer. Very good. What is the IP ID of the corresponding packet? So the one that actually gave me a base 64 was, which one? It was, right, okay, so this is the one that had the base 64. So now I need to find the IP ID, which is in the upper section right here somewhere. And there it is, 62808. Paste that there. Very good. And so now investigate it again and decode the encoded command. What is the attacker's command? What's the hint here? It says you can use the base 64 tool, read the log alarm files, and extract the command and decode. Extract the command, read the log alarm, and extract the base 64 command, and then the command to decode it is that. Okay, I see. So we're going to go here, and I believe the command itself is this thing right here. So it goes, basic command base 64, and from here all the way down to what? Okay, so I think the easier version might be to actually review the alert file, and from here try to find the ID. So 62808, which is this thing right here. Unfortunately, it does not provide the hex data for me. So let's see what we can do in this particular situation to try to get that information out of there, that attacker command. So sudo snort read the snort.log file in hex format, and then I want you to find my specific packet that I'm looking for, which is this one. And so I'm gonna kind of open this up a little bit and bring this down a little bit just so we could see the command, and it's a, I mean, it's a pretty long command. And usually the issue is this: when I try to highlight this section, you see how it highlights all of that? So that's the kind of problem that I'm having right now, to try to figure out exactly how to take that entire section out without having to delete each one of these things. So time to do a little bit of Googling. Okay, so based on what I read, I literally have to do this manually. So I'm going to just take this. I'm going to copy this portion of the response. There we go. And we're going to go into some kind of a text editor. I think that's a text editor up there. There you go. So paste it in here. And now I got to remove all of these things manually. So we're going to go here first and remove that manually. Then we're going to remove that manually. Then we're going to remove that manually. And so on and so forth until we get the full code. Okay, once you remove everything, this is what it should look like. So we're going to close this out and we're going to save it on the desktop as base64.txt. Save that. And so now we have it. And so the command that is recommended for us to do it is the base64 decode filename.txt. So it's going to be very similar to, I'm just going to open up a new thing. Actually, it doesn't matter, so because we're already pretty much done. So we're going to go here, ls cd desktop, ls, and there it is. So base64 decode base64.txt. Actually, I don't think that's an invalid input. I think that's actually it. So it's probably from this portion to this portion might be the thing. So we're going to copy that and let's see if that works. Yep, that's indeed the message. So very good. So I mean, with the exception of just removing the thing manually, everything was pretty simple to do. So now what we need to do is go find the CVSS v2 score of the log4j vulnerability. And so it says the average is 6.5 with the base score of 7.4. And then there's more information where it says there's 7.5 here. So it's one of these three. It's either 6.5, 7.4, or 7.5. So let's try 6.5. Nope. 7.4. Nope. 7.5. That's not it either. Holy shit, really? Okay. Okay, so going to the actual NIST website, we're going to click on V2. Oh, this is a completely different score. So it's 9.3 then. Yeah, so I don't know where this information came from. I don't know what, this is generative AI, so this is probably the response from Google's AI, which clearly is not right. So we needed to get it specifically from the NIST.gov website, and we did. And so that is it. That is the last task for using external rules on Snort. In conclusion, let's see what we got over here. Oh, that's basically it. So are you brave enough to stop a live attack in the second challenge room? So we have completed this one. This was actually pretty fun. I liked it. This was a subscriber only room that was available in TryHackMe. I know that the Snort 2 challenge room, this is actually also a free room that's available in TryHackMe right here. So this is going to be available to anybody who does not, even if you don't have a VIP membership or a paid membership essentially. But I do recommend getting the paid membership. I think honestly for the money, it's super, super affordable and very, very valuable. So definitely try it out. If you want even a discount, you can use the link in the description below and you will get a $5 credit towards it, and it'll make it even more affordable to do so. And yeah, you'll just get to hacking. You'll get to have some fun with this. So it's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. And I hope you learned from this room. And I hope you will follow along with us as we go through the rest of these challenges in the rest of these rooms. Make sure to like, subscribe, share, comment, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time a video comes out. And of course, the very next one that's going to come out, at least in this pathway, because I might end up doing something in the pen test pathway. But for this pathway, we're going to end up doing the live challenges for Snort, which is, it just seems to be 2 scenarios, but I'm pretty sure it's going to end up kicking our butt. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'm very excited about it. Peace, love, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. And I will talk to you soon. All right. Hello and welcome back. It's your boy Hank Hackerson with another episode of Hank Hacks Hackers. And today we're going to finish our Snort lineup. And so this was the path for network security and traffic analysis. It's under the SOC level 1 pathway of TryHackMe. And we've already done the intro. We've done the basics challenge yesterday, or in the last video. And then today we're going to do the live attack challenge. And this is part again of the security analysts security operations center pathway. The room itself is a free room, which is always awesome. So you can just follow along on your own machine if you have downloaded Snort and just kind of use the exercises that way. Or you can always just get a free subscription to TryHackMe and you'll be able to use the virtual machines that are included in these scenarios. There's always the link in the description below as well that will give you a $5 discount towards the paid subscription, which is the VIP subscription. And then you can use that to do a lot of the more advanced and subscriber only rooms that are available. So that is pretty much it. Just make sure you like, subscribe, share, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time a video comes out. And a lot of the videos that I do go over are free videos. So as long as you do have them, you do have access to some kind of a Kali Linux machine or some of the tools that we use, then you can just follow along in the videos and you'll be able to do the exercises as well. So that is pretty much it. This is the previous room that we did that has a lot of the commands and the operations that I'm probably going to end up referencing. This is also one of the free rooms. And this is the first Snort room. So it's this one right here. So this Snort room specifically is the one that has most, if not all, of the commands that we're going to reference. And then there's, of course, the cheat sheet that I think they also share inside of that room. Let me see if I can pull it up to the screen real quick. And there we go. So this is the Snort cheat sheet that they provided to us, which has a lot of the commands that are inside of this thing as well. So we're going to just kind of reference back and forth into this and use it to complete our live exercises, the brute force and the reverse shell exercises today. So without further ado, we are going to go into the introduction of the room. Okay, so the introduction is pretty standard. I mean, it's kind of what they say at the beginning of each room. So the room invites you to a challenge where you would investigate a series of traffic data and stop malicious activity under 2 different scenarios. Let's start working with Snort to analyze live and capture traffic. Before joining this room, you got to do the basics room. There are going to be 2 VMs attached, so each task has its own VM. So you don't need SSH or remote desktop to do any of that stuff. So as soon as you click the start machine, it opens it up, and that's pretty much it for the introduction. So not really a long introduction at all, and we can kind of just I guess really run through it and start with the first scenario. Okay, so scenario 1, we're going to start the machine first because it's going to take about a minute or 2 to kick off, and I'm going to get out of split view so I can zoom in and kind of read through this with you guys. So the narrator, JNY Enterprise is one of the top coffee retailers in the world. They are known as the tech coffee shops and serve millions of coffee lover, tech geeks, and IT specialists every single day. They are famous for specific coffee recipes for the IT community and unique names for these products. Their top 5 recipes are Wanna White, Zero Sleep, Mac Down, Berry Keep, and Crypto Y. J&Y's latest recipe, Shot for J, attracted great attention at the Global Coffee Festival JNY officials promised that the product will hit the stores in the coming months. The super secret of this recipe is hidden in a digital safe. Attackers are after this recipe, and JNY enterprises are having difficulty protecting the digital assets. Last week, they received multiple attacks and decided to work with you to help them improve their security level and protect their recipe secrets. This is your assistant, Java, just another virtual assistant. She's an AI-driven virtual assistant and will help you notice possible anomalies. Hey, wait, something is happening. So Java says, welcome, sir. I am sorry for the interruption. It is an emergency. Somebody is knocking on the door. Knocking on the door? What do you mean by knocking on the door? We have a brute force attack, sir. And so the narrator, this is not a comic book. Would you mind going and checking what's going on, please? Sir, you need to observe the traffic with Snort and identify the anomaly first. Then you can create a rule to stop the brute force attack. Good luck. So first of all, we're going to start Snort in Sniffer mode and try to figure out the attack source, service, and port. Then we're going to write a rule and run Snort in IPS mode to stop the brute force attack. Once you stop the attack properly, you will have the flag on the desktop. Points to remember, create the rule and test it with a console, which is an alert mode that prints the alerts onto the console. Use a full, which gives you the full details of the packets and everything that's coming in. And then we're going, with this mode, it doesn't print it onto the console, so we have to create a log file for it. And so we're going to put it in the default log path and write the correct rule and run the Snort in IPS a full mode, and then block the traffic at least for a minute, and the flag file will appear on your desktop. So once we get the flag, this is what it's going to be. And then what is the service that was under attack, and what is the protocol and port that was used for the attack. So let's look at the hint just to see what it says. IPS mode and dropping packets is covered in the main room in task 7. Okay, so very good. So this is the room that they're talking about, and task 7 is IDS IPS mode, which is right here. And so first we need to activate it in Sniffer mode, which is done in very, very simple format, really. So Sniffer with parameter I for the interface, so the interface that most likely we're going to be running, and then with parameter V, which is verbose, that kind of prints everything onto the screen. You have parameter D, which is a data dumping packet data mode. And then what other parameters? DE, which is it does the dump and it grabs the headers. And parameter X also shows you the hexadecimal. So there's a few different ways that we could do it. I think I'm going to probably end up doing parameter X just to get the full details of everything, as well as I for the interface, and then we're going to test that out and see what happens. So by now the machine should be up, so let's see. All right, cool, the machine is up, and so we got to start a terminal and start the packet capture just so we can see what's going on against our machine here. So let's see. So just in case we have more than one interface, I'm going to run ifconfig to see how many interfaces we got. And so we have the local interface, which is LO. We have ETH1 and we have ETH0. If we pull out here, it says that this is the IP address. So I'm just going to assume that ETH0 is the IP that is being attacked. But we can always run it against the other one and see if anything comes out of that. So first I am going to run it against ETH0. So I'm going to run Snort on ETH0 first. We're going to run it in verbose mode and see what we can find. And maybe we can even do the X just to see if we can get more details out of it. So let's see what comes out of that. So it's going to be sudo snort IETH0 for the interface, V, and X, and it needs to be a capital X. Everything else can be lowercase. So sudo snort interface ETH0 verbose mode and X. Let's see what happens with this. Okay, so we stopped it after a little while, and I gotta expand on this because it's a very large set of results that came through. And so if we kind of just try to browse through this, I will try to see if anything shows up as shady. And if it does, we'll try to see if we can kind of find it and see what happens here. Okay, at first glance, this kind of looks fishy because it looks like somebody's trying to do an SSH login here. And so it could be this particular address trying to run an SSH. So that's one fishy looking thing. Let's see what else we could find. Okay, so just because I saw it once, I decided to do a search for SSH, and there's a couple of packets that seem pretty shady. One of them is coming from this IP and it's going to our SSH portal or SSH port, and it has a very, very large packet that just seems shady as hell out here. And then as we kind of run through it, so there's multiple instances of SSH that show up in this packet. And then if I continue, let's see, there is this other packet that was also down here, right? So there's another packet that is also trying to go through SSH. And then there should be, I think, even one more packet I think I saw. Or maybe this is the same packet. Is this the same packet that we just saw? So 140.29 is the IP address that's trying to do it. And this one is it also 140.29? This is also 140.29 that's trying to do it. And this one is not 140.29, but it is 245.36. Is that our IP? No, it's not. So 140.29 is the receiving IP on this side that is showing us the SSH. So I feel like it's the SSH. I need to kind of double check, I guess, and verify just in case, because there is a lot of packets that seem like normal packets, but then you just have these things, right? So here's another one, 140.29, that has the open SSH. So this IP address has shown up a few times that is trying to do a SSH into our specific portal here. So I want to see what goes on with this particular IP. And then you have the response that's going back to the same IP address over here that is showing from the same, on this side it was the destination IP, this one is the source IP. And so it seems like that's what's happening. I do need to verify and make sure, because obviously I haven't done this before. So I need to be for sure that this is actually the case. So let's see what we can find in a little bit of research. Okay, so out of all of the packets, this is the most shady packet, this thing right here. And it is pretty, I mean, as you can see, there's way more data. That's like one of the indicators to me that kind of stood out right away, was that there's just so much more data that's being passed through this one particular packet. And throughout this packet, there are so many more mentions of SSH than any other packet. Now, I did this visually by just looking at it myself, and I did like a basic search, but there's ways that you can do it where you kind of log it and grep through the log file. So actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna do that just to kind of give you that as a specific strategy as well, so that you don't have to necessarily go through this, because I can't grep through results that were shown on the terminal itself. We can grep through results that are inside a log file. So I'm going to run the command again, and instead this time I'm going to have it log on the current directory that we're in, and that basically you just do L and dot. So L is for the log, and then you do dot like that, and that will give us a log file that we can grep through. Okay, so we ran it, and this is what it looks like when you're actually logging something. It doesn't print anything onto the screen, but if I do a print working directory, it shows me what directory that I'm in right now, and in the current directory, if I do ls to list it, there's a new log file right here. And so just to kind of make it a little bit more visible, I'm going to move the snort.log file into my desktop, and it'll move that out of there, and you no longer see it over there. And if I zoom out, you will see that on the desktop now there's the log file. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to cd into the desktop, meaning we're going to change directory into the desktop, and we're going to read the file. So it's sudo snort r and then snort.log file, right? And then we're going to do it x, so I can see the hexadecimal stuff that comes out of that. And then you do forward, not forward, excuse me. It's like a pipe, the vertical pipe. And I'm going to grep for 22, which is the port number. And so you do that, and it shows you everything that came out. And look at that. So these are all dimensions of port 22. There is a lot of them, as you can see. Let's zoom in a little bit. Sorry. So these are all the mentions of port 22, and then there's like IDs that are 22 and all these things. So I know that port 22 is important, and it does turn out to be SSH, and it does show up a lot, but there's also the dates, and it just so happens to be that today is January 22nd, so it literally shows up every single instance for January 22nd as well, which is kind of annoying. So what I'm going to do now, instead of doing that, I'm going to run the same command that I just ran. And instead of grepping for 22, I'm going to grep for SSH. And there you go. And so now it should show, yeah, there you go. You have these specific mentions of SSH. And so this is, yeah, it shows up a lot. And there, it's like large chunks of code, as you can see. So this time around, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to run it again. And instead of grepping, we're going to limit the output to, let's say, I don't know, 30 packets. So we're going to limit the output to the top 30 packets. And let's see if we can find that large packet here again. And there it is. Yeah, it's one of the first few packets that came in. And so here's the things that we need to understand, right? So these are this was, I believe, the target IP. And so let's see if we can find it again on the other side. This is it. Yeah, again, shows up again, and here it is again, right? So this is, so it's trying to target our port 22. So this is the target IP, and this is the attacker IP. So it's coming from some random port, 46846, and then it's targeting the IP that is sitting on port 22. So it's targeting our port 22. And so in that case, now we can write the rule for this, okay? So I'm going to leave that open. I'm going to open up a new terminal just so I can reference back to that information. And so let's go into here and try to find the IDS, or excuse me, IPS portion of this so we can write a rule for it. So IPS is right here. And so if you run it in IPS mode, you can do all of these other things. These are the alerts that can come out. And let's see what we need to do to drop something. I think we have to drop the connection. That's the whole idea here. Okay, so it's actually not under task 7, the specific rule that we would need to find. It's under task 9. And task 9 gives you the different actions that your rule can take. So typically in the last video, all we did was we did alert actions. So what we need to do is either drop it or reject it. And so drop would block it and log the packet. Reject would block the packet, log it, and terminate the packet session. So I'm probably going to do reject just to make sure that it actually, terminates the packet session so they don't try to do anything. And so it would be very similar to this type of thing where you do reject, the type of protocol it is, the IP and the source port where they're trying to go, and then kind of your messaging, the reference, if there's going to be a reference ID. You don't necessarily need to fill this part, but you definitely need to have a message, you need to have an SID, and you need to have a rev, which is a revision. But apart from that, this is the part that's the most important in this particular case, because we need to drop the packet. So if we go back here, we'll see that in this packet, it's a TCP packet, so it needs to be drop TCP, and it's going to be from this source and this IP to this particular situation, which is this destination and port, and then that would be it. And then we're going to write the message, and then we're going to hopefully see the flag show up after about a minute of running it. So what I need to do is I need to modify the config file, which is located somewhere. Let me see where I can find the config file real quick. Okay, so this is the location of our configuration file. Well, this specifically is the location of the configuration file. It's going to be the etc snort, and then snort.conf is the actual configuration file. So that's the file that we have to edit with the new rule that will go ahead and stop and drop and maybe reject that previous malicious packet. So that's the thing that we're going to be editing. Okay, so instead of actually, so this was my bad, because this is kind of more of a permanent file. We want to modify the rules that's inside the rules folder. So if we go in this, there's a bunch of different rules, and specifically there's a file called local rules. So we're going to add our new rule to drop the packet in the local rules. And so sudo gedit local rules is what we're going to be doing to edit the rule file, and that should open up the rule file for us. And here it is. And so we're just going to create this new rule, and it's going to be drop TCP from any IP on port 22 to any. And so this is essentially just in case they decide to change their IP address and use a different IP address, we'll be able to drop them, or we'll be able to stop them in their tracks. Essentially, we're going to be like ahead of the game. So SSH attempt detected, and we'll do dropped, or well, detected and dropped. So that's the message. You do a semicolon, and then it needs to have an SID, and it'll be 100001, and it needs to have a rev, which will be 1, and then that's pretty much the rule. And after that, we can rerun Snort, but we're going to use the configuration file, and it's going to use this particular rule, and we're going to run it in IPS mode, which will require a few extra options in there, and which I'll show you right now. And then once we run that, it should drop the packet, and it should put the flag onto our desktop. So let's do that. Okay, so this is the command to run it in IPS mode to drop packets. So this is sudo snort. You're going to use the configuration file, Q and capital Q. I forget, I think it's about the advanced configuration. That's what these two specifically do. They run in quiet mode and advanced configuration. And then you want to use this particular option as well, and which says, where does it say it? I'll find it in a minute. So activate data acquisition. So that's basically what we're trying to do, is using the AFP packet module to snort as an IPS. That's what it is. And so when you do this, you have to apply whichever interfaces you want to actually run, which is going to be both of our interfaces, just in case they want to get smart or do whatever. And then in this particular case, it's going to output everything onto the console, but I'm going to do a full option here and output it into a log file. And that's basically how you run it in IPS mode. So to specifically activate in IPS mode, you need to run these series of options right here. Everything else, as you can notice, so this is IPS mode right here. Everything else is a different variation of IDS mode. So you can still use the rule file and still do the alert onto the console, or do some kind of a log file that gets exported. But every other option has been running in IDS mode, and specifically we want to run it in IPS mode, which is intrusion protection, not intrusion detection. And so since that is indeed the case, we have to add these specific series of options right here. And so I'm going to, just to make life a little bit easier, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to use this command. And then from here, I'm just going to modify this last section so that it can give me the prompt that I'm looking for. So I'm gonna paste it onto there, and I'm gonna change it from console to full, and I'm gonna log it into my current directory, which will give us a new log file apart from that one log file, and that should be good. That should run. So let's see if it does, and let's see if it actually gives us the packet, or not the packet, the flag, excuse me. We're gonna run it and see if it gives us the flag. And there you go. That actually kind of happened pretty quickly, so I can stop that real quick. The first time that I ran it, it took a long time, but I realized it was because I was inside the rules directory still. So I had to come out of the rules directory, and I just went back into the desktop, and then I ran it once I was in the desktop, and it didn't even take a minute. And so that's the flag. And so what we can do is double click on it, I guess, and it'll open it up in a text editor. There we go. This is our flag, ladies and gentlemen. So that indeed worked, and that should be good. And there it is. So do we get a log file? We didn't get a log file. That's what I'm interested in. But I think what we can do is, just based on what we've already done, we can see kind of what we can get as the answer. So SSH was the one that was under attack, which is the service. And what is the used protocol port in the attack? So the TCP 22 was the used protocol and the port that was in the attack. So that's it. We successfully stopped our first official attack using Snort IPS, which is exciting, honestly. I think it's very, very cool that we were able to do it. So now I'm going to remove the Snort log file just in case I need to for the next one. Oh, and I should have done sudo, but whatever, we removed it anyway. And I'll leave the flag just in case, I guess. And I'll remove the flag as well. How about that? Let's remove the flag file, which is also write protected. There you go. Okay, cool. And now we can clear the screen and get ready for the next scenario. So scenario number 2. Okay, scenario number 2 requires its own virtual machine. So let's cancel this one out and start this one up. I didn't even need to delete those files because we were just gonna close it out and start another one. So here we go. Let's read through this and see what's going on here now. So, good job. Glad to have you on the team. Congratulations, sir. It is inspiring watching you work. Thank you. Thank you very much. So thanks, team. Java, can you do a quick scan for me? We haven't investigated the outbound traffic yet. And so Java starts investigating. Why do we want to investigate outbound? We have stopped some inbound access attempts, so we didn't let the bad guys get in. How about the bad guys who are already inside? Also, no need to mention the insider risk, huh? The dwell time is still around 1 to 3 months, and I am quite new here, so it's worth checking the outgoing traffic as well. Persistent outbound traffic is detected, possibly a reverse shell. And there we go, that's pretty much it. So you need to observe the traffic with Snort and identify the anomaly first, then you can create a rule to stop the reverse shell. So we're gonna start it in Sniffer mode to figure out the attack source, service, and port. Then we're gonna write a rule to stop the brute force attack. Once you stop the attack, you'll have the flag on the desktop, and pretty much everything else is the same, and it will show up on our desktop. So I'm just gonna wait for the machine to load because I think it's still loading. Yeah, it still has a little bit of time to load. So once the machine loads, we're pretty much gonna repeat the process, but this time we're looking for outbound traffic so that we can stop it from either exfiltrating data, or it might be a remote shell, whatever it is, so that we can stop that access as well. And we'll be done with scenario 2. Okay, cool. The machine is now up. We're gonna open up the terminal. We're gonna run Snort in sniff mode real quick, and we're gonna do it in verbose, and we're gonna log in our current directory. Actually, no, you know what? I want to change to the desktop because I am not in the desktop. So I'm gonna go to the desktop first, and then from here we're gonna run Snort in verbose mode, and we're going to log it in the current directory. And let's capture some packets, and let's see what we can find inside these packets. So we'll let it run for maybe 10 seconds. Okay, so and all you have to do to stop it is do Control C. So here we have our packets. We got several thousand. We got a couple thousand packets that came in. And so now what we want to do is we want to read through Snort, or read through the log file, excuse me. And I'll do it in hexadecimal just to see what I got over here. And let's kind of expand on this a little bit and see if we can find anything interesting. Okay, so right away, there's this thing. 4444, based on several exercises that I've ran before, is typically a port that I always used in exercises for Metasploit. And it just seems like a weird port number. Like it's just one of those ports that's like, okay, well, what are they using this for? What is actually happening on that port? So that's kind of a immediate, oh, here it is again. There it is again, and there it is again, and there it is again. So this seems like it might be the port that we want to kind of keep an eye out for. So let's see if we can actually find anything. There it is again. Okay, so this time I'm gonna run it again, but this time I'm going to grep for, oh crap, I did it again. I pressed enter accidentally. You want to do that little pipe, and we're going to, let me see if I can kind of put that on the center of the screen. So this pipe right here, this like vertical pipe, you want to put that, and then we're going to do grep, and we're going to grep for 4444 as the port, and you just do a colon to kind of get it started. And there it is. Look at that. There's all the mentions of 4444, which seems to be a lot, actually. So, okay, so port 4444 is the port that we need to stop. So what we are going to do now is we're going to go back into our local rules, and we're going to open that up, and we're going to stop that from running. And hopefully that'll drop the flag on our desktop. Okay, so it's sudo gedit etc snort rules local.rules. That's the file. I'm gonna open that up, and there it is. This is our local rules file. So we are going to add a new rule here that is drop any TCP from any IP that is on 4444. And that's going to go to any IP and any port, and the message is going to be remote shell detected, and we're going to separate that with semicolon. It's going to have a SID of 100001 and a rev of 1, and that should be the rule, and that should work. So we're going to save the rule, and we're gonna close this thing, and we need to run it in IPS mode again, which is this command sudo snort. -C is to just declare which file you want to use for your configuration file. So technically I could have just used the local rules files as well, which I'll try to do in this one and see how quickly that works. And then the lowercase q, uppercase q, DAQ, AF packet, all of these things is to declare that we're going to be using it is in IPS mode. And then you want to choose your interfaces that you want to run it on, and then your alert type. So I'm going to run this exactly as this, with the exception of just using a different rule file, just to see if that'll work for us. And we'll see how that goes. So let's run, and we're just going to paste this over here. And instead of doing a console, we're going to do a full. And I do want actually console just to see it, because last time I didn't even see the result because I didn't create a log file. So whatever, we're just going to do that. And we're going to run back and go to the rules, local rules, local.rules, and we'll run it as such and see if that actually works. Look at all those remote shells that has been detected. So it seems like it's working. It's been dropping all of these. Okay, there is the flag. And so I'm going to give you guys a couple of pointers here. So as you can see, I ran the command. First and foremost, we ran the command with console, right? And we ran it with the local rules file instead of the configuration file. And I let that run for a while. And even though it was showing the rule and that it was detecting it, so on and so forth, it didn't give me the flag, right? And so I was like, okay, fine. I'm going to run it with the config file instead of the local rules file. But then when I did a full and I tried to log it onto my desktop, which actually gave me the log files and the alert file, I still ran it for a while and I still didn't get the flag. And so the way that this room has been set up, I believe, is that it needs to be exactly as these things right here are declaring. And it says, write the correct rule and run it Snort in IPS a full mode. So no other options after that. Use a full and the default log path to stop the attack. And the default log path, I'm guessing it's the current log path that we're in, as well as it could either be the current path that we're in or the default path for config. So instead of the rules, and then just block it. And they both times it says block it for at least a minute, but it literally showed up within 10 seconds. Because when I was running it in the other formats, I ran it for longer than a minute and there was no flag that showed up. So specifically, I believe this is how they want you to run the command, is sudo snort the actual config file instead of the local rules. Then, of course, the required commands to run it in IPS mode, your interfaces, and then -a full. Don't include the log because it's not going to work. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So now that we have that, we can actually create that. There we go. And we got our flag right here. And we're going to copy this mofo. And we're going to paste it. And that's going to be all good. So what is the use protocol and port? So it was TCP 4444. And which tool is highly associated with the specific port number? I'm going to do a Google for this, but I really do think it's Metasploit. Oh, whoops, I did. Which tool is usually on port 4444? Look at that, literally is used by a number of tools. Netcat specifically because it's on, I've done Netcat port 4444, but it's been Metasploit. Speed guide right here, the very first link. And also, by the way, these responses you probably saw in the last video that we made. This is generated by the Google generative AI, which the last time we were looking for a CVSS score for one of the things and it gave us the wrong score. And I had to actually go to the database of the CVSS to find the right score for it. And it was very different than what the AI gave me. So this actual link is what's most likely, and it is Metasploit is what they're saying. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose Metasploit, and that is indeed the case. And we are officially done with the IPS room. This was super fun for me. I really enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed this too, because this was actually really fun. You know, detecting live traffic is most likely going to be something that you're going to do as a job of a security analyst. So this was really, really fun. Intrusion protection is one of the big things that you got to do. And so this was a free room that's available in TryHackMe. Definitely make sure you actually go and try it out. Even if you don't get the VIP subscription or the paid subscription, this is a free room. So you can try this room for free and actually go do it yourself. But I highly recommend you get the VIP subscription or the paid subscription as well, because why not? You know, it's $12 if you don't use the link in the description. If you do use the link in the description, it ends up becoming $7 because you get a $5 credit towards it. And it's super affordable in either case. I know people who spend more money on Starbucks, no bull. I mean, I'm one of them. You spend more money on Starbucks than you would on your education. And it's like, why not do that? Why not spend the $7? If you go outside and walk around and just keep your eye on the ground, you'll probably see enough quarters in a day to pay $7. Whatever, I'm just BSing. I'm kind of overselling you on this right now, but just use the link in the description, get yourself a free membership, or get yourself the paid membership for $7 and get to hacking and have a lot of fun and enjoy yourself. So this is your boy Hank Hackerson with Hank Hacks Hackers, and this was our Snort challenge in the live attack room, and I hope you enjoyed it. We're definitely going to put out way more videos on the pathway that we're on, which is going to be the pathway for the SOC Analyst, and we just finished everything on Snort. So make sure you like, subscribe, share, follow, turn on the notification bell, all that good stuff, so you get notified the next time a video comes out. And yeah, that's about it. I hope you had a good time. I hope you learned. And if no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Peace, love, and chicken grease. Talk to you soon. All right, hello and welcome back. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. We are going down the SOC Analyst Level 1 pathway, and we're going to be reviewing Network Miner today, which is an analysis tool that has some sniffing features, as you'll see in a little bit. I actually tried to do this yesterday, but unfortunately there were some glitches with the machine, so hopefully this time around it'll actually work more smoothly and we'll be able to go through the content easier and be able to actually pull up all of the answers and kind of give you a good demonstration of how Network Miner looks and how it works. This particular room is a subscribers only room, and it requires a VIP or a paid membership to TryHackMe, which costs $12. If you use the link in the description below, it costs $5, or excuse me, you'll get a $5 discount, which will make it $7. And you just get access to a lot of other features as well, and a lot of other rooms and virtual machines and everything like that with your paid subscription. So it's a great deal. It's a great subscription. You'll get a lot out of it. And yeah, it's very easy to start and learn hacking and security analysis and all of that good stuff. If you want to just follow along on your own computer, you're more than welcome to do so. I release a video at least once a day, or I try to at least release one once a day. So if you like and subscribe, and of course turn on the notification bell, you'll get notified the next time a video comes out. And right now the two pathways that I'm going through are the Security Analyst, the SOC Level 1, as well as Pentest Plus. So there's going to be videos dropped at least once a day in a perfect situation, more than once a day, that covers those topics. So just make sure you like and subscribe and turn on the notification bell, and you'll definitely be notified. And yeah, that's about it. So let's jump into the introduction of the room and just some key topics before we review the tool itself. Okay, so Network Miner is an analysis tool. So it's specifically a network forensic analysis tool. It has some really cool features, as you'll see in a little bit, but it has some sniffing capabilities as well. But it's not promoted or marketed as a sniffer. It's mostly promoted and marketed as an analysis tool. That can regenerate and reassemble transmitted files and do a lot of great things, as you will see in a little bit. Specifically with Pcap files is what we're going to look at. You can work in Linux and Mac OS and some other operating systems as well. And I mean, it's a pretty well-rounded tool. You don't need a lot of experience with analysis or packet capture to kind of click around and learn it. It's very intuitive because it offers a GUI, as you'll see in a little bit. But yeah, it's, I mean, pretty easy tool to use. It's been used by a lot of law enforcement agencies, as you see over here, as well as a lot of people in incident response in corporations and so on. So it's not bad. I think it's kind of one of the, we'll do a side-by-side comparison to Wireshark, so you actually kind of see what that looks like in a little bit. But to really understand what the power of it is and what it actually does, first we need to understand what network forensics is. Okay, so network forensics, it's a subdomain of forensics, but done on a network. And so what you're trying to answer is, who's the source IP and port address, what data or payload are they trying to transfer or take away, what is the destination IP and port address that they're attacking, the time, of course, that they attacked, and why are they doing it? So what's the ultimate purpose and intention for doing something like that? The use cases are things like network discovery, reassembling packets, any data leakage or extraction that's happening, and to be able to detect that, detecting anomalies or malicious activity, and policy regulation compliance. So if somebody goes against policy or goes against regulations of the company, you also want to be able to detect that kind of stuff. The advantages are that there is network-based evidence available in the wild, meaning out in the real world, you can capture network-based evidence, which is very important. There's ease of data evidence and collection without creating a lot of noise on the network and a lot of traffic. That's very important. It's hard to destroy network evidence, so that's another big thing, is that hackers or people who hacked a system, they can typically destroy log files and stuff like that, but the actual network evidence itself, the traffic itself, is pretty tough to destroy. And so there's log sources that are available that you can kind of review, and of course it's possible to gather evidence for memory and non-residential malicious activities. Which basically means that the malware has to stay in the memory to avoid detection. However, a series of commands and connections live in the network. So it's possible to detect non-residential threats with network forensics tools and tactics. So the ones that don't live in the system and they're in the memory, it's possible to detect stuff like that. The challenges are, just trying to figure out what to do, what the next step is and what you should do next. Collecting enough data or evidence on the actual network itself. Typically, there isn't much data that's being captured because of a variety of different reasons, and there's unavailability of full capture on suspicious events for a lot of different reasons. Traffic is a lot of times encrypted, meaning that discovering the contents is not possible. So the encrypted data still can provide valuable information for hypothesis and like source and destination and use devices, stuff like that. There's privacy concerns, so there's a general data protection regulation as well as just other types of regulation that you have to adhere to. HIPAA is for medical industry, PCI is for payment card processing, FISMA is for federal government regulation. There's a lot of standard ports that are used, so sometimes there are non-standard ports that aren't often used for attacks that you need to figure out what those things are. There's time zone issues, whether they did it in a different time zone or you're trying to figure out something out of your current, business hour time zones. And of course, the lack of logs. So that's one of those big things, is that somebody can just, cover their tracks and destroy the logs after they're being on your machine, so that you don't know that they were there, right? So these are all of the different sources of forensics evidence. I'm not going to read all this. You're more than welcome to just pause the video and just look at the screen. But there's a lot of different sources of network evidence that are available. And there's two main purposes for network forensics, which is security operations and incident handling and threat hunting. Security operations is just day-to-day stuff that you're daily monitoring, and incident handling and response is something happened, and now you have to figure out what happened and what was the threat, so on and so forth. The data types in network forensics would be live traffic, traffic captures, and log files. As you'll see in a little bit, we're going to look at some captured traffic files. And the stuff that does deep analysis would be stuff like Wireshark, TCP dump, and Tshark. What we're going to review is an overview type of an analysis. So we're not going to get a lot of deep, in-depth information or packet analysis using Network Miner. We're just going to get kind of like a helicopter view, an overview of what's happening and the things to look out for. So it doesn't go too in-depth. And if you want to learn more about in-depth packet analysis, I would recommend you check out the video on Wireshark. That we already did that, and it's available on the channel here. So moving on to what Network Miner actually is, and then we're going to jump into the tool overview. Okay, so Network Miner, in a nutshell, it does all of these things. So it sniffs traffic, it parses or basically kind of goes through Pcap files so you can find things easier. It analyzes protocols. It can fingerprint what operating systems were used. It can extract files from packet captures, excuse me. It can grab credentials, which actually is kind of very useful. And it can even show clear text keyword parsing. So it can kind of extract clear text keywords and strings from the parsed Pcap files. There are two operating modes, which is Sniffer mode and packet parsing and processing. And it has Sniffer mode as a feature. It is not a sniffer. It's something to understand. It's more of a analysis tools, and it can help you find a lot of low-hanging fruit, easy to grab stuff. And then if you need to do deeper analysis, you would go into TCP dump or Wireshark, excuse me. And then it has a sniffer mode. So it's just, you need to understand that it's not a sniffer. It's not the main purpose of Network Miner is not to sniff traffic for live packet capture. It's mostly to analyze packets that have already been captured, right? And so this is what we already kind of discussed in the overview. It's not useful in active sniffing. It's not useful for large Pcap investigation. There's limited filters, and it's not good for manual traffic investigation. And this is kind of a side-by-side between Network Miner and Wireshark. And a few things, there's not very many things. There are a few things that Network Miner does do that Wireshark doesn't do, and which is OS fingerprinting. It kind of does it right there on the screen, as you'll see in a little bit. And what else? It does host categorization that you'll also see in a little bit that Wireshark typically doesn't do. But there are more things that Wireshark does that Network Miner doesn't do. So protocol analysis, payload analysis, statistical analysis, filtering options, packet decoding, all of that stuff. They're very limited or non-existent on Network Miner. All right, so let's look at the overview of the tool. I mean, this is just kind of the menus. I'm gonna actually go through the exercise live so you can kind of see what a lot of these things look like. And we'll pull some information to answer these questions that are they've already been answered. And I'm gonna go through the work with you just so you can see how we found these answers. And then you'll get a real live example of essentially what Network Miner looks like and what it can do. So I'm going to open up the virtual machine that we have attached here. It's in the split view mode right now, but what I want to do is I want to kind of give you a full screen view of it. So I'm just going to open this up in a new tab, and we should have it. There we go. We have it in full screen. I'm just going to minimize this one. And so what you're going to see is this, and on a different screen, I'm just going to go through the questions, and I'll read out the question, and then we'll find the answer on the screen that you're looking at right now. So the first part is that we want to analyze Pcap MX number 3, which is a Pcap file. So the first thing we got to do, we're just going to open up Network Miner, the packet, and then the directory, excuse me, and then we got to click on this executable to actually open up Network Miner. And then you click on that, it takes a few seconds to load up, and it'll load up Network Miner itself. And then from that, we get to open up the files. So here we go, we got Network Miner, you go File, you open up, and then we're just going to go to the desktop to the exercise file, and we want to analyze number 3, so MX3. And so we're going to double click on this thing, and it should open up. This one is not a very large Pcap file, so it loaded pretty instantly. Some of the other Pcap files are pretty big, so they're going to take a couple of minutes, sometimes maybe 10, 20, 30 seconds, but usually it takes a minute or two to load the other ones. So first and foremost, it says, what is the total number of frames? And in order to do that, you just go to the right here in the case panel, and you click on this, and then you right click and you say show metadata. And it'll open up this little window for you. It's kind of weird the way that it does it, because these things should already be expanded so you can actually see what's going on. But that's basically it right here. So it says frames, and then the value itself is 460. So that's the answer to the first question. What is the total number of frames? And we find it in the metadata that is available right over here. When you click on the actual file inside the case panel, you right click on it, and it shows you the option to get metadata, right? So the next question is, how many IP addresses use the same MAC address with the host 145 ending in 203. So if we just go under the host, which is what we load in, and the one that we want is this one, that is 145 and it ends with 203, and we just expand that and it'll give us some detailed information. And then what we want right here is the MAC address information. So we expand this one, and then it says same MAC address, same MAC address. So there's two devices that have two different IPs, but they have the same MAC address. So it says how many IP addresses use the same MAC address with this host, 203, and this is it. So the answer is two different devices use the same MAC address. And the next question is how many packets were sent from host ending in 223, which is the Linux host up here. And so we just expand this, and we're trying to see how many were sent. And so the sent option is right here, the sent line. And it says 72 packets, so pretty straightforward. The answer is 72. And then it says, what is the name of the web server under the same host right here? And so in order to find that, we just go down here. I believe it's in the host details. Yeah, so host details, web server, TCP/80, the web server name is Apache. And just like that, we answered our first 4 questions. Very, very simple and easy. And now we can move on to loading our next Pcap file, which is going to be Pcap number 4. So MX4 is what I'm going to open up. And I think this one loads pretty quickly as well. Yeah, there we go. We got it. And so now we're going to click on it. And once we click on it, usually it should load all of the information about this. So the first question is, what is the extracted username for this? And so in order to find that, there's a tab right here that says credentials. So you click on credentials, and it gives you literally, there's a column for username and a column for the password that's attached to it. So the username is not just administrator. You actually have to include the hashtag #B/. So it's hashtag #B/administrator. That's the name of the username. And so that's the answer to that question. And it says, what's the extracted password? And the extracted password is actually this whole string right here. It's not this one right here where it says NTLM challenge, so on and so forth. And so because this is such a large hash, you can't really obviously type this one by one. So you can right click this, and you can either copy the username or copy the password. And so to be able to answer the question that says, what's the password? You got to copy the password, and then you transfer it to the question itself, which is right at the bottom right here, that basically says, what is the extracted password? And so I pasted it in here, and that was it. And you got the correct answer. So these are the answers that we got, and you just saw how we got the answers. And thankfully, the machine itself loaded very quickly, and so did the Pcap files. Yesterday when I was trying to do this, it took a very, very long time for those files to load. So I'm hopeful that the rest of this video is going to go smoothly as well, although I don't want to kind of shoot myself in the foot by setting false expectations. So it might give us some glitches. I'm just letting you know in advance, it might give us some glitches. So now we're going to go to the overview number 2. Okay, so overview 2, we're going to be looking at the files tab. We're going to look at the images tab, the parameters tab, keywords, messages, and anomalies. So these are all various tabs that are available inside Network Miner, sorry. And we're going to answer these questions. And we found the questions yesterday. I had to do some Googling to be able to find these answers. So I have that under my belt, at least this time, and it should make it a little bit easier. But let's see if we can actually do exactly what we're supposed to do, and you can see everything happen live. So I'm gonna go here, and in order to answer those questions, we're gonna load another Pcap file, which is actually a really large Pcap file. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna open, and it's network the MX7 file. And so this last time took a long time, so let's see how long it's gonna take for it to load this time. Okay, so it actually didn't take that long to load. It did take about a minute, I wanna say. But before clicking on it, because this is kind of where the glitch came in yesterday, I think I clicked on it too early, and I didn't give Network Miner the chance to really process kind of everything that was happening. So I'm going to give it a few seconds, and hopefully as soon as I click on it, it will be fine. So we're going to click on this thing. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Okay, not bad. Okay, good enough. It worked. And so there we go. Now we have all the credentials that loaded. So loaded fairly quickly. So the first question is, what is the name of the Linux distribution mentioned in files associated with frame 63075? And so for that, we actually have to go to the Files tab right here. So when I click on this, it's going to load a bunch of files that are associated with frames. So you see the frame number column here, and there's a file name, extension, yada, yada, yada. So there's a lot of information associated with the file. And what we want to look for is 63075. So there's a way that we can do this is by going here in the search filters, and instead of any column, we're going to go to frame number. And yesterday when I did this, the frame didn't even exist. So let's see if this shows up here. So 63075, and I'm going to click on apply, and it's not loading. So I don't think it exists in these exercise files, which means essentially that either this is outdated or it was updated. And so the exercise files that we're dealing with no longer have that that packet in it, or that frame in it specifically. So if I clear it, all of the stuff comes back, and then there's a way that really you could just kind of run down the entire list right here and find 63,000, the section for 63,000, and that's kind of the second way that I did it, because I wanted to be like, okay, maybe the filter isn't working or something, so maybe I should just go here and manually look at this list. And so 63015, 63052, 093, and we're looking for 075. So it doesn't exist. The packet doesn't exist here. But this is how you search for frames and files associated with the frame. So I just needed you to see what this process looks like, what the work looks like. A lot of times when you took math class or algebra or something, the teacher didn't want you to just punch in the formula in your calculator and get the answer. They want you to do the work so they could see you doing the work. And so this is the idea here, is I just wanted you to see the work being done so that you can see how we got the information, or we would get the information. It's just that the frame doesn't exist, and that's the challenge with this one. So the way that I found the answer to this, because I'm a little bit, neurotic, and I couldn't leave the task undone without finding an answer. So I had to Google around for it, and I read some articles and blogs and stuff like that, and I was able to find the answer for this. And so I'm going to give you the answer in a little bit, but the packet itself, the frame itself, doesn't exist. And it's the same thing for the next question that's asking for the header that's associated with frame 75,942. So if we just go down a little bit further, or you can use the filter at the top to try to search for it. But if we go to 75,000, which is right down here, 75,942 does not exist, because it goes from 75,939 and then it skips to 947. So 942 does not exist either. And essentially I found the answer with research on the World Wide Web, right? So that was the problem with that. Now, for the next question, fortunately, there was actually a response that I was able to find, an actual image that I was able to find, which is asking for the source address of the image that's inside here. And so I basically kind of scrolled through all of these images down here, and it is this one, 2E570FD9. It's this thing. And so to be able to find the source IP and destination IP, you literally just leave your mouse over it for a second, and it shows that to you. So it's like you hover. You don't need to do anything. You just hover, and it shows you the source IP and the destination IP. And then you just punch that number into the answer, and so you would get it like that. So that's great. That was really, really nice. Then the next question is, what is the frame number of the possible TLS anomaly? And so you would find that under anomalies. Anything that has to do with anomalies, you would just go to the anomaly itself. And so this is the potential frame numbers that are associated with it, 36782 and 73,600. But that's not the right answer. So neither of these two are the actual right answer for the question that they're asking, which again begs the question, it's either updated or it's outdated. And so I had to find the answer for that, doing some Googling as well, and I'll just show you what the answers are when we get there. And so now we're just going to move to the next packet, which is packet number 9. So excuse me, the file, which is file number 9. And this one also took a little while to load. So I'm going to load it, and hopefully it will load faster than the other one did, or faster than it loaded yesterday. But we'll come back as soon as it does load. Okay, that was pretty good load time. I think that one also took maybe about a minute. So I'm hopeful that it's not going to crash on me. I also think that maybe because I loaded all of these at the same time, and they're still in the case panel, maybe that was one of the reasons, or that might be one of the reasons why it kind of glitches out. But we will see in a little bit. So I'm going to click on this case right here, and hopefully it will load. We only have a couple of questions for this particular case, so it shouldn't be too crazy. Let's see. Okay, there you go. So it loaded, and these are the potential anomalies that are attached to this. As you remember, the last one that we did had only 2,000 something files. So this one has 3,700 files, and it also has 886 hosts that were detected. So this is a much larger file. But the specific tab that we're interested in is the messages tab right here. So when we click on messages, it's just going to load a handful of messages. And the questions are, number 1 is which platform sent a password reset email? And so when you click through all of these, for the most part, there's this one notification that says, there's something monitoring your servers, so on and so forth. These conversations are all in response to somebody's question about, so it starts from here actually. So it says, does anyone have experience with an alternative to such and such? Then there's kind of a mailing list notification. Then the next person says, hosting what exactly? And then another notification. And then somebody says, cloud stuff. And then another notification, so on and so forth. So the only thing that is actually relevant to password, or anything that even has the word password in it, is this one message from Facebook that is directed to password net Flanders. And it doesn't even say in the contents that you have to do a password reset or something like that. It literally just says that it's to password net Flanders. And so Facebook is the organization, and I tested that as potential answer, and that was the actual answer. So the platform that sent a password reset email is Facebook. So that's the answer for that. And then the next question is, what is the email address of Branson Matheson? And this is Branson Matheson, so that's his email, branson@sandsite.org. And so that's the easiest answer so far that we were able to track down. And that's it. That's basically the questions that we needed to answer for this one. And they're right here. So CentOS for the first question that said, what's the name of the Linux distribution mentioned in packet 63075? That was the packet that we couldn't find. The Linux distribution is CentOS. The other packet that we couldn't find is 75942. And the header of the page that was associated with this is passwordnedab, which is also kind of the name of the email address, the receiver email address for the password reset. The source IP address of the image we were able to find, so that was great. And the frame number of the possible TLS anomaly, when we went to look at those two anomaly frames, unfortunately it wasn't this number. So we were able to find the anomalies and we were able to track it down. It just happened to be that none of those frames were the answer. And then we looked at the messages and we found the reset from Facebook, and then there was the email address of Branson Matheson. And so that was it. That was the questions for exercise 2 and for the tool overview. And then there's going to be a version differences that we're going to go through, and some closeout exercises that we're just going to have to find the answers for using the information that we just learned, and then we'll be done with the room. So yeah, fairly straightforward for the most part. And as I'm sure once you see, like when you see this, the kind of tool overview here, it's like, oh, okay, it is fairly intuitive. You just click around and you find things and right click to save things, so on and so forth. So it's not hard to use the tool. It's just that the glitch that I was having yesterday was with the fact that the freaking information didn't exist in certain frames and in certain packets. So that was the big part. So what I'm going to do before we continue is I'm just going to shut this down, and I'm going to start it back up so that this queue right here clears. And I might even be able to do this and just delete them. Yeah, remove selected files from case. Remove selected files from case. We're just going to do that. There you go. So we could do that. But just to make sure, I'm literally just going to restart the whole software so that it can kind of start fresh. And then we'll move on to the next couple of tasks and we'll be done. Okay, so just a couple of differences in the versions that we're going to be looking at, especially in the practical exercises that we're going to get. There's general, it's 1.6 and 2.7 as far as the versions of Network Miner. And they offer various, or not various, but they offer a couple of different features that the other doesn't. So one offers one that the other doesn't, for example. So the processing of MAC addresses is something that's not available before version 2. So we're going to be, the one I think that we have access to is 2.72. So that's considered version 2, essentially. So MAC address processing and being able to find MAC addresses is available on version 2. Sent received packet processing, that's available on version 1.6. So it's not available after 1.6. It's such a weird thing, by the way. It's like, I don't know why they would do something like that. It's like, why not just have one entire version that offers everything? It's weird. Frame processing is not available after 1.6. 1.6 does frame processing, where it tells you, I want to say it's like the number of frames or something like that. And it doesn't really give you too much information of the content of the frame, but it does tell you the individual frames. It just shows it to you and the number of frames that are available. So this is, yeah, there you go. So this is the 2.7 screenshot, and this is the 1.6 screenshot where it actually gives you the frame and then just some basic information about it. And that's pretty much it. So for frame processing, and then parameter processing is only available after version 2, and this is the thing that it shows you right here, where there's the parameter name and what's assigned to the actual value of the parameter, and the rest of the information, which is general connectivity information. And then the parameter processing on version 1.6 is a little bit, I want to say it seems similar, but I think it's different. So it says Network Miner versions after version 2 can handle parameters in much more extensive form. 1.6 catches fewer parameters. So that's basically it. I guess the volume of the parameters that come through on the same packet. 2.7 caught 41 parameters, whereas 1.6 caught 21 parameters, basically. Then you have clear text processing. Versions up to 1.6 can handle clear text data. This option provides all extracted clear text in a single tab. It is beneficial to investigate clear text about the traffic data. However, it is impossible to match the clear text data on packets. So this feature is not available after 1.6. Again, it seems weird to have something like that. And anyways, so this is the clear text version, or the clear text tab on 1.6. And this is kind of what it shows you as the clear text information of a packet. And so basic questions, right? Which version can detect duplicate MAC addresses? We already did that in the first exercises that we ran, and so it's version 2.7. Which can handle frames is 1.6, and which version can provide more details on packet details, and it's 1.6. And so that's it on the difference of the versions. And now we can go into the exercises task, and we'll be done with today's recording. All right, so the exercises are basically just a bunch of questions, and they're related to the case 1 Pcap and the case 2 Pcap files. And so I've already started the machine, and we're going to start Network Miner 1.6. And we're also, I think we should actually just try to answer the 1.6 version of the questions first, and then we'll go to the 2.7 version of the questions. So let's see which ones actually can help us on the it doesn't say which versions would actually end up using, so we're just gonna kind of go through it, I guess. So the question on case 1 is, what is the OS name of the host, and investigate hosts between those two, and then how many bytes were transferred and received from there. What is the sequence number of frame 9? I think that's actually something that's done in version 1.6. Let's see, and what is the number of detected content types? That's something that can handle under parameters, so that's all good. The USB products brand name is going to be, so this is all case 2. So what is the USB products brand name, which is, it would be under our files. What is the phone model, and that's also going to be under files and images. Source IP of the fish image, and what is the password of Homer, so that's going to be under credentials. And what is the DNS query of frame 62001. So we are going to try to find all of this with the information in 1.6 first. So I'm going to open up the case 1 capture file. Whoops, we're going to go here, exercise case 1, and that's going to load real quick. I love the fact that it loaded very quickly. Very, very excited about that. So the question that is relevant to version 1.6 of Network Miner on case 1 is, what is the sequence number of frame 9? And so we would find that under frames, and we have that right here. So we just go to frames, and then frame 9 is right here. You expand frame 9, and I think it's under TCP where it gives us, yeah. So TCP gives us the sequence number, and it's 2AD77400, and that's the sequence number of frame 9, which is easy enough. And the other question that is relevant to version 1.6 has to do with case 2. So we're going to try to load case 2 real quick, and hopefully that loads pretty quickly. Well, the load took, I think that was actually maybe 10-15 minutes, maybe even longer than 15 minutes for Network Miner 1.6 to load case 2. Granted, there was 15,000 parameters that loaded, which is gigantic. It says there's more than 69,000 frames, but there's only 1,000 frames that are populated on the screen here. And unfortunately, the frame that I'm looking for is frame 62,001, and that's not on here, which means I chose the wrong version of Network Miner to try to find the information that I was looking for. So don't make this mistake, please. Don't use version 1.6 to try to answer the question. And I mean, you're gonna get the answers, so it's not like you're not gonna have the answers. It's just that don't waste time if you're going through the exercises for yourself and trying to find the information. Don't waste time with Network Miner 1.6, with the exception of one freaking question, which was the sequence number of frame 9 that was on case 1. Other than that, it's utterly useless. So I have both of these loaded, so I'm not going to close this just in case I do need the Network Miner 1.6 for whatever reason. But I'm just going to load up Network Miner 2.7, and I'm going to load up the case files. And from there, we're going to answer the rest of the questions, and hopefully it will not take forever for it to load, although I feel like it probably will. So case 1 loads very quickly, so for that we could just try to use these things to answer the questions that we have so far. So question 1 of case 1, because we kind of skipped around and I answered the other ones because I thought I would need version 1.6 first, although whatever. Question 1 of case 1 says, what is the OS number of the host that ends with 122, which is this thing right here? And you just kind of populate it, and then you do OS Windows under OS, and the OS name is actually this entire section, including the dash and the space. So it's Windows space dash space Windows NT, NT4, sorry. And that's the entire answer for OS Windows. What is the OS of host 122, or the one that ends with 122? And then the next one is we want to investigate the traffic between 122 host as well as the one that ends with 91, which is this thing right here. And so the question is asking how many data bytes were received from 91 to 122 through port 1065. And so this shows us data packet sent, and then this is outgoing sessions. And so to 122 on port 1065 is what we're looking for. So we're going to look at that. And then so it says 122, 1065 were sent. And then the client on port 364, 192 was sent. This is kind of confusing. The answer is actually 192. At first I thought it was 432, but when I tried that, it came through as an incorrect answer. And I think it's the phrasing of the question that makes it a little bit confusing. So it says how many data bytes were received from host 191 to 122 through port 1065. If we go down on this one, it has the incoming sessions on port 1065, and it shows us that on port 1065 432 was sent, and then 191 192 was sent. And again, there's no received or anything in here. It just says that both of them show sent, but this one is under incoming sessions, this one is under outgoing sessions. And kind of from, I guess, just from process of elimination, we can come down to the fact that it was 192 bytes that were sent and received. So that's the answer to that. And then we have question number 3 that says between 122 and 21. So we can shrink this one back down, and we're going to refer to host 1, the one that ends in 21. And then basically the same question, right? So how many bytes were received from 122 to 21 on port 143? And so if we look at this one on port 143, there's a server, and the answer right here is 20,769 data bytes, and that is the actual answer for that question as well. The next question is, what is the sequence number of frame 9, which we already did using version 1.6 of Network Miner. And then the last one is, what is the number of detected content types? And this is one of those tricky little things, because it's under parameters, and there's 276, and then we need to alphabetize parameter name. And you see how there's content types here, right? So there's content types here, and then under the content type, multi-part, text plain, that seems to be 2, right? And then 2, so it's basically 2 so far. And then you go down, oh, you know what? That's obnoxious, you guys. When I did this yesterday, there was way more than 2. That's what's so annoying about this, is that when I did this yesterday, there were maybe hundreds of line items for content type, and there were a bunch of different variations. I think it was like 9 different, maybe 10 different variations of parameter values. And this time it actually shows 2, and the answer is 2. So there's multi-part mix and text plain, and those are the only 2 content types that exist inside of this. So thankfully, this time it actually worked, and I'm very, very happy about that. And so now, inside of version 2.7, so Network Miner 2.7, we can open up the second case file, which, okay, in this thing, it's loading much faster. Version 1.6 literally at least took 15 minutes to load, which is terrifying when you think about it. So this thing is going to load hopefully within the next few seconds, and then we can answer the rest of the questions. I spoke too soon. It crashed. I had to restart everything again, including the virtual machine and Network Miner 2.7, and I just finished uploading case 2. Granted, that entire thing, so the crashing and then restarting and reloading, all of that still took less time than version 1.6 did when it was trying to process this file. So, you know, whatever, it's fine. But we're here, and I'm just gonna wait until it's fully loaded before I click on anything on the freaking screen because I really don't want it to crash on me again. But we're almost at the home stretch. We have like a few, we have a few things that we need to find before we can just call it and end this recording session. And I had to do it for you. I'm literally doing it for you because if it was me, I would have been over this and I would have moved on with my life. But I made a commitment to you, the viewer, and I hope that I hope you can appreciate it. Okay, so the question, the first question under case 2 is, what is the USB product's brand name? And then when you look at the hint, it says, investigate the files, no need for external search, which I'm guessing means like you don't need to search the internet. And so if we look at stuff like this, I guess maybe we could do under extension, which would bring it to BMP. Maybe it'll show us if it's like a USB or something, or a machine, which is not. So it's not under there. And I could do, oh, here we go. I see a USB right here. And let's see if there's any information in here that's actually useful about the USB, which might not be. So there's USB LAN zip, and then USB LAN zip. Let's see if we right click it, if anything comes up. Nothing comes up when we right click it. So I'm gonna direct or organize by the name of the file. And so we have now 4 USBs that show up here, and none of them have any kind of information that we could potentially use. And if we go under the after the timestamp and we get to the details, there's still nothing here, unfortunately, that we can use. So there's nothing in this particular situation that is useful. I read through one of the tutorials that there's something here for a picture of a USB drive. And so when you look at the picture, there's an AX8877-2, which is, I think, the actual model number. So 88772, let's see what we can get on Google. AX88772 is a USB that, what brand is it? Let's see if it shows up anything with the actual brand of this thing. Okay, there we go. This is the actual brand right here. So it's an ASIX USB, ASIX. And so it says, what is the brand name of the USB? And the answer is actually ASIX, so ASIX. And we found it, instead of going through the files, we actually found it going through the images. Now the next one is, what is the name of the phone model? And that we can also find by going through the images. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to find a picture of a phone in these images. There's a picture of random shit, and look at all these Simpsons characters. So Ned Flanders is definitely in here. And we just need to find the phone picture. So let me see if I can find the phone picture. Okay, so there's a phone picture right here. So you got to go after the Simpsons pictures, and it's a little bit after that. There are a few rows after that. And so it's a Lumia phone. And the hint says, oh, let me zoom out a little bit. The hint says to use the files and images. So we have Lumia as the name. So if I go to files again and try to see if I can find anything for Lumia, so we can search for that this time and see if there's anything that shows up when I search for Lumia. There's 2 things that show up. One of them is store Lumia nav, and then there's another one that's Lumia 535. And so Lumia 535, and it's a JPEG image, and I think that's actually the name of the image itself. So it's the Lumia 535. Is that the name of the image? No, it's not. So it's the nav image, the store Lumia nav image, but the actual name is, oh, right here. This is the other one. This is the other picture of the Lumia phone, which is MMD Lumia 535. So that's the actual model name, is Lumia 535, or model, phone model, phone model is Lumia 535. That's the answer. So what is the source IP of the fish image. So we need to find an image of a fish and get the source IP of the image of the fish. So let me see if I can find that stinking image. But I mean, you can kind of figure out, because we did this in the last exercise as well, or the last task or something. We actually found one of the images, and from that we were able to find the source IP. So you kind of know the process by now. But just to give us a little bit of closure, I'm going to try and find this image of a fish in all of these stinking images, and then from there I'll get the IP address. Okay, so here's the image. It's two fishes actually, and it's 50.22.95.9 is the IP address that's associated with this image, the source IP address, and that is indeed the correct answer. And so now it says, what is the password of Homer? So that's going to be under credentials, and we have a lot of names over here. So what we need to do is find Homer as the username. So we're just going to organize the users by alphabet, and we're going to go down to H and find Homer. And Homer is right here. And so he lives in Springfield, so of course it would Spring and then 2015, and that is the actual password for Homer. And the last one is, what is the DNS query of frame 62001? And that's what I thought I had to do with version 1.6, and that's why I kind of loaded it with version 1.6. But the issue with that is that it didn't even show up in that. So to be able to work around that, I think I need to find some other information about frames and potential sessions maybe, and maybe it's in the session. So if we go into sessions and try to find the frame 62001, we might be able to find that information. So let me see if I can find it here. Okay, so it's actually under DNS, so it's not under sessions, so that's my bad. So DNS 62001 is the frame number, and what we're looking for is the DNS query of these things, and so they seem almost identical. And so the DNS query is pop.gmx.com, and that is indeed the answer. And so since I was able to find packet or frame numbers and packet frames and stuff like that under several other tabs, I want to kind of go back to task 2, where it asked us to find frame 75,000 and 63,000, and see if there's any possibility that maybe I missed it in the other things, because I was looking under files, and so I think I looked in the wrong direction or in the wrong place to find it. So I'm going to reload MX7, the file MX7, and then from there we're going to try to see if we can relocate those two other frames, and hopefully that will actually be the problem that I had earlier, and that's why I didn't find it, and I can really truly give myself some closure with this thing. So once this loads, I will come back and I will tell you if I found them. Hopefully I will. I really hope I will. Okay, it crashed again. And I restarted it again, and I think we're good now. And really all I'm trying to do is just figure out the answers to this specific, I mean, we have the answer, so that's not really what I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to see where it was located. And so frame 63075 originally, because they say, the only thing that they say is that Network Miner 2.7 can help. So they don't say where it's located. And originally I thought it was under files, because files all have frame numbers attached to them. But there are several other things that we can look at. Sessions is one of them. So sessions potentially can have a frame number attached to it. And so maybe it actually is going to be under sessions that we can find this. So 63075, enter, and there's nothing here. There's potentially another one that could be under DNS that also has frames attached to it. So let's see if we can find it here, 63075, and it's not here as well. So, you know, it's I feel like the original synopsis or the original takeaway was correct, that it probably doesn't exist. But I just want, I'm a little bit obsessive in that regard, and I really just want to see if I can find where this thing exists. And so it wasn't under DNS. We couldn't find it here. Maybe 75942 might be here, and that's not here either. Maybe 75942 might be here, and it's not here either. So the only other place that it could be is this thing, is the files column, but unfortunately it doesn't exist. Oh no freaking way, you're kidding me. It just showed up. God, that's so annoying. Okay, so here we go. We found it. It's here. God, maybe the previous times it didn't load fully or something. Whatever. Okay, so 75942, the question is, what is the header associated with this thing? And we can just kind of go to the details tab by just going to the right here. And restructured file path typically has some information. We can also get, let's see if I can get any information on this. Let's see if we could do file details, if that'll give us anything. Okay, here we go. So header information is here, and it says what is the header of the page, and so it's literally right here. Password ned ab, and that's the actual answer. So maybe I just needed to really give it some time to load, because I did kind of speed through the rest of that and watch. Yeah, this one is also here. So yeah, I mean, I'll give you this as a tip. When you're loading any of these things, after it says that it has loaded, give it another 5 minutes, give it another 10 minutes, because there's a lot of frames and there's a lot of packets, and sometimes it just doesn't fully load. And I think when you click on the screen or anything in the panel or anything like that, it either freezes the loading or something happens, because this just seems like a slow machine. Out of all of the machines, this is by far the slowest virtual machine that I've used. And yeah, so the question for this one, for this frame, says what is the Linux distribution that is associated with it, and it's literally right here, CentOS.org. That's one. And then I think we can even find information if we just look at the file details, and it might even be able to show us information about it over here as well. So right here, CentOS, CENTOS. I feel so much better that I was able to find these packets, because it was really bugging me. It was very, very much bugging me. And maybe now we can even find that one anomaly that was missing. No, the anomaly. Oh no, look, I swear. This is so odd, you guys. This is the actual number of the anomaly. 362.55. That's the correct answer. So, I don't know. Maybe, a fifth time is a charm or whatever. I don't know how many times I've reloaded this by now. But it worked. It finally worked. I finally got the information that I was looking for. I will say that it took... I left the system alone. Like, I stopped the recording. I started Network Miner. I loaded the file, and I just walked away for, I think, 15 minutes or something. And I came back, and it was finally downloading, obviously, but all of this information is now here. So maybe that's what needed to happen. But whatever it is, I finally found the answers on the screen, which I'm super freaking happy about. And yeah, that's basically it. And we're done. This is literally it. That was it. We are done. We are done with all of the questions. We found all of the questions in a live environment, and we answered all of the questions in the exercise environment, and we can now conclude. And so congratulations, we finished. I'm very happy that you stuck it out with me this whole time, and hopefully you learned something about Network Miner. It does overview analysis of packets specifically. It's not a primary sniffer, so just keep that in mind. And you can use it to overview traffic and move forward with Wireshark and TCP dump for more in-depth investigation of the same packets, right? So you could use the same Pcap file in Network Miner for an overview, and then go through detailed and deep dives using Wireshark or TCP dump. There's also more on the different rooms that are here. So I've already done Wireshark. I did 3 videos on Snort, so you can definitely go find that. Those are kind of more recent, so they should be not too. They should actually be the videos right before this video, or maybe a couple of videos before this particular video in the timeline. So you can definitely find those. Wireshark, I have done. Yeah, I've done this entire room, so we actually have this entire room recorded. So you're more than welcome to check that out. And the only thing that's missing is Brim, and Brim is probably going to be the next one that I'll do, or at least the next one in packet capture and packet analysis, so on and so forth. So that is it for this room. I am very happy that we were able to finish it, and we can move on with our lives. Okay, so as mentioned before, only subscribers can deploy this particular room, and I do recommend it just so you can kind of get the hang of the flow of Network Miner and just click around and things like that. If you do not have your paid subscription to TryHackMe, you're more than welcome to get it yourself, or you can use the link in the description below to get yourself a $5 discount, and it'll bring it down from $12 to $7. So that's the way that works, and you're more than welcome to do it. If you don't want to do that, if you want to just work on this on your own machine, you're more than welcome to. You can download Network Miner from a variety of different sources, and it comes, it's open source, so you can get it for free, and you can just walk through the app and use it with this video, kind of use it as a side-by-side. And we put out a bunch of videos, or at least I try to do at least one a day, and sometimes multiples a day. So all you got to do for that is just make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time a video comes out in either the security analyst pathway or the pen test plus pathway. And then we're going to end up going into a lot of the more advanced rooms as well. I am very glad that you hung out with me today. I hope that you found this video useful. It's your boy Hank Hackerson with Hank Hacks Hackers. And if nobody else loves you, Hank loves you. Peace, love, and chicken grease. And I will talk to you soon. See you in the next video.